Chapter 1668 Almighty Eye. On the divine altar peak of Futian Academy, circling between the various peaks, there were giant sword-like ancient mountains that pointed toward the sky, about to pierce through the clouds. Celestial fog circled the area. There were intense ripples of energy coming from ceiling matrices. It was as if the entire area harbored a path matrix. At this moment, there was a group of people facing off on the divine altar peak. Yaya was sitting cross-legged. Energy was pulsing from her body as her sword circled her. There seemed to be traces of blood on her clothes. It was clear that she had been injured. In front of her, the swordmaster of Lihan stood with his sword in hand. He was blocking her off. However, on the other side of the swordmaster of Lihan was also a Ranhuang. He was a Ranhuang with a third-tier divine wheel. He looked like a middle-aged man, almost at the age of 40. He had a cold expression. His will exerted pressure on the swordmaster of Lihan and also enveloped Yaya. There was also an injured person behind the middle-aged man. He was a teenage figure who had reached the Saint Plane. His aura pulsed around him. Blood dyed his robes red. The rest of the people present were witnessing the event by the side. The Renhuang on the other side of the swordmaster of Lihan was a person who had been training at the Red Forge Peak of Futian Academy. The person who had been injured by Yaya had also been training there. He was a junior of that Renhuang. Seeing that you are visitors of Futian Academy, the Red Forge Peak would not put you through too much trouble. Get her to follow me. The Red Forge Peak would give her a lighter punishment. The name of the Renhuang was Luo Zhao. He was not an influential figure in Futian Academy, but since he was a powerful fighter in the Renhuang plane, coupled with the fact that he might become a mid-level Renhuang at any time, he did have a certain level of status in the Red Forge Peak. He might even have the chance to step into the level of an upper-level Renhuang if he trained for several hundred years more. Not everyone had the right to become a top-notch figure. That applied even in Futian Academy. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, people who had the potential to train themselves to the level of an upper-level Renhuang would definitely become someone influential factions would focus on nurturing. The factions would invest a lot of resources on them. People like Jin Qingzhu were incredibly rare. Even Futian Academy only had one person like that in this generation. I don't think she did anything wrong, the swordmaster of Lihan said. He had his sword in hand. He would not compromise. The other party had been the one who wanted to spar. Furthermore, his attacks had been merciless. Even though Void's abilities were decent, she was ultimately not a match for a talented individual from the Futian Academy. After all, they had both come from Emperor Xia's realm. They would not have reached such a level if they had not followed Futian. He would definitely have been defeated if this was his past self. It was just like when he fought against the people from the Heavenly Sword Hall. Thus, under the situation where the other party was being overbearing, Void made use of a sword will and severely injured the other party. The other party did not hold back in that situation. Void would not have been able to control the outcome of that attack. After he had been injured, the Renhuang directly interfered and injured Void. Now the Renhuang wanted to bring her away? What was the meaning of that? However, the Renhuang also knew who this territory belonged to. At this moment, a cluster of auras descended from far away. The Renhuang saw a group of people walking on thin air. They directly leaped through space and arrived at the scene. The white-robed teen leading the group immediately walked to Yaya's side. Yaya raised her head slightly and looked at Futian, who had just arrived. She heard Futian ask, "Are you all right?" "I'm not too seriously injured." Yaya shook her head. Futian took out a fruit of the way and fed it toward Yaya's mouth. Yaya moved her head back, but Futian still managed to stuff the fruit into her mouth. All she could do was look at Futian in frustration and swallow the fruit of the way. What was even more overbearing was that Futian rubbed her on her head. Yaya felt that she had lost all face, but she could not bring herself to be angry. After all, she had already reached the peak of the Saint Plane. "Hurry and cultivate to charge past this plane," Futian whispered. Even though Yaya had obtained the Great Emperor Sword Will, but she had not reached the zenith of the Saint Plane. The people on the heavenly altar peak observed Futian. Did this person just disregard everyone present? Recently, there had been many rumors regarding Futian circulating within Futian Academy. Under normal circumstances, he would be compared to the likes of Jian Qingzhu. Even though most of the people thought that there was no way Yi Futian could be as powerful as Jian Qingzhu, merely comparing him with Jian Qingzhu represented just how powerful Yi Futian was. He was already considered one of the best of the best. Luo Zhao's gaze landed on Yi Futian. It was rumored that he had executed the prince of the Golden Divine Nation, Gai Jutian, who was a lower-level Renhuang with a third-tier divine wheel when he came out of the God's Relic. He was a little curious. Was the battle capabilities of a perfect divine wheel that powerful? Yi Futian did not ask, but the swordmaster of Lihan informed Yi Futian about what happened through telepathy. It seemed like the motive of the other party was to get Yaya to attack. Even though he did not know who the other party was and what kind of status they held in Futian Academy, injuring Yaya with an attack of a fighter from a Renhuang plane was not to be tolerated, no matter what their motive was. Yi Futian looked up at the Renhuang on the other side. He brought his hands together and announced, Yi Futian, I've frequently heard about your name recently, Emperor Yi, but have never managed to see you in person. Now that I've seen you, I must say that you have extraordinary flair, Luo Zhao said to Yi Futian. He did not introduce himself. However, even though you are a guest, your subordinate had severely injured a disciple of the Red Forge Peak. She had been too merciless with her attack. She has to come with me to the Red Forge Peak, Luo Zhao continued. She's not my subordinate. She's my younger sister, Yi Futian said. A strange look flashed past Luo Zhao's eyes. It was no wonder that he was willing to give this girl an item of the great emperor. It seemed like there were strong feelings between the pair of siblings. My younger sister is young and ignorant. She doesn't know how to regulate the power of her attacks. Please understand. Yi Futian brought his hands together and said, However, as her elder, I cannot bear to see her get punished. Since this incident had been caused by a spar, let's end it with a spar. I've always wanted to learn from an elder of Futian Academy. Since I've had the chance to encounter you today, please give me some pointers. If I lose, I'll get my younger sister to follow you and give you 2 ritual implements that I found in the God's Relic. What do you think about that? Luo Zhao had a strange expression when he heard Yi Futian's words. This expression was already showing respect to Yi Futian. Otherwise, how could he tolerate Yi Futian's overwhelming confidence in his abilities? And if you win, Emperor Yi? Luo Zhao asked. It was clear that he was a little tempted. It was improper for him to take Yaya away. However, things were different if Yi Futian said it that way. He could directly take Yaya away and even obtain 2 premium ritual implements. How could he resist that? The rest of the people present also noticed that even though Yi Futian's words and tone were polite, it did stem from his overbearing confidence. He did not think that he would be defeated. If I win, then please give me some face and let the matter be resolved like that. Furthermore, I'll try my best to restrain myself. I'll not act as my younger sister did, Yi Futian replied. He did not require anything if he won. All he needed was for this matter to have never happened. There were no problems with this method. However, the second half of the sentence that promised to restrain himself came with a little provocation. It was clearly meant to agitate Luo Zhao. You sure are confident about your abilities, Emperor Yi. Luo Zhao would not be provoked just by one sentence. However, since Yi Futian had voluntarily given him an opportunity to legitimize his claims, he would naturally not miss the opportunity. Of course, since Yi Futian was powerful enough to slay Gai Jutian, it was clear that he was strong. He should not be too careless. I heard that you have obtained many top-notch ritual implements from the God's Relic, Luo Zhao said. I won't lend you the ritual implements, Yi Futian replied. Since that is the case, show me your flawless divine wheel, Luo Zhao said. As he finished his sentence, he released a formless pressure. He displayed all his might as a Renhuang as he stood on the air. In that instant, the entire area of the divine altar peak was enveloped by his pressure. Many divine spirits were approaching them from far away to observe the battle. Please give me some pointers. Yi Futian took a slight bow. He had just finished his sentence when he leaped into the air. He landed on thin air and looked down directly on Luo Zhao, who was standing below him. Luo Zhao shot a glance at Yi Futian and released the aura of his divine wheel of the Great Path. A ray of golden light illuminated the surroundings. It seemed as though there was a radiant golden thunderbolt attacking toward Futian. He looked at Futian's eyes. A battle was not won by comparing who stood at a higher spot. However, when he looked into Futian's eyes, he saw that Futian's pupils had changed. They had turned into the abyss. Eye sorcery. Luo Zhao wanted to avert his gaze. However, in that instant, he saw that the pair of eyes had devoured the entire world. Everything in his surroundings had ceased to exist. It was as though this was an independent area. A golden space prison seemed to be falling down directly at him, about to imprison him within. Luo Zhao let out a cold grunt and activated his will. The divine wheel in his body released an immensely radiant ray of golden light. Countless bolts of golden lightning lashed out around him and destroyed everything it came across. It tore the space prison apart. Boom! The gold cell seemed to have exploded and was completely destroyed. However, at the next moment, Luo Zhao saw a second, identical jail cell. Luo Zhao raised his hands and blasted forward. His punch penetrated the boundless void and smashed all of the space prisons into pieces. However, at the next moment, Luo Zhao was shocked to realize that the thing trapping him was an endless layer of space prisons. It was never-ending. The next moment, the space prisons suddenly contorted and formed a golden black hole-like tempest. It seemed to transform into an infinite array of golden divine swords that could cut through the void. The swords swallowed him. An immensely strong spiritual storm suppressed everything. It pushed Luo Zhao downward. He knew that this was an empty existence, but it felt incredibly realistic. Rumble. A violent aura erupted. Luo Zhao's body seemed to have been clad with golden armor. He looked like a war god. The golden divine swords unleashed an unending barrage of attacks and blasted themselves on Luo Zhao's golden armor. Terrifying sounds of impact rang out. Luo Zhao was submerged in the frenzied assault. Both his body and his soul were buried by the violent power. The almighty eye, an unending massacre. A voice rang out in Luo Zhao's head. His spirit seemed to have taken the brunt of an unending massacre. The terrifying storm infiltrated his body. Luo Zhao felt a wave of pain that came from deep within his bones. Stop! He let out a scream, but no one heard his voice. At this moment, he was trapped in the territory of Futian's eye sorcery. His voice had been sealed off by the space prison. Your abilities are rather extraordinary. Have a good feel of this. Futian's voice appeared once again in Luo Zhao's brain. Luo Zhao's appearance gradually started to contort. The unending sword will pierce through his body and seem to reap his soul. Chapter 1669 Concubine. On the divine altar peak, several spectators witnessed the battle. Many divine spirits also came from far away to steal a peek at the battle between Futian and Luo Zhao. It was a battle, but the two of them did not move. A terrifying divine light erupted from within Futian's body. Futian's eyes communicated with the will of the heavens and caused multiple great paths to descend. The great paths transformed into countless space prisons and directly assaulted Luo Zhao. With his eyes as the divine wheel, he had cast an eye sorcery of the great path. With Futian's body in the middle, an infinite amount of earthly will swarm toward him from all around the divine altar peak. The earthly will formed a tempest. It was like a worldly jail formed to imprison just Luo Zhao. Luo Zhao also stood in his original position. The power of his divine will also erupted from his body, but it felt as though he had succumbed to the eye sorcery. Both his body and the outside world and the mental state were being attacked at the same time. His counterattacks felt futile. There was no way that he could dispel the worldly jail. What was more terrifying was that the worldly jail transformed into a sealed great path space. There was only Futian's path within the space. Luo Zhao seemed to have lost the ability to use his path. It was as though his connection with the world had been severed. A powerful fighter at the Runhuang Plain was as glorious as the sun and moon. He was connected to the world. His divine spirit was fusing with the world. His divine spirit of the great path was one with the world. What did losing the means of communicating with the world mean? It meant that he was rendered half useless and could only depend solely on the powers of the divine wheel. Senior Luo. The expression of the person at the Saint Plain, who was injured by Yaya, changed. Even he could tell that something was off. Luo Zhao seemed to have been imprisoned by Yi Futian's path. Furthermore, within the unending layers of space prisons, there seemed to be an infinite amount of great path divine light piercing directly into Luo Zhao's body. It caused Luo Zhao's expression to contort and change constantly. It seemed that he was in immense pain. He seemed to want to say something, but the outside world could not hear him no matter what he said. At this moment, he could not imagine the pain Luo Zhao was experiencing. Within the almighty eye, the power of the unending massacre was boundless. Luo Zhao soon found that he could no longer sustain himself. His divine will was being suppressed. His spiritual will was being pressed on relentlessly. The unending sword will was piercing his soul. At this moment, no one could imagine the pain Luo Zhao was going through. Enough, I admit defeat. Luo Zhao's voice entered Yi Futian's brain. You are extraordinarily strong and have abilities stronger than the average person. Why must you be so humble? I am sincere in seeking out pointers. Please treat me seriously, Yi Futian replied. His voice directly entered Luo Zhao's brain. Creak, creak. His soul seemed to be about to be split apart. Luo Zhao let out a pained roar. He seemed to see a gargantuan figure deep within his eyes. The figure looked like a deity. It was scrutinizing him. Its gaze was filled with disdain and directly imprinted itself within his soul. His body was trembling in pain, but he could not free himself no matter how he retaliated. Furthermore, Yi Futian was unwilling to stop the attack. He only realized now what Yi Futian's words meant. If he won, he could bring Yaya away and win the ritual implements. If he lost, he naively believed that Yi Futian would let him go. From the start, Yi Futian had not intended to let him off. The words he said just now were to make him take action. This was not a spar between equals. This was a one-sided massacre. Yi Futian was humiliating him in front of everyone present. The current Yi Futian had no intention of being compassionate. He was expressionless. He would not let a person who lusted over Yaya's divine item and dealt with Yaya with such an excuse off, even if he was a Ren Huang of Tianshan Academy. He would leave Luo Zhao with a deep impression. He would make him remember this moment forever. Enough. Two Renhuangs from the Red Forge Peak walked forward from behind Luo Zhao. One of them was as strong as Luo Zhao, while the other had a second-tier divine wheel. However, how could they not see that Luo Zhao was undergoing an absolute suppression at this point? He had succumbed entirely to Yi Futian's eye sorcery. Luo Zhao's expression seemed to be extremely pained. The divine wheels in their bodies burst forth. The divine light of the great path swarmed toward Yi Futian as they attempted to force him to stop. However, they saw two figures step forward at the same time. One was a teen in a white robe who was incredibly charismatic. He released his aura. The surroundings seemed to contain a heavenly divine wheel of the great path. Light radiated in all directions. A terrifying phenomenon appeared behind Gu Donglu. Countless ferocious, ancient beasts seemed to have appeared. They reared their heads and howled before they charged directly toward one of the Ren Huang. On the other side, the swordmaster of Lihan had stepped forward. He lifted his divine sword in the air and sent out 10,000 swords. Even though it was not as extravagant as Gu Donglio's attack, it was also extremely exquisite. The light it released was as radiant as that released by a perfect divine wheel of the great path. Roar boom. The roars of the giant beasts shook the surroundings. A powerful fighter with a third-tier divine wheel was directly pressured into retreating. The powers of the divine wheel in his body were extremely suppressed. He was rendered unable to approach Yi Futian. The other Renhuang with the second-tier divine wheel was also forced back by the sword will. Faced with the sword will, he only stopped when his body had retreated far away. The rest of the powerful fighters around them looked at Yi Futian, Gu Donglu, and the swordmaster of Lihan in shock. Even though most of the people in Shintian Academy had heard about them, personally witnessing the attacks of the three great Renhuangs and the splendor of their divine wheels still had an extreme impact. These were three perfect divine wheels. In their generation, only Jin Qingzhu had managed to forge a perfect divine wheel. From far away, many figures approached the scene. They were the people who had been training in the area and had stolen a peek at the battle with their divine spirits. They naturally could not contain themselves after witnessing this exciting scene. They personally descended onto the area and looked on at the exaggerated scene. The levels of the three Renhuangs from Tianqian Academy were higher than their three opponents. However, they were all being suppressed. Yi Futian did not stop. He did not mind blowing up the matter a little more. Luo Zhao had selfishly taken action against Yaya and blew the matter up. Tianqian Academy still wanted to preserve their reputation. They would not do anything to him. Currently, many people from premium factions of all the realms were training at Xintian Academy. Many of them had come to watch. Luo Zhao's body was no longer just trembling. It could be described as convulsing. He looked extremely pathetic. The powerful fighters had a look of sympathy when they looked toward Luo Zhao. Luo Zhao was a Renhuang, but he was experiencing such a merciless massacre. It must have a large impact on his psyche. It was clear that Yi Futian planned for this. Princess Luotian, a voice rang out. Nan Luotian had also come. She had just entered Tianqian Academy not long ago. She had entered just after she obtained the ritual implement from Yi Futian. She had just visited an elder from Xintian Academy when she noticed the movements in the area. She then rushed over when she saw that Yi Futian was taking action. The person who greeted her was Shan Hao from the Xin clan. Many of the people training within Tianqian Academy did not know what to feel. That person sure is merciless, Xiao Muyu said after she swept her beautiful eyes past Yi Futian. She also glanced toward Nan Luotian and Chang Shi. She thought that she was extraordinarily beautiful, but she could not compare to the two of them. Nan Luotian and Chang Yi were people who would shock anyone who glanced at them. However, she had already been exposed to Yi Futian's modus operandi when she was in the God's Relic. He had snatched over their divine lotus with a smile on his face. There was a blade hidden within his smile. However, Xiao Muyu felt a complicated mix of emotions when she saw the three powerful fighters with their perfect divine wheels. She had not managed to seize the opportunity back in the God's Relic. It would be difficult for her now. Even though she had great potential, she was not the most powerful fighter within her family. She would be able to change her fate if she managed to forge a perfect divine wheel. However, if she doesn't, the best resources would never be invested in her. She had submitted her application for the ritual implements back then, but none of the items made it into her hands. Boom! A sound was heard at this moment. The spectators saw that Yi Futian had stopped. Luo Zhao's body was pushed directly onto the ground. A person at his level should not be so haggard, but he was already at the edge of breaking down. He was no longer very conscious. Even though Yi Futian had stopped, Luo Zhao still felt as though he was trapped within the terrifying eye sorcery. Senior. The person behind him stepped forward. He saw that Luo Zhao had become soberer and was standing up. Luo Zhao did not have any obvious injuries but was incredibly weak. He knew what he had just experienced. Thank you for holding back, Yi Futian said. Luo Zhao's expression was so sullen that it was terrifying. Luo Zhao looked at the figures around him, then turned around and said, "Let's go back." He immediately walked away after he said that. He knew that he was too ashamed to stay in this place. The people from the Red Forge Peak left one after the other. Yi Futian and his group restrained their auras. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, Luo Zhao's mental state had been impacted greatly. Yi Futian looked at his surroundings. Many figures were standing in the air around the heavenly altar peak. He had seen many of them in the God's Relic. Yi Futian. A voice rang out at this moment. Yi Futian looked up at the person who spoke. It was Shen Hao. He looked toward Shen Hao with curiosity. You have some animosity with the Xin clan. Your teacher, the Sky River Great Elder, was once a member of the Xin clan, though something unfortunate happened later on. However, you have now forged a perfect divine wheel. The Xin clan can disregard the unhappy incidents that happened in the past. Are you willing to join the Xin clan and train with us? Many people were shocked. Shen Hao was inviting Yi Futian to train with the Xin clan. It was worth it to pull a person with a perfect divine will toward their side. Furthermore, Yi Futian and his group had 3 Renhuangs who had perfect divine wheels. They also each possessed a piece of treasure. Yi Futian glanced at Shen Hao in shock. He had noticed that Shen Hao paid no heed to him back in the God's Relic. The people from the Shen clan all had the same attitude toward the disciples of the Sky River Great Elder. However, he did have his value now that he had forged the perfect divine wheel. The conflict between the Shen clan and him was different than that with his teacher. If Shen Hao knew that his teacher was Qi Xiangang and that his teacher had been brought away by the Shen clan, Yi Futian guessed that Shen Hao would not say those words. You can head to the Tianhe realm and ask my teacher. I do not have any objections if he agrees, Yi Futian said with a smile. Did Shen Hao want him to join the good guys or betray his teacher? It was not strange for Yi Futian to reject Shen Hao. All Shen Hao wanted to know was if Yi Futian would be tempted, even for a moment. Emperor Yi, what do you think about the Shao clan? Xiao Muyu smiled and said when she saw Shen Hao initiate the conversation. In the past, her clan had instructed her to establish a closer relationship with Yi Futian. Her clan would be elated if she managed to pull the 3 powerful fighters with perfect divine wheels into the Shao clan. Of course, she knew that she had no hopes of doing that. Being the son-in-law of the Shao clan? Yi Futian smiled and said as he looked toward Xiao Muyu. Of course, only Xiao Muyu understood what he said. If you are willing, I can consider it. Xiao Muyu smiled gently. She seemed a little flirtatious. But I already have a wife. Since that is the case, I might have to let you suffer a little, Yi Futian said, a little conflicted. Suffer? Xiao Muyu froze. Her expression then changed when she understood what Yi Futian meant. She then glared fiercely at Yi Futian. That be **starred wanted me to become his concubine? Chapter 1670 This shameless be **starred. Xiao Muyu ignored Yi Futian. He was the most shameless Runhuang she had ever seen. He did not have the magnanimity of a Runhuang at all. Aside from his face being handsome, aside from sword will, did you obtain other divine items in God's relic? A voice asked. Instantly, the gazes of the crowd turned in the direction of the voice. A silhouette that was bathed in sunlight stood in midair, as brilliant and dazzling as a sun god. It was Diwu, the god of solar divine palace from the solar realm. His gaze, which contained the divine light of the sun, landed on Yi Futian. In the battle just now, Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path was unique. As the battle progressed, it immediately sealed off the space. It was as though his way was the only way in the space. It completely suppressed Luo Zhao's way. Diwu was one of the 10 people who obtained divine items. He had also begun to use the divine item to cultivate. Hence, he clearly understood more than anyone what Yi Futian's battle signified. It was not just him. In reality, other people also wanted to ask Yi Futian about it, especially those who had obtained divine items in the God's Relic. Their guesses were similar to that of Diwu. They clearly knew that even if they managed to forge a flawless divine wheel in battle, the divine wheel would only make them slightly more powerful by attracting the power of the Great Path from their surroundings with the power of the Great Path it contained. In terms of the essence of their way, there was no difference. They were still the same. However, when they utilized the divine items, some changes would occur. They could forge an enclosed domain of the Great Path. Their way would become even more powerful. Just now, when Yi Futian was fighting against Luo Zhao, he gave off this feeling. Yi Futian's gaze turned towards Diwu. Diwu was observant. This pupil divine wheel was forged from the spiritual storm life spirit. The life spirit was not Yi Futian's own item, but something given to him by Donghuang the Great. The Great Path it contained was naturally not the same as Yi Futian's own. This was before Yi Futian released his 4th divine wheel. If he released his 4th divine wheel, he wondered how Diwu would think. His 4th divine wheel was a complete Great Path domain. It was an enclosed space and an absolute Great Path domain. In the God's Relic, I was bathed in the divine light of Donghuang the Great and relied on it to prove my way and forge a divine wheel of the Great Path. So the results will naturally be different, Yi Futian said. Unfortunately, all of you broke through the next plane too soon. Fortunately, I suppressed my plane. Hence, when the heavenly palace in the God's Relic opened, I managed to prove my way and forge a divine wheel. Yi Futian's tone was very casual. He was telling the crowd that the reason he was different from the rest of them was that his divine wheel of the Great Path was forged when he was bathed in the divine light of Donghuang the Great in the heavenly palace. Of course, he would be different from the rest of them. What Yi Futian said was also a possibility. After all, he had indeed suppressed his plane and had proven his Great Path under the Emperor's might of the heavenly palace. If that was so, Did they really miss out on a fateful encounter like Futian had said? Does that mean that it is the same for your Guqin divine wheel? Diwu's gaze remained the same. However, he was somewhat suspicious. The battle between Futian and Gai Jiotian after they emerged from the god's relic gave off a different feeling from what they had just witnessed. Futian looked at Diwu and revealed a nonchalant smile. He did not respond. Whether or not it was the same, did Futian need to tell Diwu? Unleash your Guqin divine wheel and let us see, Diwu ordered as he looked at Futian. If it were different, it would prove that it was possible that Futian had received other benefits in the heavenly palace of the god's relic that the rest of them did not know of. Unleash my Guqin divine wheel for all of you to see. Futian swept a glance at Diwu. The god of solar divine palace was truly rude and arrogant. If Diwu had used the words, please, or could you kindly, Futian might have considered doing so. Diwu seemed to have forgotten that the person standing across from him was also a top monstrous figure who forged a flawless divine will like him. Futian smiled. He turned and walked up to beside Yaya. After eating the fruit of the way, Yaya had already recovered. Her aura was stable, and sword will revolved around her. She actually showed signs of having become stronger. The aura in her body seemed to have reached a critical point. This caused Futian to reveal a strange look. It might be that being suppressed by Renhuang's was a blessing in disguise for her. After receiving the teachings of Donghuang the Great, Yaya's cultivation had already improved by leaps and bounds. Having cultivation knowledge of 2 lives, she made up for the things that she was previously lacking in. Hence, her improvement was very rapid. When she was still Sword Saint of the Void, she had already reached the holiness of nirvana. That was why Futian did not feel her rapid improvement was strange. Seemingly sensing something, Yaya opened her eyes, and the sword will around her dissipated. Let us head back first, Futian said. Yaya nodded. Between Futian and her, there was no need for thanks. They had faced life and death situations together. Futian had always treated her as a sister. However, her feelings for Futian were somewhat complicated. This feeling was difficult to describe. Gu Donglu and the swordmaster of Lihan also walked up to them. Their group immediately walked away from this place, ignoring the surrounding crowd. Futian was not interested in being surrounded and observed by a crowd. When Diwu saw this scene, he frowned. The gaze he gave Futian was somewhat cold. However, this was Tianshan Academy and not his own territory. In the end, he did not stop Futian and his group. Of course, he could not stop them from leaving. The 2 people behind Futian had very strong abilities. Changshi glanced at Diwu. The solar realm and the shadow realm were diametrically opposed. Diwu's standing in the solar realm was similar to her position in the shadow realm. Diwu's identity and status naturally did not need to be mentioned. As the god of solar divine palace, he was considered without equal. Now that he had forged a flawless divine wheel, it was highly possible that he would inherit solar divine palace in the future. However, he was underestimating Futian. This disciple of Sky River Great Elder dared to kill Gai Shirshir and Gai Jutian. One could tell what sort of person Futian was. Also, from Futian's current performance, he did not seem to be weaker than they were. In terms of the divine wheel of the great path that they forged, he was already way ahead of them. Currently, Futian already displayed 2 flawless divine wheels. Changshi stepped out and left this place immediately. The other cultivators also dispersed. Prior to this, Nan Luotian had asked Futian how many flawless divine wheels he had forged. Futian merely answered that she would know sooner or later. If so, did that mean that he only had 2? She had a faint feeling that it was possible that he had more than 2. Nan Luotian also left the place. When Shan Hao saw Nan Luotian leaving, he also followed behind her. He cried out to her, Princess Luotian, after having proven my way and becoming a Renhuang, I am still unsure of a few matters. May I ask you for advice? Nan Luotian turned around and glanced at Shan Hao. She replied, I myself am unsure of many things. Although she had been brought up under the pampering of Emperor Nan and Empress Luo, she was already a Renhuang. How could she not understand Shan Hao's intention of approaching her? If so, wouldn't it be more interesting if we figure out what we are unsure of together? Shinhao suggested with a smile. His tone was gentle and bore an air of elegance. There are many seniors in Tianshan Academy. Since we have come to Tianshan Academy, I am certain that the seniors of Tianshan Academy will naturally be willing to offer some pointers to us. Farewell, Nan Luotian still replied calmly. Then, she immediately stepped into the air and disappeared from her spot. Shinhao smiled as he watched Nan Luotian's disappearing silhouette. It was as expected of the princess of Nantian Divine Kingdom and the only daughter of Emperor Nan. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were few maidens that could catch his eye. This was the first time he had been rejected when asking a girl of his generation to have a discussion about their ways. However, he did not get worked up over it. This response was fitting of Nan Luotian's status. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, who, aside from Nan Luotian, could become Shinhao's spiritual partner? Shinhao turned around and walked off in a different direction. Although he was interested in Nan Luotian, in his heart, his cultivation would always come first. A spiritual partner was just an embellishment on one's cultivation journey. After training alone for so many years, it was hard to come across a woman that could catch his eye. He naturally did not want to let her slip by him. After Futian returned to his palace, he noticed that someone was actually following behind him. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Muyu from the Xiao clan. In the courtyard, Futian looked somewhat suspiciously at Xiao Muyu. He asked, "Goddess Xiao, could it be that you are actually interested in me?" Before this, Futian was merely joking. Could it be that Xiao Muyu truly wanted to be his concubine? Was this the power of his charm? Xiao Muyu's gaze turned cold. She realized that even though this fellow had exceptional talent and had proven his way to become a Renhuang, he was really shameless. Before this, Renhuang claimed that there were not many ritual implements left. "I am here because I am curious. I want to see which ritual implements Nan Luotian has chosen," Xiao Muyu said. Right now, she did not believe a single word that Futian had uttered the other day. "Since Goddess Xiao has made your pick, there is no reason for you to take another look at the pile." Futian rejected her request decisively. His eyelids twitched. This young mistress from Xiao clan actually did not believe him. "Is Run Huangyi guilty of something?" Xiao Muyu asked. "Since Goddess Xiao has no trust in me, naturally, I have nothing to say to you," Futian responded indifferently. "Humph," Xiao Muyu coldly snorted. "Ren Huangyi is aware of what you have done. I will not bring it up again. However, I am here today not on behalf of my clan. We met in the God's Relic, and the treasure I targeted was snatched by Ren Huangyi. Despite that, I still helped Ren Huangyi to resolve your crisis. We can be considered as acquaintances, right?" Futian smiled. Her help was exchanged for with ritual implements. He did not feel indebted to her. This Xiao Muyu was somewhat odd. Naturally, Futian nodded with a smile. "If that's the case, may I ask Ren Huangyi for some help?" Xiao Muyu's gaze was somewhat dodgy. It was as though she was struggling to ask for something. She was also a very proud and image-conscious person. She had struggled with herself before coming forward to seek help from him. Futian was stunned. Did this mean that she had intentionally mentioned ritual implements before to make him feel guilty? "Goddess Xiao, please tell me what you need of me. If it is within my power, I will naturally do my best to help you," Futian said. All cultivators know the difficulty of forging a flawless divine wheel. However, in this generation, 3 Renhuangs around Renhuang have forged flawless divine wheels. "You must certainly have some experience in forging flawless divine wheels," Xiao Muyu said. 3 powerful cultivators had all forged flawless divine wheels. Even though they themselves were talented, they should have had some prior experience to guide them. There were certainly similarities between the 3 cultivators. For the 3 of them to forge flawless divine wheels, it was also fate. "Goddess Xiao should know the difficulty in forging flawless divine wheels," Futian said. When Xiao Muyu heard Futian's words, she was slightly disappointed. She did not know whether or not his words were true. However, even if Futian knew of any method, he would most likely not teach it to her. "Is there really no technique that I can learn?" Xiao Muyu inquired. "It is too difficult," Futian said. Xiao Muyu did not press the matter further. She said, "Farewell." Then, she turned around and prepared to leave. However, there is still hope, Yi Futian added on. This caused Xiao Muyu to pause in her tracks. She turned around and stared at Yi Futian. Did he really know of a method? You know of a method? Xiao Muyu asked. This depends on what price Goddess Xiao is willing to pay, Yi Futian probed with a smile. When Xiao Muyu saw Yi Futian's equivocal gaze, she felt a chill down her spine. This shameless be asterisk starred actually. Chapter 1671 Kidnapping. Xiao Muyu's gaze turned cold gradually. How was it possible that such a shameless Ren Huang existed? Forging a divine wheel was her utmost priority. The level of her divine wheel would not only reflect her cultivation, but it would also affect her position in the clan in the future. Even though the chances of forging a flawless divine wheel were slim, she still wanted to give it a try. She was willing to work for any opportunities. However, she had not expected that Yi Futian would be this shameless. In her opinion, when the cultivators reached the Renhuang Plain, aside from those who practiced demonic cultivation methods, it was rare to encounter one who drooled over beauties. She was quite confident of her appearance, though she didn't pay too much attention to it. As compared to her looks, she cared more about her own cultivation. However, it did not mean that she would sell her body in exchange for cultivation methods. I must have misjudged you before this, Xiao Muyu said with a chilly voice. I thought, since Ren Huang Yi could forge flawless divine wheels, surely you are someone with an exceptional temperament. I have not expected you to be this despicable. When Yi Futian heard Xiao Muyu's words, he could no longer maintain his smile. He revealed a strange expression. Despicable? When he saw Xiao Muyu's gaze, he suddenly understood what was going on in her mind. This woman, did she think that Yi Futian was speechless? Surely this woman's imagination was running wild. Has Goddess Xiao misunderstood something? Yi Futian said. Despicable and filthy fellow. I cannot work with you since there is little common ground for understanding between us. Xiao Muyu turned around and left. Wait a second. Yi Futian's expression was sullen. Xiao Muyu turned to look at Yi Futian with a frosty look. Today, she came alone without any clan members accompanying her. She came with the hope of seeking help from Yi Futian. Goddess Xiao, could it be that you think I am interested in you? Yi Futian was bewildered. Aren't you? Xiao Muyu coldly snorted. Prior to this, Yi Futian had mentioned that he wanted to be the son-in-law of Xiao clan, and he hinted her to be his concubine. In addition, his gaze was frivolous. It was hard for her not to think of him in that way. Qingyuan, Kongxian, please come over here, Yi Futian called. Xia Qingyuan and Kongxian approached Yi Futian while staring at him quizzically. Yi Futian put both his hands on their shoulders. He glanced at Xiao Muyu and said, Is my princess not pretty? Goddess Xiao, with your appearance, where do you get such confidence? Xia Qingyuan and Kongxian revealed strange expressions, especially Xia Qingyuan. This shameless be asterisk starred he was too shameless. Xia Qingyuan wanted to say something, but she saw Kongxian standing there quietly. Even though Kongxian's expression was strange too, she played along with Yi Futian, allowing him to put his hand on her shoulder. She even stared at Xiao Muyu with a provocative gaze. Xia Qingyuan, who was about to throw a fit, became composed instantly. She softly bit down on her lip. Then, she turned around to look at Xiao Muyu. One could even detect tenderness in her gaze. The lady's responses caused Xiao Muyu to be dumbfounded. Her expression turned even stranger. Yi Futian did not have such intention. The beauty of Xia Qingyuan and Kongxian was indeed on par with hers. In fact, their appearances could even be said to be more outstanding than hers. Moreover, both of them had unique temperaments that made them distinct from each other. However, Xiao Muyu had not expected that Yi Futian would actually mock her appearance. Her facial expression turned sullen once again. This be asterisk starred. Goddess Xiao, could it be that you believe that I am truly into you? Yi Futian's voice sounded strange. Or could it be that Goddess Xiao believes that I will help you with just one word without any cost? Yi Futian lowered his hands. Xia Qingyuan looked at her shoulder, and then looked at Yi Futian's face from the side. He was shameless and heartless. What price is Ren Huang Yi asking for? Xiao Muyu asked. I indeed have some experience accumulated from the learnings of 3 people. However, I need to pay a high price in order to help you. I also need to teach you a magnum opus level cultivation method. This is a method that I cannot share with outsiders. How can I help you with just a request? Yi Futian had a look of a charlatan. His words confused Xiao Muyu until she could not make out which parts were true and which were lies. Xiao Muyu was hesitant. She believed that it was definitely not easy to forge a flawless divine wheel. If Yi Futian truly mastered some method, it would certainly require an extremely high cost. Aside from her own body, she did not have anything to be offered that Yi Futian would bat an eye at. After all, he himself had forged flawless divine wheels and possessed a palace of treasures. Yi Futian couldn't help but sigh when he saw Xiao Muyu standing there. To his surprise, the dignified young mistress of Xiao clan was actually a naive soul. He had already hinted to her that he would teach her a method that could not be shared with outsiders, but she still could not understand what he was trying to imply. A few days ago, someone came to ask whether or not they could be my disciple. However, my cultivation methods are very precious, and it cannot be taught to random outsiders, Yi Futian said indifferently, seemingly lamenting on a past event. Xiao Muyu's face twitched when she heard Yi Futian's words. Becoming his disciple? Yi Futian and Xiao Muyu were of the same generation. They were even at the same plane when they first entered God's relic, but Yi Futian was a step faster than her in proving his way and breaking through to the Renhuang plane. However, she still thought of him as someone who was of the same generation as her. Hence, she had not considered the possibility of becoming his disciple before. Goddess Xiao, have a safe trip. Yi Futian wished her off, seemingly wanting her to leave now. Xiao Muyu's gazes kept shifting like the clouds. Finally, she made up her mind and said, I am willing to become a disciple of Renhuang Yi, seeking the way and cultivating under your guidance. I suppose this is inappropriate, Yi Futian said as he looked at Xiao Muyu. Goddess Xiao is the young mistress of Xiao clan. You have exceptional talent. I am but a nobody. Besides that, my method can only increase the chances of you forging a flawless divine wheel. It is not a guarantee of success. Prior to Xiao Muyu, Lin clan of Dongxing State had approached him before. Yi Futian indeed had no intention of accepting Lin clan as his disciples. However, when Xiao Muyu came to find him today, he felt that Lin clan's suggestion could be taken into consideration. His disciples would be the grand disciples of his master, Qi Xiangang. When the grandmaster was in danger, it would be appropriate for the grand disciples to help out, right? The clans of the grand disciples would need to join in the aid too, right? Before this, Yi Futian had accepted Dou Zhao of Dou tribe as his junior on behalf of his master. Now, it would most likely not be a big deal for him to accept a disciple. Disciple is willing to give it a try. Xiao Muyu seemed to have accepted her role, addressing herself as disciple. Accepting a disciple is a serious matter. It is no joke. If you regret it in the future and bear hatred towards me, it will cause both of us to turn against each other, Yi Futian said evasively. I still think it's not appropriate. Disciple has made up my mind. Regardless of success or failure, I am willing to serve under master. Xiao Muyu continued to persuade Yi Futian. She could not accept trading her body for cultivation methods. However, becoming one's disciple was a proper means to do so. She was willing to become Yi Futian's disciple in order to seize a higher opportunity of forging a flawless divine wheel. As long as Yi Futian was sincere in helping her, she would not have any grudges against him. Even if she failed, she would not blame him. I heard that in order to show their sincerity, the cultivators of upper worlds would prostrate when their masters first accepted them as disciples. I am not a fan of formality, so a simpler salutation will do, Yi Futian said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Muyu knelt down in front of Yi Futian and knocked her head thrice on the floor, saying, Disciple Xiao Muyu will be under Master's tutelage starting from today. From now on, I will respect Master, obey Master's rules, study diligently, and uphold the manners between a disciple and a master. If I go against my word, may disaster fall upon me. Yi Futian stared at Xiao Muyu, who was prostrating on the floor. His gaze turned serious. His demeanor was different from his casual state just now. The reason why he acted mean towards Xiao Muyu was that he wanted to see how determined and sincere she was. If she could not reach his requirement, he would not take the risk of helping her. Otherwise, not only would he lose a disciple that he trained, She might even repay his kindness with animosity. He had been observing Xiao Muyu to see how devoted she was. Extending his hands, Yi Futian helped Xiao Muyu to get on her feet. Xiao Muyu raised her head and stared at Yi Futian. Her gaze had clearly changed too, showing hints of respect now. Since she had decided to be his disciple, her attitude towards him could not be the same as before. "Why do you trust me?" Yi Futian asked. He was merely trying his luck, but Xiao Muyu had really accepted him as her master. "Firstly, I want to seek the way. Secondly, the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm trust you. Do Zhao trusts you. 2 possessors of flawless divine wheels trust you too," Xiao Muyu explained. "Hence, I also trust you." Yi Futian was under the guidance of 2 figures who were at the peak. Before this, the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm crowned Yi Futian as their leader. Do Zhao of Do tribe willingly followed Yi Futian too. He even asked his tribe to be involved in Yi Futian's dispute with the other top forces. Right now, there were 2 other possessors of flawless divine wheels beside Yi Futian. Prior to this, she had been doubtful and struggled. Yi Futian was still the same generation as she was. However, once she thought about it carefully, in reality, that was an illusion. She only felt so because she had encountered Yi Futian in God's relic. Would she feel the same if she had not encountered him? Was there any issue with following a master that was a Runhuang who had forged flawless divine wheels? Setting aside Yi Futian's character, he was still qualified to be her teacher. Yi Futian most likely had some agenda for accepting her as a disciple. He most likely wanted to gain access to her force. However, winning over Yi Futian was the wish of many large forces. By becoming Yi Futian's disciple, Shao Clan would be inextricably linked with Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled. As expected of the daughter of a large clan, she did not hold back. "As your master, I will teach you a magnum opus level cultivation method. You must practice and comprehend it well," Yi Futian said. From his glabella, a light of divine spirit shone towards Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu closed her beautiful eyes and quietly received all of this. Not long after, both of them opened their eyes. Yi Futian said, "These next few days, you should head over to Tianshan Academy to train. Your master needs to prepare a grand matrix. I will need to expend a lot in order to do so. I will try to create an opportunity for you to prove your way and forge a flawless divine wheel." As he said this, Yi Futian placed his hand on Xiao Muyu's head. He advised, "Keep this in mind. Do not disappoint your master." Xiao Muyu lifted her head and glared at Yi Futian. There was a look of suspicion in her eyes. Why was it that she could not bring herself to trust him? An extremely huge cost? Although this so-called magnum opus level cultivation method was very miraculous, it was not as unfathomable as Yi Futian had made it out to be. Yi Futian looked at Xiao Muyu. What was with this girl's expression? As he thought of this, his hand was still caressing Xiao Muyu's head. Since she was his disciple, as her master, Yi Futian naturally could touch her head. Xiao Muyu gritted her teeth. She felt as though she had been tricked. "Disciple will certainly not fail to live up to master's expectations," Xiao Muyu said through gritted teeth. "If there is nothing else, I will go and train first." "Go ahead. Master believes in you," Yi Futian said as he patted Xiao Muyu's shoulder. Xiao Muyu fled. She felt as though she had signed a deal with the devil. This disciple is not bad. Her level of comprehension is high, Yi Futian said as he watched Xiao Muyu's leaving silhouette. From this day onwards, he was also a person who had a disciple. Seemingly noticing something, Yi Futian's gaze shifted. He saw Xiaqing Yuan looking at him with a forced smile. "Is there anything you need, princess?" Yi Futian asked. Xiaqing Yuan was even more angered when she saw Yi Futian acting foolish. This B***starred actually acted ignorantly after having achieved his goal. He even managed to kidnap a beautiful female disciple. "Shameless," Xiaqing Yuan muttered in a low voice. She then turned and left. Yi Futian watched her leave. She must have been jealous. Chapter 1672, Xiao Muyu's Metamorphosis. Prior to this, even though Yi Futian had accepted disciples in name, in the true sense of the word, Xiao Muyu was considered his first official disciple. However, she seemed to have become his disciple due to his sweet talk. Indeed, Xiao Muyu trusted Yi Futian. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to truly become his disciple. Although up until now, she was still suspicious of her teacher's moral standard, she trusted him wholeheartedly in terms of cultivation. Hence, she had been practicing deed of thorough comprehension diligently recently. As expected, she felt that she was closer to proving her way. When she entered God's relic, she was already half a Runhuang. She was not the only one. In fact, most of the cultivators who were elected to lead the teams in God's relic were the cream of the crop in their respective forces. Therefore, most of them were close to experiencing breakthroughs. When Xiao Muyu was practicing, Yaya had finally broken through to the Renhuang Plain. With the help of Donghuang the Great Sword Wheel, she managed to forge a sword matrix divine wheel. Since she received help from Yi Futian on top of having Donghuang the Great Sword Wheel, the divine wheel that she forged was naturally flawless. Yi Futian clearly realized that, as compared to God's relic, his life spirit was an even more suitable environment for cultivators to prove their way and forge flawless divine wheels. Sometimes, he wondered, what exactly was this life spirit? On this day, Xiao Muyu went to Yi Futian's palace and was ready to try breaking through to the Renhuang Plain. She stood in the spatial matrix set up by Yi Futian. She could see the sun, moon, and stars hanging in the sky, as though this was a completely independent space. Master, what kind of matrix is this? Xiao Muyu was astonished. A powerful will circulated in the space. Yi Futian did not respond to her question. He seemed tired. Master, what happened to you? Xiao Muyu asked. It took me a great effort to set up this matrix. I have exhausted myself in order to complete this, Yi Futian replied weakly. However, you are worthy of my effort. Do you still remember my advice? A glint of doubt flashed past Xiao Muyu's eyes. Were his words true? Even though the character of her master was questionable, judging from this powerful matrix, she supposed his words were most likely true. Disciple remembers everything the master said by heart, Xiao Muyu said while nodding her head. Yi Futian walked up to Xiao Muyu and patted her head. He seemed weary. Xiao Muyu raised her head to look at him. Yi Futian said, You are my only disciple. Even if I need to exhaust my life, I will do all I can to help you prove your way. You don't have to be too touched by my actions. It's my responsibility. Xiao Muyu blinked. Master, can you not do this? Xiao Muyu pointed at Yi Futian's hand, which was still on her head. Disciple is not used to it. Oh. Yi Futian nodded and removed his hand from Xiao Muyu's head. However, instead of retracting his hand, he pinched Xiao Muyu's face with it. Sounding like an elder, he said, Muyu, since I have accepted you as my disciple, I treat you as someone who is a generation younger than me. It is said that a tutor for a day is a father for a lifetime. You are like a child to me. Please don't mind my action. Xiao Muyu was close to tears. He was really treating her like a little kid. Had Master seen a child who was half a step away from the Renhuang Plain? If Yi Futian was really an old man, Xiao Muyu was fine with it. The problem was he had a young and handsome-faced disciple is used to it now. Master, can we start now? Xiao Muyu had a feeling that she could no longer escape from the hands of Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. He returned to his spot and sat cross-legged, saying, Let's start. A few days later, Xiao Muyu's body shone while divine light surged out from her. A terrifying sound of the great path rumbled in her body, causing the surrounding will to go berserk. This situation lasted for a long while. Then, the endless divine light retracted and seeped into Xiao Muyu's body. She opened her eyes slowly. As compared to before, Xiao Muyu's eyes were glowing with sparkles now. Her temperament changed too. She was even more beautiful now. Her skin was radiant and smooth. Not a hint of deformities could be found on her. Her long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Xiao Muyu's eyes sparkled like the stars as she revealed a smile. Did she really achieve her goal? She was a female Runhuang now. Moreover, she was a female Runhuang who had forged a flawless divine wheel. She looked in the direction of Yi Futian. The illusion around her had disappeared. Only the matrix was left standing. However, Yi Futian's aura was weak, as though all his vigor had been drained out of him. He even showed signs of dying. Master! Xiao Muyu was shocked and she quickly moved towards him. She had her doubts before this. However, this matrix was so powerful and could directly assist her in forging a flawless divine wheel. She speculated that Futian had really exhausted his vigor in order to maintain this gigantic matrix. "I'm fine," Futian assured her while waving his hands nonchalantly. "Master is satisfied to be able to witness your success. How are you feeling?" Xiaomuyu squatted down and supported Futian from the side. She felt slightly ashamed for doubting him before this. Even though he was frivolous, he had a kind heart. He even paid such a great price to help her. "I'm fine. I merely used up all my energy and depleted some of my vigor. However, I can refine my life will, so my body will recover by itself," Futian explained. Xiaomuyu was deeply touched. How could his current condition be considered fine? "What can disciple do for you?" Xiaomuyu asked. "I feel languid, and my whole body is aching now. You can give me a massage," Futian requested. Xiaomuyu was a little doubtful. Would a massage really help? However, she still nodded her head seriously and replied, "All right." As she replied, she actually began to massage Futian's back. "Your master is pleased seeing that you are so filial." Futian nodded his head contentedly. It was very comfortable. How many people could have such treatment as a female Renhuang massaging their backs? Since Futian had accepted a disciple, he should enjoy himself to the fullest. At that moment, a silhouette walked over. It was Xiaqing Yuan. When she saw Futian's dispirited expression, she said to Xiaomuyu, "Let me do it." Xiaomuyu looked at Xiaqing Yuan and then looked at Futian. In a low voice, she asked, "Master, is this person masteress?" Futian had mentioned that he had a wife. However, how many mastresses did Xiaomuyu think he had? "Don't simply call her that." Futian's expression turned dark. Xiaqing Yuan blinked her eyes. "Mastress?" Her gaze flickered. Then, she approached them and said, "Muyu, leave this to me." "All right." Xiaomuyu nodded her head and made space for Xiaqing Yuan obediently. Judging from Xiaqing Yuan's friendly tone, she was most likely Futian's fiancée. No doubt. That had to be it. Master was blessed. Crack. A soft pop sounded. Just when Xiaomuyu was feeling both touched and warm, Futian's back actually made a cracking sound when Xiaqing Yuan hammered it. "Ouch!" Futian immediately leapt up and said, "Princess, are you trying to kill me?" Xiaomuyu was stunned for a bit. What was wrong with this scene? Why was it that Master's weariness had instantly disappeared? It could even be said that his dying look had completely vanished. Xiaomuyu came to her senses. Her face was flushed red instantly. She gave Futian a deadly stare. This shameless master. Sensing that Xiaomuyu's gaze was unfriendly, Futian said, "Muyu, don't get the wrong idea. When I sensed your filial piety, I was so touched, and because of it, I recovered instantly." Disciple naturally believes in master," Xiaomuyu said as she bit her lip gently. Recalling that she had felt touched and warm, it was practically, that's how it should be. "Muyu, return to your clan to stabilize your cultivation plane," Futian said. "Remember what master has instructed you." Xiaomuyu nodded her head. She glanced at the two of them and said, "Master, Mastress, then I won't disturb you too. Disciple will come visit again after a few days." As she said this, Xiaomuyu turned to leave. "Don't simply run your mouth," Futian said, speechless. "This child is still immature. Princess, don't mind her," Futian said to Xiang. Xiaqing Yuan glanced at Futian. In a low voice, she said, "I feel that Muyu is quite nice. Don't pick on her in the future." Futian blinked. Before this, weren't the two of them at loggerheads with each other? After leaving, Xiaomuyu's expression was still bizarre. Everything that had occurred over the past few days was like a dream. As she recalled the events of the past few days, she revealed a radiant smile. "Master," Xiaomuyu mumbled to herself. She felt a sense of warmth within her. It felt nice. She arrived at another place. There were many cultivators of the Xiao clan in that place. When they saw Xiaomuyu returning, their silhouettes dashed over. Someone asked, "Young mistress, you have broken through to the next plane?" Xiaomuyu nodded and said, "Let's return to the clan." After she said this, her group flew up into the sky, and prepared to return to Shao Clan. Shao Clan was situated in the northern region of the Central Emperor Realm. As one of the top forces of the Central Emperor Realm, the Shao Clan's home was like an ancient city. It reached high into the sky layer by layer. Its highest point was as high as the Heavenly Palace. After Xiao Muyu returned, she headed towards a spot. Many people bowed to her in respect as she passed. She passed by many ancient halls and arrived at a wide, open space. A group of figures came towards her. The person leading the group was a youth with extraordinary temperament. Xiao Muyu, the person cried out to her. His voice had a faint sense of authority to it. He was a Runhuang of Shao Clan. However, he was not from the same branch family as Xiao Muyu. They were both of the direct line. However, their relationship was one of competition. What's the matter? Xiao Muyu's voice was cold and indifferent. You finally broke through to the next plane? The youth revealed a nonchalant smile and said, You are too late. You returned empty-handed from God's relic. What meaning is there in breaking through to the next plane now? However, you still managed to prove your way. Go and make your report. During her journey to the God's relic, she had indeed not reaped many benefits. However, after she emerged from the God's relic, she obtained 3 ritual implements. His branch family would not get even one of them. Xiao Ran, Xiao Muyu said. The youth looked at her. In the future, don't use this tone to talk to me. I don't like it, Xiao Muyu said indifferently. Huh. Xiao Ran revealed a look of interest. He smiled and asked, as expected, after having proven your way, you have changed. Are you itching to try out your power? As he said this, the might of Ren Huang on his body burst forth. His divine wheel was at the 2nd tier. Large clans usually allowed the clan members to compete among themselves. This was the only way that they would be motivated to improve. Hence, such a situation was very common. Xiao Muyu swept a glance at him. She then took a step forward. Rumble. Terrifying divine light of the great path swept out. An extremely brilliant light shone down from the heavens. Alarming might of the way came crashing down, suppressing the other party's divine wheel. At this moment, Xiao Muyu's entire body was bathed in radiant twilight. It was as though she was a goddess with matchless elegance. The expressions of those who had returned with Xiao Muyu instantly became very excited. Their hearts trembled inside. A flawless divine wheel. Xiao Ran's expression changed drastically as he stared at Xiao Muyu. At the same time, many people in the distance seemed to have sensed something. Wheels swept over this place, followed by many silhouettes leaping up into the sky. I hope that this will not happen again in the future, Xiao Muyu said calmly. She stepped forward once again and directly walked past Xiao Ran. The members who followed behind Xiao Muyu swept indifferent glances at him. From this moment forth, Xiao Muyu's position in the clan was completely different. Xiao Ran was not qualified at all to contend with her. Xiao Muyu, come straight to the main hall, a voice called out from afar. Silhouettes leapt into the sky and headed towards one direction. Xiao Muyu lifted her head slightly and looked towards the Shao clan heavenly palace in the distance. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, that place did not seem so unreachable anymore. Chapter 1673, Such a Shameless Master. For the next couple of months, Yi Futian focused on cultivating. At the end of the 10,035th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, Yu Sheng broke through to the next level and became a demonic emperor. And just as expected, he forged a perfect divine wheel. Moreover, even though he had not needed Yi Futian's help, he was still able to do it. Now, of the people beside Yi Futian, Gu Donglu, Yu Sheng, Yaya, and the Swordmaster of Lihan all had perfect divine wheels, as well as Yi Futian himself and many others in the heavenly mandate realm. If they had Do Zhao and Xiao Muyu as well, then their total number of Renhuangs would be comparable to any of the other powers that had gone to the God's Relic with Yi Futian. However, this matter was not widely known yet and had not caused too much of a disturbance. Otherwise, all of the 9 realms would be shaken by this news. On this day, a group of people came to Yi Futian's pavilion. Among them was a Renhuang with a 6th-tier divine wheel, showing how powerful their formation was. But they did not directly rush into the pavilion. They stopped outside and asked permission to enter. Yi Futian had seen several of the people among them before. They had shown up with Xiao Muyu. They must be from the Shao clan. Several months ago, she had broken through to the next level and left as Futian had asked her to temporarily return to her family. She did so, and there had been no news from her in several months. Now, seeing the cultivators from the Shao clan coming, Futian guessed that they were probably bringing her. "We are here from the Shao clan, Emperor Yi," said the old man at their head with a slight bow. Although he was in the mid-tier of Renhuang's, he was still very polite to Futian. In ordinary circumstances, this man would absolutely be Futian Sr. There was a huge gap between him and the 6th tier of the divine wheel. "No need to be so polite, elder," said Futian with a bow. "Why have you come?" Several days ago, the goddess of the Shao clan decided to invite many heroes to observe a ceremony. "We are here to extend the invitation to you," said the elder with a smile. A look of surprise came over Futian's face. He did not know the Shao clan that well. Did the goddess mean to pass on their inheritance? "You could have sent someone to notify me. There was no need to come in person," said Futian. But the man had said he had come to offer an invitation, not just to notify. He had guessed something. A smile appeared on the elder's face. "The goddess personally asked us to. You are her master, so she should have come personally. She originally intended to, but there are many family matters that she must attend to, so she had to send me instead. Please forgive the impropriety." "Of course," said Futian with a smile. It seemed that once Xiao Muyu forged her perfect wheel of the Great Path, her position within the family had changed. In the God's Relic, the most outstanding people had been Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao, Nan Luotian, and some others. Those who had forged perfect divine wheels and then received ritual implements were now bright symbols and were now the most prestigious people in their forces. But there were many top disciples who were at the top of the Saint Plane, but would now not necessarily be their force's heirs. This had been the case for Xiao Muyu. But now the Shao clan had made her a goddess and invited everyone to the ceremony. That must mean that she was now like Shan Hao and Nan Luotian. She had become one of the bright stars of her faction. "That's amazing," Futian thought to himself with a smile. He also knew that man who had come to give him the invitation was very kind. "I thank you for the invitation. Should we go now?" asked Futian. "The goddess would like to see you first, so she hopes that you can come as soon as possible." "Of course, if you are busy, we can wait for you," said the old man with a smile. "Wait for me just a moment." Futian turned and said, "I am going. You all stay here." "Futian, I will go with you," said Jiang Chengzi. Over the past few days, he had grown to understand just how powerful Futian was. This was a man who could change the world. No wonder the oracle had made that prophecy about him. Thus, there would always be people following him. Between him and Hua Jiangshan, one of them needed to go. "All right," said Futian with a nod. "I will go as well," said Xia Qingyuan, stepping up beside him. She had warm feelings towards Xiao Muyu, and it would soon be the 10,036th year of the divine prefecture calendar. Futian looked at her, then nodded slightly. "All right. You may come with us as well. 3 people are enough. We will stay there for a few days then return." Everyone nodded. Right now, the most important thing for them was cultivating, so they could not all go to the Shao clan. Futian, Jiang Qingzi, and Xia Qingyuan walked down to the cultivators from the Shao clan. "Let's go, elder," said Futian. "All right," said the elder with a nod. They all rose into the air and disappeared in a moment. At that moment, people from various forces were arriving at the Shao clan. Futian and the others were flying through the air. "Elder, will this ceremony be very grand?" Futian asked. "The gods and goddesses of the Shao clan are the heirs of our family. Once they have their title bestowed upon them, the whole family will assist and prepare for the future management of the family. A ceremony celebrating this will naturally be grand," said the elder with a nod. "Announcing this to the world is also a kind of protection for the goddess." Futian nodded in understanding. This would likely be similar to when a dynasty bestowed a title upon a prince. Once they held the ceremony, the prince would officially become the heir. From then on, outsiders would not dare to attack them lightly. This was just like Shen Hao and Nan Luotian. Who would dare attack them? Doing so would be declaring war. "Why did they choose Muyu?" asked Futian. "She forged a perfect divine wheel when she broke through to the Renhuang plain, as you know. She also performed admirably at a sparring session within the family not long ago, dazzling everyone. Thus, the family made this decision, said the elder. I understand. Yi Futian thought that the Xiao clan must have its own assessment method. It seemed that Xiao Muyu had completely changed after forging a perfect divine wheel. The Xiao clan was the second place that Yi Futian had gone in the Central Emperor realm after Tianqian Academy. The majestic mansion of the Xiao clan rose up level upon level, made up of temples and castles. If Tianqian Academy seemed like a celestial realm, the Xiao clan seemed like a divine residence. Once Yi Futian and the others entered, they attracted a lot of attention. Many people bowed to them, while others watched from afar. Not long before, they had heard that Xiao Muyu, who had just been bestowed the title of goddess, had a master. Moreover, the master was extremely young and not of that high a level, but he was still a legendary figure. He had forged a perfect divine wheel within the god's relic and performed outstandingly. This made many people surprised. Why would their goddess treat this Yi Futian as a master? Later news had spread through the Xiao clan that Xiao Muyu had only been able to forge a perfect divine wheel with his help. As for how much he had helped her, no one knew. Perhaps Xiao Muyu was the only one who did. The goddess has moved into the goddess palace, Emperor Yi. The elder who had led them here pointed it out. They continued on, passing over countless temples and castles. It was like they were heading to the palace of heaven itself. The goddess palace had a style all its own. It was tall and mighty. When Yi Futian and the others arrived, they saw a group of people coming out to greet them. The woman at their head wore a long black dress that hung down to the ground. She looked radiant under the bright sunlight, as noble and profound as a black pearl. This woman was naturally Xiao Muyu. Does she have the aura of a queen? Yi Futian watched the woman coming towards him. She seemed completely different than before, even different than when she had first become a Runhuang. She seemed extraordinarily confident and noble, just like a real queen, both beautiful and outstanding. Of course, cultivation was able to make people change. Before, if Xiao Muyu had stood before Nan Luotian and Changxi, she would not even be noticed. But now, she was much more noticeable. It seemed that a lot had happened over the last few months. Xiao Muyu had changed a lot. Xia Qingyuan was stunned when she saw Xiao Muyu's transformation. She wondered if she would change that much when she reached the Renhuang Plain. Greetings, master, said Xiao Muyu with a bow as she reached Yi Futian. Then she looked up at the young man before her, a slight smile in her eyes. Although her master was quite unorthodox, he had truly changed her life. Not bad, said Yi Futian with a smile and a nod. She was truly worthy of being his disciple. Please come in, she said, leading the way. Suddenly, the people behind her stepped to both sides, leaving a path. They were all acting extremely politely. From this, it was obvious how high a position Xiao Muyu held. Yi Futian did not stand on ceremony, but walked directly forward, following Xiao Muyu. Xia Qingyuan followed behind him. When Xiao Muyu saw her, she whispered, "Sister." Xia Qingyuan nodded back to her as she walked forward, a strange look on her face. She followed Yi Futian, her head slightly bowed. "Farewell, uncle," Xiao Muyu said to the elder who had brought Yi Futian to her. "Take good care of Emperor Yi," said the man. "Mm," said Xiao Muyu with a nod. "You may all leave. I have some things to talk to my master about." After they left, Xiao Muyu followed Yi Futian into the goddess palace. Only she, Yi Futian, and Xia Qingyuan were there. "I hope I have not embarrassed you in any way, master," said Xiao Muyu with a smile. "You have done well," said Yi Futian with a nod. He found a place to sit, then looked at her and said, "Come here and let me see you more clearly." Xiao Muyu walked up to him, looking at him a little warily. Was he going to pat her on the head again? "I am a goddess now, so you should treat me honorably," she said as he reached out to her. "Shouldn't you respect your master?" said Yi Futian. She narrowed her eyes at him. What did respecting her master have to do with being patted on the head? What a strange habit of his. She glared at him, but still came forward and lowered her head, a little bit of indignation in her eyes. She was a goddess after all, and everyone in the Xiao clan looked at her with respect. Those of her generation were even more respectful. But here no use thinking about. She would just endure it. "Good," said Yi Futian with a smile. I have come so far to visit you, and my shoulders are a bit sore. Let me massage them for you, she said, gritting her teeth and walking behind him. She was about to have a ceremony held in her honor, and here she was rubbing his shoulders. That feels great, said Futian, closing his eyes. Then he whispered, why would one accept female disciples if not for enjoyment? Did male disciples just not have this talent? Xia Qingyuan looked at Futian coldly. She had never seen such a shameless master. Chapter 1674 Clanbok. On the second day, there was a banquet at the goddess palace to welcome Futian. There were countless cultivators there. The person sitting in the place honor was not Xiao Muyu, who was about to be named a goddess, but was instead her grandfather Xiao Qianshan. Below him on the left sat Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and Jiang Chengzi. On the right were Xiao Muyu's father Xiao Hanjiang. Xiao Muyu sat behind him. Of the cultivators there, Jiang Chengzi was naturally the strongest, but he had still come here following Futian. Xiao Qianshan and Xiao Hanjiang were both Xiao Muyu's elders, so they were sitting in places of honor. The day before had been Futian and Xiao Muyu's private meeting, while today was the welcome banquet for Futian from Xiao Muyu's family. The land remains the same, but each generation is stronger than the one before. You are so young, Emperor Yi, but your name makes the 9 realms tremble. Muyu is so grateful to you that she cannot even express it. I raise my cup to you and Elder Jiang. Xiao Qianshan raised his cup towards them as he spoke. He was the highest-ranked member of the Xiao clan, but was not as powerful as Jiang Chengzi. Thus, there was no question that he should call him Elder. Although the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was currently far less powerful than the Xiao clan of the Central Imperial Realm, Jiang Chengzi was still the clan lord, the strongest member of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Thank you, Elder, said Futian, raising his cup. Jiang Chengzi did so as well, and the 3 of them drained their drinks. Your guidance was instrumental in Muyu being able to prove herself worthy of being a Ranhuang. Now she is being made a goddess. Thus, we raise another cup to you, said Xiao Qianshan, raising another cup and draining it. My father is correct. Muyu has not told us in detail what happened, but since you are her master, she must have succeeded due to your guidance. As Muyu's father, I will drink a cup in your honor as well, said Xiao Hanjiang. He looked to be about 40 and had cultivated to the rank of a mid-level Renhuang. He naturally knew his daughter very well. He was quite talented and had a strong mind for cultivation. He was an above-average member of his clan. But in the Central Emperor realm, he was not considered to be at the top level. Xiao Hanjiang thought that Xiao Muyu had missed her chance in the god's relic and would not be able to forge a perfect divine wheel. She would have had very little chance of becoming a goddess then. But he had never thought that after returning from Tianshan Academy, she would forge her perfect divine wheel and become perfect. In her assessment, she gave a stunning performance that proved her worthy of becoming a goddess and becoming the future head of the clan. This was all very strange. Later, he heard that Xiao Muyu had studied under Futian and had proved herself with his help. Futian had a perfect divine wheel himself, as did several of the people around him. He naturally understood divine wheels. So although he was shocked, he could accept it. But he didn't know just how much Futian had contributed. Xiao Muyu had not told him in detail. She had just said that Futian had expended some energy to set up a life energy matrix that had helped her forge her perfect divine wheel. Xiao Hanjiang felt that his daughter was hiding something, but he was not concerned about what it was. He approved both of Futian's talent and the help he had given to his daughter. This was a man with a lot of potential. You are too kind, Elder Xiao. I just helped her a little bit. Muyu herself is very talented, and she achieved her perfect divine wheel on her own. After all, everything in cultivation is based on oneself, said Futian modestly. Of course, he would not say that it was all due to him. He had asked Xiao Muyu not to reveal too much, but rather to just say that he had helped her out by using his own experience. After all, he was her master, so she would not be able to hide his help completely. Xiao Muyu looked at him deeply. When had her master ever been so modest? You helped me advance to the next level. How is that just a little bit of help? I will always respect you for that, and I will always. Ahem. Futian coughed, cutting off Xiao Muyu's words. He saw that she was smiling at him and said, I only did what anyone else would have done. Keep cultivating well, Muyu. This will be the best way to thank me. Was this girl trying to expose the whole truth? How improper. I understand, said Xiao Muyu with a smile. Xiao Hanjiang did not understand their conversation, but he said, Emperor Yi, I am Muyu's father. You are her master. Although there is a great gap in our ages, we are both equally her elders. There is no need for you to call me elder and be so modest. You can call me Brother Xiao, all right? If you say so, I will of course do so, Brother Xiao, said Yi Futian, clinking his cup with Xiao Hanjiang's. Xiao Hanjiang was trying to pull him closer. He had already accepted Xiao Muyu as a disciple, and now Hanjiang was trying to improve their relationship even closer. Of course, Yi Futian would not refuse. Please drink as much as you'd like, Brother Yi, said Xiao Hanjiang, drinking another cup. Xiao Qinshan smiled as well. Now you are calling Hanjiang brother, he said, and you are Muyu's master. From now on, you are family. If there is anything you need, just say it, and I will do anything in my power to help you. He had a perfect divine will and infinite potential. Moreover, he was very close to Xiao Muyu. I hope that you will not become annoyed when I take you up on your offer, said Yi Futian jokingly. The banquet had a very harmonious atmosphere. There was not one thing that seemed discordant. After all, Xiao Muyu had a completely different status now than before. Everyone in her family, from oldest to youngest, would do anything in their power to help their future goddess. Boom! At that moment, there were footsteps in the distance. They sounded very heavy. Everyone looked off into the distance and saw a group of people coming, seemingly very slow. But they reached the stairway up to the banquet very quickly. They began walking up the stairs. Everyone stopped feasting. Xiao Qinshan frowned, seeming a bit unhappy. Things were already settled. What were they doing here? Boom. The footsteps were not actually that loud, but they rang out in everyone's minds. The man at their head was an elder, someone who was very powerful. He was an upper-level Runhuang who was considered to be a great figure. People from the other bloodline within the clan. Previously, one of their juniors hoped to be the future heir. It is that youth there named Xiaolan. He is a mid-level Runhuang, with a fourth-tier divine wheel, Xiao Muyu said to Yi Futian telepathically. Yi Futian swept his gaze over them, stopping for a moment on the young man in the second row. If someone in the clan does not have a perfect divine wheel, they won't name them a god or a goddess unless they can surpass the clan leader, answered Yi Futian. Since the position had previously been empty, if Xiao Muyu had not forged a perfect divine wheel and displayed her immense talent, then the position would have been empty forever. This would have let all the disciples of the Xiao clan grow up, hoping they could claim it. This would last until the strongest one of them emerged. But Xiao Muyu had shown such strength that the clan had decided that she was the only one who was worthy. Fighting among themselves would only consume their power, and thus they had held this ceremony. All of the clan's power would be bestowed on this one person. The clan has already chosen you as goddess. Why are they here? What do they hope to accomplish? Yi Futian could naturally see that they had not come for a good purpose. Probably because they are upset. Once the ceremony is over, they won't be able to do anything about it. At that point, I will be the highest-ranked person in the clan besides the clan leader, and they won't have any more opportunities, answered Xiao Muyu. This is their last gasp, Yi Futian thought to himself. A goddess was similar to a prince in terms of position. They were the highest-ranked people besides dynastic overlords. Why have you come, elder brother? Xiao Qinshan asked the man who led them. The elder was a little older than Xiao Qinshan, which was why he called him elder brother. I heard that Muyu's master is here, so I came to greet him and see how majestic he must be to have trained a goddess of our clan, said the elder. He was naturally speaking of their future goddess, as before the ceremony, she did not have this status yet. If she had already received this title, there would not have been a point in him coming. Yi Futian noticed that the man's first utterance had been about him. It seemed that by becoming Xiao Muyu's master, he had suddenly become a member of the Xiao clan and had created an heir. This would affect a lot of people. This is Master Yi, one of the people who forged a perfect wheel of the divine path in the god's relic. He is Muyu's master, said Xiao Qinshan, introducing him. This is my elder brother. Greetings, elder, said Yi Futian politely to the man. The elder nodded to him, showing not the least bit of disrespect. You helped Muyu advance, creating a goddess for our clan. I owe you my infinite thanks. The elder's tone was completely proper and not rude in the least. My junior, Xiaolon, is also rather talented. He is a mid-level Renhuang with a 4th-tier divine wheel. Might I ask you to teach him a thing or two? Perhaps you could aid him in his cultivation. A look of surprise came over everyone's faces. Yi Futian had just entered the Renhuang plane. Although he was very talented, how could he teach a mid-level Renhuang anything? However, the elder had not said what Yi Futian should teach him, so it would not necessarily come to a fight between them. Thus, this was actually a test for Yi Futian, one that might cause him a lot of trouble. After all, Yi Futian was the goddess's master. Asking him to teach Xiaolon was, at least on the surface, not the least bit improper. You can refuse, Brother Yi, Xiao Hanjiang said to him telepathically. The elder was clearly unhappy and had deliberately sought out Yi Futian. But everything was already arranged. If Yi Futian refused, there would be no problem. After all, he was a member of the family. The elder couldn't really do anything to him. Master, ignore him, said Xiao Muyu telepathically. Yi Futian was silent for a moment. Then he put down his cup and looked at Xiao Muyu. You are about to become a goddess. If I don't do anything, won't that make you lose face? On saying this, he smiled, stood up, and said, I accept. Chapter 1675 Distance. Yi Futian stepped forward. The gazes of everyone present instantly fell onto him. Xiao Muyu was a little shocked. Even though Yi Futian was her teacher, his cultivation level was the same as hers. It had not been long since he proved his path. He could have rejected the offer directly. For some reason, Xiao Muyu sensed enormous confidence radiating from Yi Futian when she saw his back. Xiao Qinshan sat at the front. He was also shocked by Yi Futian's actions. However, he did not stop him. Yi Futian was a powerful figure whose reputation had shaken the 9 realms. He was the only person in the most prominent group within the God's Relic that had not been nurtured as a successor by a premium faction. He was a powerful figure who had helped his granddaughter forge her perfect divine wheel and accepted Xiao Muyu as his disciple. Xiao Qinshan himself wanted to see how powerful Yi Futian was. Yi Futian walked forward one step at a time. The elders, who were standing by the side of the stairway, made way when they saw him walking toward them. This way, Emperor Yi. The elders then retreated to the side and gave the stage to Yi Futian and Xiaolon, who was still standing on the steps. Xiaolon was a mid-level Renhuang with a 4th-tier divine wheel. He was the person who was worthy of fighting for the spot of a successor before Xiao Muyu forged her perfect divine wheel. Yi Futian stopped. His gaze landed on the figure in front of him. As a Renhuang with a 4th-tier divine wheel, Xiaolon radiated an immense authority of a Renhuang. He was looking calmly at the figure in front of him with his hands behind his back. He announced, Xiao Clan, Xiaolon. Xiao Muyu's teacher, Yi Futian. Yi Futian stopped in his tracks and replied, How do you wish to spar, Emperor Yi? Xiaolon asked. Yi Futian did not speak. He had a faint smile and was calm and casual. There seemed to be a breeze blowing past the stairway, which caused Yi Futian's white hair to dance slightly. His white robes also swayed with the wind. Yi Futian raised his leg and took a step forward. Thump! This footstep seemed to have produced a dull thud. It caused the goddess pavilion to tremble slightly. A buzz rang out from the ground. The ground seemed to be shaking. It was as if the area was about to collapse. A sacred and authoritative aura spilled out. A boundless golden ray of light descended from the sky. Yi Futian, who was standing under the ray of light, bathed in the golden glory. He looked like a deity. This footstep landed directly on Xiaolan's body. It might even have landed on his soul. It harbored unparalleled pressure. It was clear that this was the most direct mode of competition. There was nothing simpler than this. Thump! Xiaolon also raised his foot and took a step forward as he walked up the steps. In that instant, the color of the horizon seemed to change. The sky above the goddess pavilion was originally clear and sunny. However, it instantly turned white and black. An overbearing aura of both life and death was created. The current of life and death circled Xiaolan's body and transformed into images. It seemed to have transformed into the aura of yin and yang. Life and death. Yi Futian sensed Xiaolan's will. The disciples of the Xiao clan should have cultivated both of these wills. This was also the reason that Xiao Muyu fought for the lotus back then. Xiaolan's eyes changed. His pupils turned into black and white. They became bottomless. Images of life and death appeared as his pupils spun. Those eyes seemed to be about to devour Yi Futian when Yi Futian looked toward him. This gaze caused the immense will of life and death in the surroundings to envelop Yi Futian. It was as though a true yin-yang formation of life and death had descended and had directly charged into Yi Futian's brain. Eye sorcery. Yi Futian was expressionless. His eyes had also changed. It was deep and boundless like an endless abyss. In that instant, the terrifying black hole devoured everything. Images of space directly suppressed and enveloped the images of life and death. A perfect divine wheel. Xiaolan still had his hands behind his back. Even though he had lost to Xiao Muyu in the competition, that had not been a direct battle. At this moment, he was facing off against a perfect divine wheel in every sense of the word. He had an even clearer sense of the perfect divine wheel. Even though you have a perfect divine wheel, how are you going to bridge the gap between our cultivation level? Xiao Muyu murmured to himself. A terrifying yin-yang image of life and death appeared on the horizon. It created a horrifying death ray, which cleaved toward Yi Futian's body. At the same time, a similar scene appeared in his eyes. The scene in his eyes attacked Yi Futian's soul. Creak, creak. The sword will crashed against the death ray. The place of the banquet was not far away. However, the battlefield of the two fighters had been enveloped by a destructive tempest. The tempest did not affect the banquet in the slightest. The two areas were clearly separated. It was a miraculous scene. Boom! Yi Futian once again took another step forward. Countless rays of golden splendor appeared around him. The rays of light circled the area like individual divine sculptures. It suppressed the descending death ray. Even though many of the divine sculptures were shattered and destroyed in the process, Yi Futian still stood there with a calm expression. His expression did not change, even though the surroundings were crumbling around him. Even though your will is much stronger, your cultivation level is too low. However, this battle is not fair to you, Xiaolan said. He did not become sarcastic because he had a slight upper hand. He knew clearly that a battle between people with such a difference in cultivation level was extremely unfair to Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled when he heard Xiaolan. He took another step forward and said while being bathed in radiant divine light, "My great path is perfect. Who in the 3,000 realms of the great path dares to speak to me about fairness in terms of the path?" He had just said this when an unparalleled radiance shot out from his body. He took a step forward and transformed into a true ray of light. He pierced through the air and arrived directly in front of Xiaolan. He shot out a single punch. The violent authority that had gathered in front of Xiaolan shattered. The current of the great path was torn apart by the will of the punch. Xiaolan raised his hand and pushed it forward. He shot out a palm with a dull grunt. It looked like the palm print of death. Boom, a dull noise rang out. The fist and palm collided and created a harrowing tempest. Xiao Qianshan personally stood in front of the banquet. His will swarmed out and blocked off the violent tempest from the area of the banquet. Xiaolan's body was pushed back repeatedly, his footsteps rubbing against the ground. He only stopped when he reached the side of the steps. He even had to stomp down with one leg and directly shatter the steps to stop himself. Xiaolan looked up at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was surrounded in gold light. That magnificent radiance looked flawless. Who in the 3,000 realms of the great path dared to talk to him about fairness in terms of the path? Xiaolan suddenly let out a smile. He glanced toward Yi Futian, then turned to look at Xiao Muyu, who was at the banquet area. He said, "Muyu, I am looking forward to your splendor during the conference ceremony." He turned around after he spoke and walked down the steps. He left one step at a time. Who dares to call themselves unparalleled in the 3,000 realms of the great path? Xiaolan looked up at the horizon. He knew that he was not that person. Could someone be able to do that? "Thank you for your pointer, Emperor Yi." An elder by the side looked toward Yi Futian. He then looked in the direction of the banquet and said, "Qianshan, congratulations to you and Muyu." He then smiled and left. The rest of the people left after that. It was like nothing even happened. Futian was still standing on the stairway and looking at the leaving figures. He had a faint smile. They were ultimately people from the same clan and had all trained to the level of Renhuang. They could afford to take the loss. Even though they were indignant, they must have found closure during this journey. Judging from the words they said before they left, they must have honestly accepted the result. When Futian turned around, he saw that everyone from the banquet was looking at him. "What's the matter?" Futian said with a smile. "Who in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path dares to speak to me about fairness in terms of the path?" Xiao Qianshan mumbled softly to himself. There were many powerful figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, yet Futian had arrogantly said that no one could defeat him in a fair fight. That required an immense amount of spirit. "You're the first person I've seen who has defeated a 4th-tier divine wheel with a 1st-tier divine wheel," Xiao Qianshan said emotionally. "This battle has made my indignant brothers speechless." "You praise me too much, elder. The perfect divine will does come with a natural advantage." Futian smiled as he returned to the banquet. Xiao Muyu's gaze was locked onto Futian. Her young teacher was more exceptional than she imagined. Even though he was not very proper, the moment just now was incredibly charismatic. She also had a perfect divine wheel. However, there was no way that she could win against Xiao Lan. "Don't idolize me. Train well in the future." Futian smiled and said when he saw Xiao Muyu staring at him. Xiao Muyu smiled, then raised her cup at Futian and said, "I pay my respects to you, teacher. Thank you for teaching me." Futian smiled and raised his cup. The two of them gulped down the contents of their cup. The people returned to where they came from after the banquet. Futian sat silently in the yard of the goddess pavilion. Xiaqing Yuan came and sat by Futian's side. "Did you intentionally reveal your abilities because you want to borrow the strength of the Xiao clan in the future?" Xiaqing Yuan asked softly. Futian glanced at Xiaqing Yuan and nodded with a smile. "The arrangement in the Heavenly Mandate Realm should be enough to deal with the situation in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Do you have something you are worried about?" Xiaqing Yuan asked as she looked at Futian with her beautiful eyes. Futian raised his head and looked at the horizon as he heard Xia Jingyuan speak. He remembered the charismatic advisor of Dali. His teacher was still in the Shen clan. Do Zhao, Xiao Muyu, as well as the people in the Heavenly Mandate Realm had cultivated the deed of thorough comprehension. Without speaking, Futian extended his left hand and patted on Xiaqing Yuan's shoulder. He said softly, "Qing Yuan, prove your path and become a Renhuang as soon as possible." He stood up and turned to leave as he said that. Xiaqing Yuan turned her head and looked at his figure. She could sense his unparalleled charisma, as well as his loneliness. Xiaqing Yuan looked down slightly. There was a slight hint of dejection in her eyes. All these years, she believed that he liked her. However, there was always a faint, distant feeling that she could not explain. Chapter 1676 Treatment. During the first day of the 10,036-year history of the Divine Prefecture, the northern regions of the Central Emperor Realm had been extremely lively. This was especially so for the northern plain state where the Xiao family was at. Many of the influential families from the main cities in this area gathered in the core city of the northern plain state, the northern plain city occupied by the Xiao family. In fact, many of the influential factions from all around the Central Emperor Realm sent forth powerful fighters to congratulate them. The Xiao clan was about to officially confer someone as a goddess. The influential family that lorded over the northern plain state was about to welcome a successor. It was imaginable how large a commotion that created. All of the powerful families from the northern plain state had to be present. After all, the Xiao clan was the absolute overlord of the region. At this moment, many powerful fighters from all over the land were arriving outside the manor of the Xiao clan one after the other. There were also several people engaged in discussion outside the manor. Rumor has it that Xiao Muyu will be the one who will be conferred as a goddess. I've met her once in the past. However, even though Xiao Muyu has exceptional talent within the Xiao clan, she did not display an overwhelming advantage. There were still people who could suppress her, and she did not prove her way in the god's relic. How could it be that she forged a perfect divine wheel after that? Some quizzed. Perhaps she obtained an opportunity in the god's relic and achieved a complete understanding, some guessed. Not many people knew that Xiao Muyu had sought out a mentor. At this moment, outside the Xiao Manor, a group of people descended from the sky. They arrived at the scene from beyond the horizon. "The celestial worthy temple pays its visit," a voice announced. This group of people stepped forward and caused countless people below them to raise their heads and look at the sky. The celestial worthy temple, one of the most influential factions in the Central Emperor realm, had arrived. After that, influential figures from factions like the Shen clan, Sky-Reaching School, and the Nantian Divine Kingdom arrived one after the other. As top-notch factions of the Central Emperor realm, they had to show their respect to the invitation of the Shao clan. All of these factions sent over their men. The influential Shao clan had gathered many of the powerful fighters from all over the Central Emperor realm on this day. The event happening within the manor was grand. However, this grand celebration had not reached Futian, who was within the goddess pavilion, yet. The Shao Manor was too large. It was like a castle. Within the goddess pavilion, Futian could only faintly hear movement. It was the powerful fighters of the Shao clan bustling around. "Teacher." At this moment, Xiao Muyu arrived at his side. Xiao Muyu was even more radiant and beautiful today. Not only was she dressed in a magnificent black long gown, but she was also even wearing a goddess crown on her head. She was stunning. Her aura as a queen had become more intense. "What are you looking at, teacher?" Xiao Muyu could not help but ask softly when she saw Futian observing her. "Why does it feel like I am marrying my daughter off?" Futian said with a smile. Xiao Muyu was a little speechless. "What kind of feeling is that?" Xiao Muyu smiled as she asked. "I'd naturally feel a little longing if I were to marry such a beautiful disciple off. Who's going to serve me if you get married?" Futian joked. "But my disciple is about to be conferred as a goddess. I'm happy." Xiao Muyu was used to Futian's flippant attitude. She said, "Teacher, I have to go prepare. They have come to help you change your clothes." "Change?" Futian blinked as he looked toward the maids behind Xiao Muyu. "Yes, you're the teacher of the goddess in today's grand celebration. You will be sitting somewhere prominent, so you can't be too casual," Xiao Muyu said with a smile. Futian felt a little weird. The powerful Shao clan and many influential figures from all around the area were here, yet he, a person with a first-tier divine wheel, was going to be seated at a prominent spot. It did not feel suitable. However, if he were to look at it from the perspective of the teacher of the goddess, the arrangement felt completely natural. In the world of cultivation, the status of a teacher was equivalent to that of a parent. A teacher would be treated as a parent. "I can't even keep a low profile even if I wanted to." Futian sighed. Xiao Muyu looked at him, speechless. "Then you have to act even more properly." "All right." Futian nodded. He did not reject the offer. He said, "Though, all of the maidens from all around the land would only look at me if I were to sit there." "Madam, are you not going to care about him?" Xiao Muyu was completely at a loss for words. She glanced toward Xia Qingyuan at the side. Xia Qingyuan froze. She looked at Futian, only for Futian to shout at Xiao Muyu, "Stop talking nonsense, go quickly." "Mm." Xiao Muyu nodded, then turned to leave. Futian looked at Xiao Muyu's departing figure and whispered, "In the past, I thought that accepting a disciple would be extremely cumbersome. If I knew that it would make me feel so good, I would have accepted hundreds of disciples." "Female disciples, you mean?" Xia Qingyuan said casually. She seemed to fully understand Futian. "Of course. Look at how filial female disciples are." Futian smiled as he said. All of the maids who had come with Xiao Muyu had weird expressions. They felt that the teacher of the goddess was a little improper. Even though Futian looked young, they guessed that he was actually several hundred years old. How else could he have become the teacher of the goddess? Futian might have blasted them away if he knew what they thought. The main hall of the Shao Manor reached up to the skies. It was like a heavenly palace, stern and sacred. Its glory radiated for miles. Outside the main hall was a giant empty field. At this moment, many powerful fighters gathered under the stairs. They were split into separate camps, each hailing from their respective factions. It was bustling. Many powerful fighters from the Shao clan were welcoming them. The factions from the northern plain state were welcomed by the juniors, while the elders of the Shao clan attended to the visitors from the influential factions. It was properly organized. Futian followed a faraway flight of stairs up. At this moment, he was dressed in a majestic white long robe. The people from the Shao clan had put in the effort. They did not change his style, but made him look more exquisite and generous with the cutting of the robe. The material of the robe was also special. It sparkled under the sunlight and was simple, yet elegant. In comparison, the clothes Futian wore previously were much more casual. His long hair had been managed and draped gently behind him. The thin wisp that was his mustache was curled downward, giving him an extra hint of charisma. He attracted the attention of several people while he was walking. They could tell that he was an extraordinary figure just from his demeanor. The girls would especially steal a few more glances at him, unable to contain themselves. Futian. A person was mumbling to himself when he noticed Futian. He then walked toward Futian. Futian noticed that the other party had stopped before he smiled and said, "How have you been?" The person who approached him was Yuan Hong from the Yuanyang clan. He had already become a Ranhuang. They had also interacted in the God's Relic and joined forces in battle. Yuan Hong locked himself up and trained after he returned and proved his path to become a Ranhuang. "I heard that you are Xiao Muyu's teacher. Is that true or false?" Yuan Hong asked. His family had told him the news. That was why he asked Futian when he saw him. Futian nodded slightly. Yuan Hong let out a strange expression. Did that mean that Futian might have had a hand in helping Xiao Muyu forge her perfect divine wheel? He had not been able to see through Futian when he was in the God's Relic. He did not know how many secrets Futian hid. "Tell me the truth. Did you lend a hand when Xiao Muyu was proving her path?" Yuan Hong asked softly. "I helped a little," Futian smiled as he said. Yuan Hong looked at him suspiciously. Why did he not believe him? "Why didn't you tell me about such a piece of great news?" Yuan Hong was a little depressed. He had not managed to forge a perfect divine wheel. "You didn't ask," Futian replied. Futian could not have run to the Yuanyang clan and said that he was going to take Yuan Hong in as a disciple. He would be chased out. If not for Xiao Muyu personally visiting him and asking for his help, he would not have thought to accept her as a disciple. That could be fate. Yuan Hong smiled bitterly. "Did that mean that I missed out on the opportunity?" "It's all right. Do you have a lady in your clan that's about the same age as you?" "I can accept her as a disciple," Futian said. "Why must it be a lady?" Yuan Hong asked. "Cough." Futian glanced at him, a little speechless. Did he have to ask that? Female disciples are more obedient and easy to nurture. Yuan Hong's expression darkened. Futian was shameless. He only accepted female disciples? "Are you sure that you can forge perfect divine wheels?" Even though he could sense Futian's shamelessness, he had to accept it if Futian could truly forge perfect divine wheels. "Of course I'm not sure," Futian said. "Which means to say that you are only responsible for accepting the disciples and not the results." Yuan Hong said. "Your thoughts are improper. Come speak to me after you change them." Futian patted on Yuan Hong's shoulder, then continued to walk forward. Yuan Hong looked at Futian's back, speechless. He only accepts female disciples, yet he said that my thoughts were improper? Yuan Hong thought. "Yuan Hong, what's your relationship with Futian?" An elder by the side asked. "I worked with him in the God's Relic. I also stood on his side when we came out. We are quite close with each other," Yuan Hong said. "Invite him to the Yuanyang clan if he is free. It's good to establish a friendly relationship with that person," the elder said. Xiao Muyu's perfect divine wheel was still a mystery. They could only guess that Futian had contributed a great deal to her perfect divine wheel. Even if it was only a minor contribution, it was better for them to be his friend than offend him. "Understood." Yuan Hong nodded. This youth who had displayed his prowess in the God's Relic must have attracted the attention of many premium factions today. Many factions like the Celestial Worthy Temple, Sky-Reaching School, and the Shun clan had noticed Futian. There were many people here who were within the God's Relic back then. They all knew Futian. At this moment, several people raised their heads and looked toward the main hall of the Heavenly Palace. They saw multiple figures step out from within the heavenly palace at the top of the stairway. In that instant, the vast space gradually became silent. Countless gazes shot in that direction. The elders of the Shao clan appeared there one after the other. That group of people helmed the Shao clan. Shao Qinshan was also there. A group of people stood beside him on either side. Someone guided Yi Futian up the steps. Shao Qinshan spoke when he saw Yi Futian. "This way, friend Yi." Yi Futian walked toward him. Under the witness of countless people, Shao Qinshan guided Yi Futian to the highest position on the right. The rest of the people from the Shao clan seemed to have accepted such an arrangement. It was clear that this action had been discussed before this day. On the other side of Yi Futian, at the highest position on the left side, was the supreme elder of the Shao clan. Everyone present, including Yuan Hong, was shocked. What kind of treatment was this? The pupils of the powerful fighters from various influential factions dilated. Yi Futian was the teacher of the goddess. Such an arrangement would be appropriate if Yi Futian were an upper-level Renhuang. However, he was still a beginner in the Renhuang plane. The attitude of the Shao clan was clear as day when they arranged for him to take that position. Who's that youth? Many of the powerful fighters from the factions of the Northern Plain State felt their hearts shake. They asked around for Yi Futian's identity and secretly thought of him as a charismatic man. Chapter 1677, Conferring a Goddess. The people who were standing in front were elders of the Shao clan. Thus, Yi Futian looked even more eye-catching from his position. He would steal someone's attention the moment they glanced at him. He was so young, yet he had such a high status. Other than the helmsman of the Shao clan who had not appeared, that position only paled in comparison to the supreme elder of the Shao clan. How could anyone not be alarmed? More importantly, Yi Futian should not be a member of the Shao clan. Even though Xiao Muyu was about to be conferred as goddess, no one in this generation should be able to rival the status of the goddess Xiao Muyu. What did an outsider appearing at that position mean? Most of the factions in the Northern Plain State did not know that Xiao Muyu had sought out a mentor. At this moment, they felt that they could not understand anything. They could not guess the other party's identity no matter how hard they tried. Their gazes landed on the people from the top-notch factions who were standing on higher ground. They saw that those people had strange expressions but were not overly alarmed. It was clear that they knew who the youth was. Could he be a premium figure from another faction, the future spouse for the goddess? Some people thought in their hearts. However, they quickly tossed this idea to the side. Even if that was the case, the person should not be standing in front of Xiao Muyu's elders. Even Xiao Muyu's grandfather, Shao Qinshan, was standing behind him. In actuality, even Yi Futian was shocked. He had already felt that the situation was rather grand when Xiao Muyu brought people along to help him change. He knew that he would stand in a rather important position, but he did not expect to be where he was now. It would be all right if his cultivation level were powerful enough. It would be understandable if he stood in front of Shao Qinshan if that was the case. That was because even though Shao Qinshan and Shao Hanjiang were Xiao Muyu's elders, they were both members of the Shao clan. In terms of their relationship, everyone present could be said to be Xiao Muyu's elder. However, the clan was an organization. Once Xiao Muyu was conferred as the goddess, her status in the family would, in some sense, surpass that of her grandfather and father. However, he, as a teacher, was different. He was not from the Shao clan. Thus, no matter how exceptional his disciple became, they had to be respectful toward him. However, his being here despite his cultivation level was rather unsuitable. This could only show that the Shao clan was being extremely respectful toward him. However, if that was the case, the people of the influential factions might suspect that he had a big role to play in Xiao Muyu's process of proving her path, given that the Shao clan was treating him with such respect. The people of the top-notch factions were indeed thinking about that problem. For example, Wu Zhan, a fighter training in the martial god clan, was thinking that the guesses of several people in the god's relic were right. Perhaps Yi Futian might have obtained a benefit other than the divine items. Otherwise, how could they explain how he helped Xiao Muyu forge her perfect divine wheel? Even so, they would not think that it was all because of Yi Futian. Xiao Muyu must have been talented enough to begin with. However, they suspected that they might not have noticed when Yi Futian obtained some kind of benefit in the god's relic. This was also what the other factions were thinking. They did not think that Yi Futian could create renhuangs that wielded perfect divine wheels. Even all of the factions in the 9 supreme imperial realms could not create wielders of perfect divine wheels, much less Yi Futian. Who would suspect that Yi Futian was able to accomplish something that even the most powerful factions in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were unable to achieve? Out of all the factions present, the most unhappy was the Shun clan. It was for no other reason than the fact that the Shun clan had animosity with Yi Futian's teacher. The Sky River Great Elder was Yi Futian's teacher. Now that the goddess of the Shao clan had become Yi Futian's disciple, didn't that mean that Xiao Muyu also hailed from the Sky River Temple and had to call the Sky River Great Elder her grandmaster? They would have been happy if this had happened several years ago. The goddess of the Shao clan would have become the junior of the Xin clan's son-in-law. But now if the people from the Xin clan knew that Yi Futian's teacher was Qi Xiangang and that he was currently in the Xin clan, who knew what they would think? They might think that whatever Yi Futian did today was for the ultimate goal of attacking the Xin clan. Friend Yi. At this moment, the supreme elder of the Shao clan, who stood on the other side of Yi Futian, Shao Tan, nodded toward Yi Futian with a smile. As the supreme elder, Shao Tan managed everything within the Shao clan. He was the most knowledgeable about several things, and he naturally knew about whatever happened in the Goddess Pavilion yesterday. The Shao clan did not know just how much Yi Futian contributed in allowing Xiao Muyu to break through to the next level, but they did not need to know. The Shao clan did not even hope that Yi Futian would help them nurture more wielders of the perfect divine wheel. That was impractical. They thought highly of Yi Futian because of his potential and future. Yi Futian, Gu Donglu, and the other swordsmen. All 3 of them had perfect divine wheels. What kind of force would they become in the future? Also, according to their knowledge, Yi Futian's buddy also obtained a divine item in the god's relic back then. He had exceptional talent and was stronger than Xiao Muyu. He could do anything Xiao Muyu could do, especially with the help of Yi Futian. Furthermore, the 2 ladies by Yi Futian's side also obtained the inheritance of the great emperor. They were given to them by Yi Futian. This force might not be eye-catching, but it was worth looking forward to. Furthermore, even if they did not consider those factions, Yi Futian himself also had extreme potential. Since that was the case, coupled with the fact that he was Xiao Muyu's teacher and that he was on good terms with the Shao clan, why would they not extend the appropriate amount of respect? This form of respect was a simple thing for them. They did not have to spend anything. Why would they not do it? Elder. Yi Futian nodded in reply. I didn't go visit you even though you've been here for several days. Have you gotten used to your stay in the Shao clan? Shao Tan asked with a smile. He was making small talk. You're too polite, Elder. How could I not be used to the place with Muyu taking care of me? Yi Futian said. Xiao Muyu had treated him extremely well. It was for that reason that Yi Futian considered if he should take in more female disciples so that he could relax and live a good life when he grew old. That's good. Since you're already here, feel free to stay for a few more days. Get Muyu to serve you well. She's a little busier these few days and must not have taken good care of you, Xiaodan said. If how she treated me was not good care, then I might not bear to leave in the future, Yi Futian smiled in reply. It was no wonder that he would want to take in a few more disciples. He would have a good life even if he remained in the Shao clan. Of course, it was impossible for him to stay for long. He still had many things to do. He came this time to interact with the Shao clan. Many of the elders by his side laughed. Someone said, "You can stay here indefinitely if you cannot bear to leave. You can give the unpromising juniors a little pointer if you do." That's right. Those juniors are extremely arrogant. They'll know that there's always someone stronger than them if you can help us teach them a lesson. These were jokes, of course. However, he could see the attitudes of the Shao clan from those words. Everyone in the chain of command was giving him the appropriate amount of respect. This must be the intention of the person at the very top. It was at this moment when everyone's gaze shifted toward the same direction. They saw a figure step out from within an ancient sacred hall above the stairway. Yi Futian also looked in that direction. At this moment, Xiao Mui was bathed in sacred splendor. Her long gown radiated magnificent rays of light. In that instant, the gazes of everyone present was locked in on her. Is that Xiao Muyu? Many people who had seen Xiao Muyu in the past had a shock in their hearts. The transformation in her demeanor was too great. Even the pupils of the people from the top-notch factions who had seen her in the god's relic dilated. The elegance of Xiao Muyu before their eyes did not pale in comparison to Changxi. Xiao Muyu walked down the stairs one step at a time as she propped up her black gown. She smiled and glanced toward Yi Futian when she passed him by, then continued walking downward till she reached the center. She was proper, sacred, beautiful, elegant. She was a queen-like existence. She would become the future goddess of the Shao clan, the next successor. At this moment, another figure appeared at the ancient sacred hall that pierced into the clouds. Countless gazes shot in that direction. Yi Futian also looked over. It was the helmsman of the Shao clan, the clan leader of the Shao clan, Shao Dingtian, a terrifying existence that was unmatched in the 9 realms. He stood there like a deity. Countless people looked up to him. At this moment, everyone from the Shao clan bowed. Then, the powerful fighters who had come from all around the region to observe the ceremony followed suit and bowed. No matter what motive they had for coming here, no matter what kind of emotion they had respect for one of the strongest figures of this era. All of their eyes, at this moment, were filled with sincere respect. From this day on, Xiao Muyu will become the goddess of the Shao clan. The Shao clan will nurture and prop her up. A fleeting sound spread from the ancient hall. Everyone in the vast Shao manor heard the voice. Yes, clan leader. The powerful fighters of the Shao clan bowed. Shao Dingtian scanned through the crowd, then said, "The Supreme Elder will host the grand ceremony." He then turned around and went back into the divine hall after he finished his sentence. Everyone felt that it was natural. He was Shao Dingtian. The fighters from the northern plain state that came to witness the ceremony felt incredibly excited. Shao Dingtian was a legendary figure who defined the era. The rest of the major factions were better off. However, to the northern plain state, Shao Dingtian was a living legend. He was a totem of this era. Following that was the conference ceremony. It was a bunch of formalities, but everyone present played along. No one from the influential factions caused any trouble. They had come to witness the ceremony. After all of the procedures were over, everyone, other than the Supreme Elder of the Shao clan, bowed and greeted Xiao Muyu. "Greetings, goddess." Yi Futian silently observed as the events unfolded. In the past, he had thought that there was no need for the conference ceremony. However, it seemed that it was very necessary. Such a stern, serious ceremony would leave an imprint in the hearts of everybody present. They would make people truly feel the status of the goddess. This way, Xiao Muyu's status as the goddess would truly be displayed within the family, which would boost her authority in the future. It was only with this ceremony that they could accomplish the goal of getting the entire family to support Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu raised her hand. Yi Futian smiled when he witnessed the scene. After the ceremony, Xiao Muyu would also become more confident and act more and more like a queen. His first disciple was becoming a queen. After the formalities, it was time for the Shao clan to give the goddess presents. They were all items related to cultivation. Several great factions from the northern plain state also presented their gifts. However, they all handed their gifts to the members of the Shao clan for safekeeping. The influential factions also presented their gifts as a symbolic gesture. Yi Futian walked toward Xiao Muyu. Many people had a strange expression when he saw his movement. They did not know Yi Futian's identity until now. They should be able to see that there was something off between them now that Yi Futian was walking toward Xiao Muyu alone. "Muyu." Yi Futian came to Xiao Muyu's side. He observed the goddess disciple before him. "Teacher," Xiao Muyu shouted. The hearts of the people from the factions of the northern plain state shook. Teacher? They would not have expected Yi Futian to be her teacher. Yi Futian was too young. However, only the status of a teacher was able to explain what happened just now. "I didn't prepare anything. Let these 2 ritual implements be your present for today." Yi Futian took out 2 ritual implements that were suitable for Xiao Muyu and handed them to her. The members of the Shao clan were moved when they saw this scene. They knew exactly what Yi Futian meant when he said, "ritual implements." They must have come from the god's relic. Xiao Muyu looked at the handsome youth in front of her and let out a sweet smile. She fetched over the ritual implements and said, "Thank you, teacher." Chapter 1678 Partnering Up. After the conference ceremony, the Shao clan hosted the people from the other factions in a banquet. Many heroes had gathered here for the conference of the goddess. Aside from those factions in the northern plain state, influential factions from all over the regions had arrived. The Shao clan, who was hosting the event, had to tend to them. They could not just chase the people off after they observed the ceremony. The banquet was split into two separate areas. The influential factions of the Central Emperor realm occupied an area, while the powerful fighters from the factions of the northern plain state occupied the area behind them. The Shao clan had made the appropriate arrangements. Everyone got to freely enjoy the wine and delicacies. Futian was also in the area of the banquet where the major factions of the Central Emperor realm were. Just like his previous position, he was sitting in an esteemed position. As the clan leader of the Shao clan, Shao Dingtian, was not going to attend the banquet, the Supreme Elder held the highest position and sat at the main position. The two seats to his left and right were occupied by Futian and Shao Muyu, who had just been conferred the title of goddess. The rest of the people were influential figures within the Shao clan. Every influential faction from the Central Emperor realm occupied an area in the banquet. They were not arranged to occupy the same area. The area where the Shao clan was hosting the banquet was enormous. Thus, there was no need for them to mix the various factions together. Instead, they made the appropriate arrangement and demarcated an area for every faction. Today is the goddess conference ceremony of the Shao clan. Thank you for showing us the respect and coming over to observe the ceremony. I propose a toast to all of you. The Supreme Elder of the Shao clan raised his cup and gulped down its content. In that instant, everyone from the other factions followed along and raised their cups. After all, Shao Tan was a man of high status. Shao Dingtian of the Shao clan did not probe too much about the matters of the family. In actuality, Shao Tan was the direct manager of the Shao clan. He had high seniority and was immensely powerful. Everyone who had come today could call him their senior. The consequent banquet was bustling. The conversations were also relatively more relaxed. Elder Shao, the Shen clan is rather curious about several things and hope that you can enlighten us. At this moment, a person from the direction of the Shen clan spoke out. Shao Tan looked over. The person who spoke was one of the leading figures in the Shen clan. He had a high status within the Shen clan. Please speak. Shao Tan nodded. According to what I know, the goddess had broken through while she was training in Tianqian Academy. The goddess must have sought Futian out as her teacher back then. Am I right? The powerful fighter from the Shen clan asked. In that instant, several people became excited about the conversation. They were also rather curious. That's right. Shao Tan nodded. I don't have to describe the difficulty of forging a perfect divine wheel. We would not be confused if the goddess Shao Muyu had proven her path at the Shao clan. However, she had proved her path with the help of Futian. I wish to ask, what kind of divine item did he use? The powerful fighter of the Shen clan asked. He glanced toward Futian as he spoke. In actuality, he was directing the question toward Futian. This was not just the doubt of the Shen clan. The rest of the factions also wished to know the answer. Not many other factions in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path knew more than them about how difficult it was to prove their path and forge a perfect divine wheel. I'll not lie to all of you, but I do not know. Friendy is Muyu's teacher and must have given Muyu a few pointers. However, the Shao clan would not pay attention to things that we shouldn't pay attention to, Shao Tan said with a smile. He was hinting that this was something the Shen clan should not be paying attention to. How Futian helped Shao Muyu was Futian's business. Everyone present understood what the other factions were thinking. They were suspecting that Futian had obtained something in the God's Relic. Also, we have resolved the incident in the God's Relic in the City of Ruins. There's no need for us to harp on it, Shao Tan continued. The saga that happened in the City of Ruins had embroiled nearly half of all of the factions in the 9 realms. Futian had made it out of the saga safely. The other factions had not cared back then. However, now that they were suspecting that Futian had managed to obtain something, they wanted to bring up that matter once again. I was merely curious. The person from the Shen clan smiled. He did not care about the other party's attitude. In terms of ability, the Shen clan could be placed in the top few within the Central Emperor realm. They were much more powerful than the Shao clan and were naturally more arrogant. Futian, is your teacher all right? The powerful fighter from the Shin clan suddenly asked Yi Futian. Naturally so, Yi Futian replied calmly. I heard that you had a chat with Shun Hao back in Shintian Academy. The Shin clan had already put down the incident that happened back then. We do not wish to do anything to your teacher. Please relay that to your teacher if you have the chance to. If he wishes to forget everything that happened back then and come have a look at the Shin clan, there might be room for us to return to how we were in the past, the other party continued. Yi Futian looked up at the other party. The faint smile in his eyes hid the indifference in his heart. Was this pity? Did they want the Sky River Great Elder to head to the Shin clan and admit his mistake? Also, when did the Shin clan let the matter go? Then what did they bringing his teacher away mean? The Shun clan did not deal with the Sky River Great Elder, but they had set their sights on Feishue. Furthermore, his grandmaster had his wife taken away, his daughter murdered, and his disciples massacred. Yet, they wanted his grandmaster to head to the Shun clan and admit his mistake. Yi Futian smiled but did not reply. The people from the Shun clan noticed Yi Futian's indifferent attitude. Yi Futian had become a powerful figure of this generation. He had also become the teacher of the goddess Xiao Muyu and was on close terms with the Xiao clan. He must have many thoughts of his own. If they noticed that Yi Futian threatened the offspring of the Shin clan, then they would have to quell this threat while it was still in the cradle. At least for the time being, the Shin clan did not pay too much attention to Yi Futian. He had great potential but was still too weak. Yi Futian also noticed the expressions of the people from the Shin clan. He knew that the Shun clan had not paid too much heed to him. Even though he had appeared with the identity of his grandmaster's disciple, the Shun clan, who stood at the zenith of the Central Emperor clan, would not care too much about him. However, currently, the Shun clan had truly acknowledged his existence. They might attack him sometime in the future. Thinking about that, Yi Futian knew that he had to prepare for the future and be warier of the Shin clan. He picked up his wine cup and toasted Xiaotan. He deliberated for a moment, then said through telepathy, Elder Xiao. Xiaotan looked up toward Yi Futian. It looked like Yi Futian wanted to speak to him about something. Otherwise, there was no need for him to use telepathy. Feel free to speak your mind, friend Yi, Xiaotan said. I might set up a cultivation academy in the Heavenly Mandate Realm sometime in the future, a place similar to Tianshan Academy and the Divine Palace. When that time comes, influential factions from the Heavenly Mandate Realm will join. I intend to get my teacher, the Sky River Great Elder, to manage the academy and invite Lord Taishian to become a minister. Yi Futian continued with telepathy. Thus, I wanted to ask if the Xiao clan was interested. Yi Futian did not think about this matter just now. However, he had noticed the attitude the Xiao clan had toward him. That, coupled with the threat of the Shin clan, made him think about what the Shin clan would do to him if they felt threatened by him setting up his own school. Thus, he wanted to get the Xiao clan to join him. Xiaotan was a little shocked. He did not expect Yi Futian to want to set up an academy at such a young age. Furthermore, it seemed that he was doing that on a large scale. The factions from the Heavenly Mandate Realm were going to participate and enter. If he managed to rope in Lord Taishian and the Sky River Great Elder, then it would be at the scale of a path-spreading academy. Friend Yi, you are Muyu's teacher. The Xiao clan will definitely go observe the ceremony when you open your academy, Xiaotan said. He did not directly agree to Yi Futian's question. After all, he did not know what exactly Yi Futian's motive for setting up an academy was. What if he wanted to do battle with the Shin clan in the future? If that was the case, the Xiao clan being embroiled in the battle was no ordinary affair. There were too many implications. It was not hard to understand why he thought that way. The manager Yi Futian appointed was the Sky River Great Elder. What kind of relationship did the Sky River Great Elder have with the Shin clan? You can ease any concerns you have, Elder. This academy is only for spreading my path and nurturing people who are cultivating their path. It will not involve the personal vengeance of my teacher and I. I was worrying if this academy could safely stand within the Heavenly Mandate Realm and thus wanted to borrow the strength of the Xiao clan, Yi Futian said directly. Xiaotan would naturally be cautious when he mentioned the Sky River Great Elder. Thus, Yi Futian directly voiced out his thoughts. Pulling the Xiao clan into his camp was merely to protect himself. He would not actively target anyone. Furthermore, he was truly hoping to set up a school. As for the matter with the Shen clan, As long as the Shao clan got aboard and he gradually got stronger, coupled with his relationship with Xiao Muyu, how could the Shao clan separate themselves from the matter? Xiao Tan was a little hesitant. He heard Yi Futian continue, "What I think is that this academy would be able to nurture at least a dozen wielders of a perfect divine wheel in the future." Xiao Tan's pupils dilated when he heard Yi Futian. He raised his head and looked gravely at Yi Futian. "You truly are confident of nurturing Renhuangs with perfect divine wheels?" Xiao Tan said through telepathy. "That requires fate and talent. There's hope if the person's talent is greater than Muyu's. I think that you still do not know, but Do Zhao as well as a few of my friends by my side have already become wielders of perfect divine wheels." Yi Futian continued to throw out another piece of jarring information. "All right, count the Shao clan in," Xiao Tan immediately promised. He did not have any hesitation. He had to be decisive when he needed to. Judging from Yi Futian's words, he might truly have obtained a divine item and could nurture wielders of perfect divine wheels like the sacred lands of the premium factions. How could he miss this opportunity? Xiao Tan did not have a way to deal with Yi Futian. Now that Yi Futian was on good terms with the Shao clan and could help them, only a fool would treat Yi Futian's benevolence with animosity. Even if they managed to do that, who could guarantee that Yi Futian would obediently follow their instructions? Xiao Muyu looked at Xiao Tan and Yi Futian with a strange look. Were the two of them interacting? "Friend Yi." At this moment, a powerful fighter from the Yuanyang clan said, "Yuan Hong had high praises for you when he came back. If there is a chance, you can come to have a look around the Yuanyang clan." Yi Futian had a strange expression when he heard the other party's words. He suddenly thought that since he already pulled the Shao clan into his camp, he might as well go all out and also pull the Yuanyang clan into his group. Chapter 1679 Return. Yi Futian raised his cup toward the powerful fighter from the Yuanyang clan and said, "I'll definitely head to the Yuanyang clan to have a look if there is the opportunity." The two of them raised their cups toward each other. Yi Futian then told the people from the Shao clan, "I'll go raise a few toasts. I'll head there with my teacher," Xiao Muyu said as she stood up with her wine cup. Xiao Tan saw how proactive Xiao Muyu was and nodded slightly. Yi Futian was willing to become closer to the Shao clan. Xiao Muyu was a good bridge between them. Furthermore, Xiao Muyu was very respectful of Yi Futian. Even though they had not been master and student for very long, they did get along rather well with each other. Yi Futian wanted to reject her. After all, Xiao Muyu now had the status of the Shao clan's goddess. However, he did not say anything when he saw Xiao Tan nod his head. The two of them stood up together. Xiao Muyu followed beside Yi Futian. In that instant, several people looked toward them. Yi Futian walked to the area where the Yuanyang clan was in. Yuan Hong immediately freed up a seat and said, "You can sit here." The person beside him cooperated and stood up. Yi Futian did not reject the offer and sat down. Xiao Muyu sat down behind him. That caused many people to be rather shocked. Xiao Muyu no longer had an ordinary status, yet she willingly took up a supporting role at this moment. It seemed like her respect for Yi Futian stemmed from deep within her heart. "Thank you for what you did in the God's Relic. I've come specially to give you all a toast." Yi Futian smiled as he raised his cup toward the group. "I also wish to help my teacher extend his gratitude." Xiao Muyu followed Yi Futian's actions. The elder of the Yuanyang clan smiled as he nodded. If they were not master and disciple, the two of them did look like a fine pair. "Friend Yi, is the goddess your first disciple?" the elder of the Yuanyang clan asked. "She should be my first official disciple," Yi Futian nodded as he said. "However, with a disciple like Muyu, I suddenly have the urge to take in even more disciples." "I know, female disciples." Yuan Hong laughed as he chimed in from the side. "No, I might set up a school when I return to the heavenly mandate realm in the future. I'll spread my path and teachings. Isn't taking in a bunch of disciples one of life's greatest joys?" Yi Futian said half-jokingly. "School?" Yuan Hong was a little shocked. Yi Futian's abilities were still rather weak. If they were in the lower realms of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Yi Futian's current battle capabilities were enough to rule over a realm. However, his strength would not be enough for him to set up a school in one of the 9 supreme regions. It's going to be a small school. At the very most, I'll affiliate myself with the other factions of the heavenly mandate realm. After all, I am familiar with them. I could even drag Xiao Muyu along to consolidate my position, Futian said casually. That's feasible. Yuan Hong nodded. However, I just said that casually. If I truly set up a school and want to take in disciples in the future, the Yuanyang clan must send me a few students with good potential. It's best that. You know it, Futian said as he squinted. Yuan Hong's expression darkened. This lad's reputation had spread across the realms, yet he did not know how to pay attention to his image. All right, I'll gather a few good students for you when that time comes and get them to enter our school. But don't play favorites, Yuan Hong promised. He knew that Futian was only joking. Xiao Muyu was a female disciple. What could Futian do to her? They were merely kidding. Then that's a deal, Futian said. I'll await that day. I will keep my word, Yuan Hong promised. I'll also give you my word in place of Yuan Hong. The elder of the Yuanyang clan smiled as he said, Then let me give you my thanks. Futian did not go into detail and merely narrated his plan in a joking manner. The Yuanyang clan would naturally understand him when the time comes. It was up to them what they would do. He could not elaborate his plan in detail like how he had told it to Xiao Tan. He had to hide a little of the truth. Futian chatted for a while here, then went to propose a toast with Shantian Academy and the Nantian Divine Kingdom to thank them for their actions outside the God's Relic. This was only a way of strengthening their relationship. He did not expect them to be his allies if something happened in the future, but he wanted them to not be his enemies when that time comes. After the banquet, the powerful fighters of various factions left one after the other. Although the Shao clan politely got them to stay, those were mere formalities. None of the factions would stay for real. It was evening. Futian bade his goodbyes and prepared to leave. Teacher, can you not stay for a few more days? Xiao Muyu asked Futian. Friend Yi, Muyu is not wrong. This journey has been rushed, and we have not treated you appropriately. If you do not have anything urgent to attend to, why be in such a hurry to leave? Xiaodan also tried to get him to stay. It would be good if Futian could stay and give the juniors of the Shao clan some pointers. If he took a fancy to any of them, Futian might even take them in as his disciple and nurture them as he did with Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu nodded her head seriously. She looked at Futian longingly and said, I haven't had the chance to serve you well. Futian looked at Xiao Muyu's pitiful expression. Xiao Muyu was even pulling on his sleeve. He did not bear to leave. Muyu, we are family. You don't have to put on an act in front of me, Futian said with a smile. Xiao Muyu's expression darkened. She released her hand and rolled her eyes toward Futian. Didn't you say that you want to be served well by your disciple? I really can't bear to see you leave so soon. I believe you, Futian said with a smile. However, she was acting more exaggerated than she was before. Her pretense was too obvious. She had underestimated him as his teacher. Futian turned to look at Xiao Tan and the rest of the people and said, Elder, we'll have many chances in the future, but I really have several things to accomplish. That's fine. Xiao Tan did not insist after he saw that Futian was determined to leave. He said, Come frequently if you have the time. You can inform us if you encounter any trouble. All right. Thank you, Elder. Futian nodded. I'll take my leave. He then said to Xiao Muyu, You've already become the goddess of the Shao clan. You have to train well. As the chief disciple, you must not tarnish my reputation. I know, Xiao Muyu said in frustration. I'm leaving, Futian said. He then left together with Xiaqing Yuan and the 3 other people in his group. His group disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Xiao Muyu dragged her long black gown and walked forward. She only stopped when she reached the front of the steps. She got into a daze as she looked at the figures gradually disappearing into the horizon. Fate was a wonderful thing. She remembered that she had met Futian because he had snatched her lotus and the god's relic for Xiaqing. Now, he had become her benefactor. Even though he was very improper, he left a deep impression in her heart. They had only interacted for a short time, yet he had taken up an important position in her heart. You can't bear for him to leave? Xiao Tan asked as he walked to Xiao Muyu's side. A little, Xiao Muyu nodded as she said. That lad is exceptional. Who knows what kind of storms they would create in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path now that they had left, Xiao Tan muttered. We can only wait and see. It was clear that he thought highly of Futian. Yi Futian continued to train silently when he returned to Shantian Academy. Time passed without him knowing. Half a year has passed. Yi Futian did not cause trouble during this time. No one in Shantian Academy disturbed him. Half a year later, Yi Futian and his group secretly left Shantian Academy. However, he still invited the attention of several people. After all, many people in the area outside Shantian Academy were paying close attention to Yi Futian. However, no one expected Yi Futian, who had trained silently for a year, to suddenly disappear with the rest of his group. When several people came to the pavilion the next day, they realized that it was empty. The matrix was also destroyed. It was as if Yi Futian had never come here. Shantian Academy naturally caught wind of the news. However, Shantian Academy and Yi Futian had a transactional relationship. They naturally did not care if Yi Futian stayed or not. In the Tianhe realm, within the mountain ranges, this place felt like paradise. It was extremely quiet. No one disturbed the area. A young lady was training at the peak of a mountain. She was surrounded by sword will. However, she seemed to have sensed something. She opened her eyes and looked up in the sky, only to see a powerful aura descending into her surroundings. Her expression suddenly changed. She turned around and moved quickly, but her grandmaster already knew of her intentions. He stood in front of her silently. "Ping'an, it's your uncle master," the Sky River Great Elder said. Su Ping'an froze for a moment, then turned around and looked up in the sky. She saw a figure descend from the sky. He had white hair and was dressed in a white robe. He was incredibly charismatic. It was Yi Futian. Yi Futian's figure descended in front of Su Ping'an. He reached out and stroked Su Ping'an's face and said, "Ping'an, how's your cultivation coming along?" His teacher, Qi Shuangong's senior, had died in battle for him. His son had also committed suicide and left behind the lone Su Ping'an. Yi Futian truly saw Su Ping'an as his junior and family. "I've broken through the first level," Su Ping'an said. "Uncle Master, your demeanor has changed." "Your Uncle Master is already a Ranhuang," the Sky River Great Elder said. He walked over and looked at the powerful fighters in the air and asked, "Are they all your partners?" Yi Futian nodded. "We've come here to get you to come out of the mountains, Grandmaster." "For what?" the Sky River Great Elder asked. Yi Futian told the Sky River Great Elder his plans of setting up a school at the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The Sky River Great Elder fell silent. "I'll definitely attract the attention of the Shen clan if I leave. The Shen clan might seem to have forgiven me over the years, but they are always keeping an eye on me," the Sky River Great Elder said. "Thus, we'll have to trouble Lord Taixian and pull the members of the Shao clan into the school when that time comes. That way, we would be able to resist the pressure of the Shen clan," Yi Futian said. "All right." The Sky River Great Elder nodded. "Come notify me when that time comes. I'll head there directly." "All right." Yi Futian nodded. He turned back and saw Little Condor flying to his side. "This is my demon beast partner. Its thoughts are connected to mine. It'll stay here so that I can notify you when the time comes," Yi Futian said. "That way, he need not make another trip here." "That's good." The Sky River Great Elder nodded. "Since that is the case, I'll have to head back to the Heavenly Mandate Realm first," Yi Futian said directly. He had no intention of staying. "Go." The Sky River Great Elder did not attempt to hold him back. Yi Futian nodded, then looked at Su Ping'an and said, "Ping'an, work hard. When that time comes, you can come to the Heavenly Mandate Realm with the Grandmaster and train." I know." Su Ping'an nodded. Her Uncle Master saw her as a child, but her cultivation level was not low. "Grandmaster, I'll head off now," Yi Futian said as he sliced through the air and left. He brought his group from this place back to the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Chapter 1680 Return to the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Recently, the Heavenly Mandate Realm was not peaceful. In the past year, conflicts kept erupting. The source of the conflicts was due to the clashes in the God's Relic. Shu Huang's son from Purple Gold Rat Clan had suddenly killed a member of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and joined forces with Yi Futian's group to go against them. How could the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty tolerate such a betrayal? After the top forces returned to the Heavenly Mandate Realm, a few large wars had erupted. Currently, the Purple Gold Rat Clan obtained 3 top-tier divine arms. Their combat power had also risen greatly. Although it was still impossible for them to take on the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the Purple Gold Rat Emperor was cunning. He did not stay in the Purple Gold Rat clan at all, instead leading a group of elite Purple Gold Rats outside of his territory. This made the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty cautious. He did not dare to directly send troops to destroy the Purple Gold Rat clan. After all, the two clan lords of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were still alive. If the Heavenly Mandate dynasty destroyed the Purple Gold Rat clan, then Purple Gold Rat Emperor would be like the two clan lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and be trouble in the future for the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Hence, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty gave the Purple Gold Rat clan a way out. If they surrendered their 3 divine arms to his Heavenly Mandate dynasty, he would let bygones be bygones. Purple Gold Rat clan had only obtained a total of 3 divine arms, and they had managed to do so by completely offending the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. How could they possibly hand the divine items over with just a word from the other party? Hence, the two parties had been at a standstill. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor only agreed to surrender 1 ritual implement to settle the score between them. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor was not a fool. If he actually surrendered the 3 ritual implements, would his opponent truly let them go? He feared that if he did so, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would destroy them all regardless. The rise of the Purple Gold Rat Emperor was originally not glamorous. He had seen many despicable acts and had committed many atrocities himself. He had betrayed and murdered his masters before. How could he possibly compromise so easily now? After that, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty took another step back and only demanded 2 divine arm ritual implements to settle the matter. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor still did not agree. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was working closely with the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty might give a ritual implement to Violet Heavenly Palace. If the two forces formed an alliance, they could still wipe the Purple Gold Rat clan off the face of the earth. However, the Purple Gold Rat clan was not foolish either to reject the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and kept dragging on the negotiations. During this process, small skirmishes kept occurring, and many cultivators from the Purple Gold Rat clan perished. They had sought reinforcements and asked for aid from the demon clans in the Heavenly Mandate realm. However, no one answered their call for aid. The forces of the demon realm originally looked down on the Purple Gold Rat clan, even though they had all joined forces with Futian and the God's Relic. On the surface, they seemed to have been in the same alliance as the Purple Gold Rat clan. However, in reality, things were not that simple, especially after a few of the top figures among the juniors of Demon Clan returned, having forged flawless divine wheels. Everything became even more obvious. The Purple Gold Rat clan was not included in Futian's plans at all. That meant that Futian had intentionally given them 3 ritual implements in order to stir up conflict. As for the 3 top-tier ritual implements, they would not be going anywhere. If everything went according to Futian's plan, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Purple Gold Rat clan would most likely have nowhere to run. When that time came, wouldn't the ritual implements still end up back in Futian's hands? After the few members of the Demon Clan that managed to forge flawless divine wheels returned, they had been cultivating in seclusion. News of them becoming Renhuangs was tightly guarded. The people of the outside world did not even know that they had broken through to the next plane. Only their own forces knew about it. Now, they only needed to wait for news to arrive. Futian was obviously going to slaughter his way back here. That day should also be not too far away. In the lands of the dragon gods in the demon realm in the Heavenly Mandate realm. For the dragon gods, everything was as usual. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Right now, there was a rumor circulating among the dragon gods. Rumor had it that Long Chen might have already become a demon emperor, and that he might have already broken through to the next plane in Tianqian Academy. However, this news had yet to be verified. After he returned here, Long Chun had been in seclusion on Dragon God Mountain and had not come out at all. The seniors among the dragon gods also did not speak of this matter. Hence, there was only a rumor. No one knew the truth. At the moment, many demon emperors of dragon gods looked up to the sky in the distance. Their demonic aura churned. There were a few very powerful auras heading in their direction. Soon, dazzling divine light descended, and a group of silhouettes appeared in the sky above dragon gods. Many dragons flew up to the sky and roared at the incomers, showing signs of animosity. This group actually dared to invade dragon gods directly. A few figures walked out from the purple gold dragon god fortress, located amidst a mountain range. When they looked up to the sky, they spotted the leading white-haired youth at a glance. His silver-colored hair was dancing in the wind while his white robe fluttered. His temperament was unparalleled. "All of you, back off," a voice rang. All the dragons which were in the sky retreated. Those who had seen Futian before recognized that he was the leader of the group. Futian and the group advanced without stopping, heading straight towards the tallest purple gold dragon god fortress, which was located in the distance. Above this purple gold dragon god fortress in the mountains, huge dragons spiraled. The scene was extremely awe-inspiring. A majestic silhouette garbed in a long purple gold robe with a crown on his head walked forward. His temperament was extraordinary. A single gaze gave off an overbearing sensation. This was the patriarch of the dragon gods, king of the divine dragons, purple gold dragon emperor. The figures of Futian's group descended unto the steps of dragon god fortress. They raised their heads and looked up at the purple gold dragon emperor in the sky above. "I am Junior Futian, your highness dragon emperor." Futian bowed slightly and said, "In order to avoid the notice of others, we directly appeared within the territory of dragon gods. May your highness pardon our intrusion." "It is of no consequence," purple gold dragon emperor said indifferently. His authoritative gaze swept across the crowd, and he said, "You may all leave." Understood. The various dragons were full of doubt, but they still left the area. Dragon Master actually personally welcomed Futian. The group behind Futian was also very powerful. They seemed to be cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Why did they directly come to dragon gods? Futian's group and the heavenly mandate dynasty were sworn enemies, the type that would not cease until the other party was wiped off the face of the earth. It was naturally impossible for them to appear in the heavenly mandate dynasty's territory openly. The heavenly mandate dynasty would certainly go all out to try and kill them. Hence, their first stop upon returning to the heavenly mandate realm was dragon god's territory. "Come on up," Dragon Master said to Futian. Futian nodded, and a part of his group headed up the stairs. However, many of them also remained down below. "Arrange rooms for them to rest in. Let no one from the outside know about this," Dragon Master ordered. His tone was extremely dignified and overbearing. Understood. Servant dragons walked out from the side and headed down to arrange rooms for the people below. Futian secretly approved inside. Purple Gold Dragon Emperor understood what Futian wanted to do by returning this time. Hence, he had temporarily given the order to prevent news of Futian's return from leaking out. If news of Futian's return were to leak out to the ears of the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, wanting to destroy the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty in one swoop would not be so easy. "Let us talk inside." Dragon Master turned and brought Futian inside Dragon God Fortress. At the same time, he ordered, "Summon Longchan." The inside of Dragon God Fortress was resplendent gold. Huge dragons were carved into the stone pillars and appeared extremely majestic. The infrastructure here was massive. Just the inner layer was already hundreds of meters tall. It itself was built inside the mountain range and was very magnificent. Futian only brought Jiang Chengzi, Hua Jiangshan, Yushang, and a few others with him. "Sit," Dragon Master said. He himself sat in the seat of the Dragon Emperor. He then turned to Futian and said, "Many thanks for helping Longchan. Senior, you do not need to be so polite. I did not help him unconditionally. Therefore, you do not need to thank me," Futian replied. "Longchan will take my place in the future. Things have become even more perfect than I planned. As for your previous request, I also know of it. Establishing an academy in the Heavenly Mandate realm is not an issue. Our dragon gods are willing to be a part of this," Dragon Master said very decisively. The prophecy foretold that the reason behind the changes that occurred to the mountains where the demon realm originated was all to confirm one thing. The powers in the Heavenly Mandate realm were about to shift. This was inevitable. Dragon Master also glanced at Gu Donglu beside Yi Futian. Gu Donglu had inherited the teachings of the demon monarch. "Many thanks, Your Highness Dragon Emperor." Yi Futian nodded his head slightly and said, "Junior has no intention of seeking dominance in establishing an academy. I merely wish for the academy to train the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm equally, be they humans or cultivators from the demon realm, and improve the ability of the heavenly mandate realm. In the future, if another figure like Long Chen appears in Dragon Gods, I am confident that I can do the same as I did with Long Chen." Prior to this, although Senior Gu Tianqing said that he wanted to establish my third elder brother as the new king, my third elder brother is of the same mind as me. He only wants to pass on teachings at the academy. If, in the future, an imperial realm figure truly appears in our heavenly mandate realm, then, Yi Futian assured. Dragon Master naturally understood what Yi Futian meant to say. Yi Futian wanted to put his mind at ease that he would not contend for dominance. However, if an emperor truly appeared in the world, then there was nothing much to be said. That person would certainly become the master of the heavenly mandate realm. Or perhaps, an emperor was not needed. The cooperation between dragon gods and Yi Futian was also a way for dragon gods to be a part of all this. Otherwise, if they were to be completely detached, Yi Futian would cooperate with other forces, and they would be left standing alone. Yi Futian was doing what Gu Tianqing himself had not been able to do back in the day. This sort of person was difficult to encounter even across hundreds of years. If a person who had just reached the Renhuang Plain had said this to Dragon Master, that person would most likely have been immediately killed by Dragon Master with a slap. What about the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty as well as Violet Heavenly Palace? What are you prepared to do about them? Dragon Master inquired. This matter certainly needed to be settled before establishing the academy. Yi Futian said that the location of the academy would be in the territory of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. That was the center of the Heavenly Mandate realm. This also implied that before that happened, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would definitely disappear. Your Highness Dragon Emperor, could you help me inform the other forces and ask them to gather here to discuss this matter? Yi Futian asked. Since he had decided to act, he would do it in one fell swoop and not leave any loose ends. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was not a pushover. He had to die. They could not allow him to escape here alive. Otherwise, he would be a huge problem in the future. Chapter 1681 The Plan. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was situated in the center of the Heavenly Mandate realm and had prospered there for generations. The rise of Gu Tianqing caused the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty to begin to decline. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was currently in the weakest state of its history. Hence, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was anxious to cultivate another peak figure, and they had chosen Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu, who was considered to be born supreme, shouldered the heavy burden of reviving the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. However, things do not turn out the way people want them to. At this point, the members of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty realized that it would most likely be difficult for Yi Tianyu to bear this responsibility. In the Heavenly Mandate realm alone, there were already a number of people who surpassed him. Yi Futian alone was already a tall mountain that was insurmountable for Yi Tianyu. He was previously an insignificant existence. Now, Yi Tianyu was not even qualified to stand at the same level as him. In the God's Relic, with just one spear thrust, Yi Futian had spared his life. Right now, outside the main palace of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty stood there. An authoritative will surrounded his body. Below the stairs in front of dynastic overlord, someone was bowing on all fours and reporting something to him. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had a stern expression. A faint sense of authority emanated from his body. Yi Futian had left Tianqin Academy. After emerging from God's Relic, the energy and will that Yi Futian displayed made even the dynastic overlord feel threatened. If he could, he would have killed Yi Futian in the City of the Ruins. However, he was unable to do so. After that, Yi Futian had convinced the various forces to speak up for him and save his life. He then went over to Tianqin Academy. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty naturally also sent its members over. They actually sent quite a few over separately. The members trained outside of Tianqin Academy. They did not deliberately keep an eye on Futian. In that region, Futian's every move could be seen by many people. They did not need to spy on him intentionally. They would naturally also catch wind of Futian having left the academy. If it had just been Futian who left, it might not have attracted their attention. However, this time, Futian had brought everyone with him when he left Tianqian Academy, including the members of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, who were heading over to regroup. As for where they were headed after they left, it was not easy to track down. If the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty wanted to track down Futian's group, they had to use their wills, and the other party would also be able to detect their presence. They could not lock down the location of Futian's group. Can we deduce where they have gone? The dynastic overlord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty asked. Your Highness, if our guess is correct, they might have returned to the Tianhe realm. They might have also returned to Taishan Mountain in the higher heavens realm, the other party responded. Before this, Futian remained in Tianqian Academy as a form of self-preservation. It was because many people had their eyes on him after he emerged from the god's relic. Hence, he had trained in Tianqian Academy for more than a year to let this issue gradually fade into memory. As long as he trained in Tianqian Academy, they could not touch him. As time passed, this matter also faded from people's minds. Futian also did not waste this time. He distributed many ritual implements to the point that he didn't have many left himself. Other than that, he became the master of goddess Xiao Muyu from Xiao clan, forging an intimate relationship with Xiao clan. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty nodded his head slightly. The possibility of Futian having returned to the Tianhe realm and Taishan Mountain was indeed high. It was slightly better if Futian had returned to the Tianhe realm. If he had returned to Taishan Mountain and managed to convince Lord Taishan to stand against their Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, who among the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty could withstand Lord Taishan? However, Lord Taishan would probably not come running over to the Heavenly Mandate realm to begin a massacre for Futian. There was no reason for him to do so. Of course, even if the possibility was not very likely, the dynastic overlord had also made preparations for such an eventuality. He had already sent people to keep an eye on Taishan Mountain. If there were signs of any large mobilization, he would hear of it. As for Sky River Great Elder, the dynastic overlord was not afraid of him. Even though the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was not what it once was, it still had its foundations. If the mob from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven that was dispersed, with an additional Sky River Great Elder dared to approach their Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Dynastic Overlord would make sure that their group would never leave Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's territory alive. Keep an eye on the Demon Realm as well, the Dynastic Overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty instructed. The forces of the Demon Realm had close ties with Futian. In God's Relic, the juniors of the Demon Realm had joined forces with Futian. When they were in Tianqian Academy, rumor had it that they also came in contact with him. Although the chances of the forces of the Demon Realm rising up to deal with their Heavenly Mandate Dynasty for Futian were extremely slim, the Dynastic Overlord still had to be concerned about the possibility. Understood. It is just that it is not easy for our men to infiltrate the Demon Realm. We won't be able to get first-hand information, his subordinate replied. Although the previous huge incident in the Demon Realm had caused the human cultivators and the cultivators of the Demon Realm to no longer have any obvious divide between them, it was impossible for humans to approach the regions where the main forces of the Demon Realm resided. Once they approached the territories of these forces, they would stick out like a sore thumb. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty could only rely on demonic beasts to help keep an eye on these regions. They also could not control demonic beasts that were too powerful, and so could not manage a tight watch. No matter. Just keep an eye out for any movements, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty simply responded. He was not too concerned. Although they had to be wary, they did not need to be too anxious and spend too much energy on the matter. He turned around and headed into the main palace behind him. He entered into the magnificent palace. There was a silhouette sitting quietly inside. The silhouette had an extremely sharp gaze. His gaze seemed to glow with golden divine light. The aura on his body was frightening. Any news on Futian? The silhouette asked as he turned towards dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. He did not show much respect. He seemed to not be ordinary. After all, In the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the dynastic overlord was a supreme existence. Everyone had to refer to him as Your Highness. However, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty did not feel as though anything was wrong. His expression was very calm as he nodded his head. So you overheard it. Yi Futian has left Tianxin Academy. Where do you think he has gone? I have sent people to keep an eye on the Tianhe realm. If there are any signs of movement there, they will come and report to me, the other party answered. Clearly, they both had rough estimates on the whereabouts of Yi Futian and believed that he would head to the Tianhe realm. All right, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty nodded his head slightly. While thinking about Yi Futian, a cold gleam flashed past in his eyes. If Yi Futian had stayed in Tianxin Academy, we wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, since he has left, I would like to see where he can run away to. It was hard to imagine that a top figure that shook the Heavenly Mandate realm, the commander of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, would be so concerned about a junior and be so anxious to eliminate him. If Yi Futian knew about this, would he feel honored? Of course, Yi Futian and the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty happened to hold the same view. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty wanted to kill Yi Futian to avoid future trouble. It was also the same for Yi Futian. In the territory of dragon gods, powerful cultivators furtively arrived one by one. Their trip here did not draw the attention of any outsiders. Moreover, those who came were all influential figures in the demon realm. Their arrival caused the hearts of the guards, who stood on guard outside of Dragon God Fortress, to tremble. What were these top figures doing here? The guards noticed that even the demon emperor of the Sky Demon Court had arrived. Divine Elephant Emperor was here too. The underlings who came together with the two emperors were also powerful figures in their respective forces. They were famous in the demon realm. There was hardly any connection among these three demon clans before this. Dragon gods and the Sky Demon Court were not even on good terms with each other. They were secretly competing to see who was better. The two emperors of the demon clans would not usually meet each other too. However, today, the Golden Raven Demonic Great Elder came and set foot in the Dragon God Fortress. In the main palace hall, the Dragon Emperor, the Demon Emperor, and the Divine Elephant Emperor were all gathered. Yi Futian was here too. How's Xiangmeng's training going? Yi Futian asked the Divine Elephant Emperor. Prior to this, 3 cultivators broke through to the Renhuang Plain, but Xiangmeng was not one of them. He was not even half a Renhuang yet. Naturally, it was impossible for Yi Futian to lend him a hand in proving his way. He is already preparing to attempt a breakthrough. He has been waiting for your news, Divine Elephant Emperor replied. After we settle this affair, let's start an academy and let Xiangmeng cultivate in the academy, Yi Futian suggested. The Divine Elephant Emperor nodded in agreement. Actually, the Divine Elephant Emperor had the closest relationship with Yi Futian. Naturally, the former did not need to worry about Yi Futian treating the Divine Elephants shabbily. I also have a junior who is at the Saint Plane. In the future, I will need your help too, said a cultivator who was standing beside the Golden Raven Demonic Great Elder of the Sky Demon Court. Yi Futian looked towards him. He knew who the speaker was. The speaker was Kuanping Demonic Great Elder of Sky Demon Court. In reality, Golden Raven Demonic Great Elder and Kuanping Demonic Great Elder were not on good terms. However, after June returned to the Sky Demon Court, Kuanping Demonic Great Elder found out that he had actually forged a flawless divine wheel. Kuanping Demonic Great Elder was shocked, and he regretted his decision of not asking his juniors to cultivate alongside Yi Futian. No problem. After we have set up the academy, Junior will not keep the knowledge to myself. Senior, you can relax, Yi Futian said. Many thanks, Kuanping Demonic Great Elder replied. He was not close to Yi Futian. Yi Futian helping his junior was considered a huge debt of gratitude. Hence, he could only return the favor to Yi Futian in advance. The few influential figures of the demon clans were impressed by Yi Futian. Yi Futian possessed the ability to produce Renhuangs with flawless divine wheels, yet he did not keep the skill to himself. Instead, he chose to help them. Yi Futian's temperament was one of a kind. After all, in the Heavenly Mandate realm, he had been without equal. Let us discuss our next action. What do you have in mind? The golden raven demonic great elder asked. Since they were going to deal with the heavenly mandate dynasty, his thoughts were the same as Futian's. They would eliminate this threat in one fell sweep to avoid any future troubles. Both Senior Golden Raven Demonic Great Elder and Senior Kuanping Demonic Great Elder are proficient in speed, are you not? Futian asked. Our speed should be the fastest in the demon realm, Golden Raven Demonic Great Elder said as he nodded his head. Senior Divine Elephant Emperor is proficient in the Great Path of Suppression? Futian inquired. The Divine Elephant Emperor nodded his head. Can you suppress and seal off the entire Heavenly Mandate dynasty? Futian asked. As long as I am not interrupted by people from the same plane, it should not be a problem, Divine Elephant Emperor answered. If another person of the same plane were to break his way or attack him while he was using his way, it would affect him. Understood. Futian nodded his head and said, I think that the operation this time must be a one-hit kill. We can call it a beheading operation. Our first target is the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. We must not let him escape and must kill him. Next are the upper-level Renhuangs of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. We must keep an eye on all of them and try to kill them all. After that are the middle-level as well as lower-level Renhuangs. As for the members below the Renhuang plane, they won't be able to escape even if they tried. For the members at the lower planes, even if they escaped, they would be of no threat. Hence, their targets for this operation were clear. The stronger the person was, the more they had to be killed on the spot. Cultivators of dragon gods and the celestial gate of vast heaven will be in charge of offense. You will kill your way through the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, Futian ordered. Divine elephants will be in charge of suppression, sealing off the entire Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Cultivators of Sky Demon Court are proficient in speed, so you will guard outside the seal and hunt any cultivators who attempt to escape. We will not let anyone slip through the net. How about the Violet Heavenly Palace? Asked a cultivator of divine elephants. Futian would most likely hunt them too, right? While I was on my way here, I issued an order to 10,000 Divine Mountain, asking them to keep an eye on the Violet Heavenly Palace, Futian said. After we eradicate the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, we will move towards the Violet Heavenly Palace directly. This time, he would surely kill all of them. Chapter 1682, Heading O. In the Heavenly Mandate realm, everything was as usual. Nothing was out of the ordinary. In the vast Heavenly Mandate realm, there were countless cultivators. Everyone was busy with their own matters, working hard in their training. Battles, pillaging, and massacres were happening all the time. In Brahma's pure sky, high above the clouds, in a palace where clouds and mist lingered, a stunning figure quietly sat. Her jet-black hair danced in the wind behind her. In her mind, there were countless images flashing past. The images seemed to be situations that were really playing out in various parts of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The images included small clans, ruins, and powerful forces. The countless images were like memory fragments. They formed a complete picture within her mind. Suddenly, a silhouette directly appeared in her mind. It seemed to occupy her mind. It also became more real and clearer. The aura on her body fluctuated and released a chilly will. Her dazzling eyes opened. At that moment, the surrounding mist and clouds churned endlessly. Your Highness? Down below, a goddess looked up at the sky above when she sensed this aura fluctuation. I'm all right, Brahma's pure sky empress said calmly. Her voice contained a somewhat cold and indifferent tone. She stood up. Her stunning figure was like that of a model in a painting, transcending the mundane world around her. She looked into the distance. Why was she feeling uneasy? She felt as though something big was going to happen. Her perception was very sharp. The images that flashed in her mind was not something she made up. Has something happened in the outside world recently? Brahma's pure sky empress asked as she stared at one of her underlings. Aside from the conflict between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Purple Gold Rat clan, there is not much happening, a goddess replied. Brahma's pure sky empress went silent for a moment. Then she said, Monitor what's happening in the outside world. If anything arises, report it to me immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Someone received the order while bowing, then left the palace. At the same time, at the majestic violet heavenly palace, many cultivators appeared at a corner outside of the violet heavenly palace. They were on guard against all possible dangers. A few silhouettes moved towards them. The visitors did not release any aura, appearing exceptionally friendly. However, the cultivators of the violet heavenly palace, who knew the identity of the visitors, knew that they should not let their guards down now. Even the palace lord of the violet heavenly palace walked out from the palace and stared at the three visitors who were approaching them. Naturally, the palace lord knew the leader of the incoming group. He was very familiar with him. Similar to the palace lord, the leader was one of the top figures in the heavenly mandate realm, the lord of 10,000 divine mountain. Swiftly, the three figures arrived before the cultivators of the violet heavenly palace. The palace lord of the violet heavenly palace asked, "What brought you here?" "I have been meditating on the mountain and have lost touch with the outside world. I am here to get some fresh air while visiting my old friend, Lord of 10,000 divine mountain," said with a smile. "Since I am passing by the violet heavenly palace, I thought of meeting up with the palace lord, whom I have not seen in a long time." Palace lord of the violet heavenly palace naturally would not believe whatever Lord of 10,000 divine mountain had just said. Would the other party really come to visit him if he did not have anything in mind? "What matters do you have with me? Stop beating around the bush," the palace lord of the violet heavenly palace said directly. "Nothing. I am just thinking of having a chess match with the palace lord at the absolute territory of heavenly thunder. What do you think?" Lord of 10,000 divine mountain replied. The absolute territory of heavenly thunder was a secret realm in the violet heavenly palace. It contained Futian divine thunder. Only the core disciples of the violet heavenly palace could access the place and cultivate in it. Besides that, the terrifying way of thunder was stored in the absolute territory of heavenly thunder. Hence, outsiders were forbidden from entering it. Lord of 10,000 divine mountain wanted to enter the place. Could it be that he wanted to make use of the place for cultivating? "We are old friends. Palace lord, you won't be so stingy with me, right?" Lord of 10,000 divine mountain provoked with a smile. "Since you are so interested in it, then you are welcome to come in." The palace lord of violet heavenly palace actually did not reject his request and agreed to this suggestion right away. "After you," the lord of 10,000 divine mountain said with a smile. Then, both groups moved into the heavenly palace. In it, endless thunders volleyed in the sky, as though it was a world of thunders. The absolute territory of heavenly thunder was in the palace. In the heavenly mandate dynasty, in front of the main palace, another person had come to make a report. "What's the matter?" A voice came from the main palace. "Your Highness, there is some movement in the demon realm," the subordinate reported. After he said this, the dynastic overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty stepped forward. In an instant, he had arrived before the sky stairwell. He looked down at the member below and asked, "What movements are there?" "Recently, in the demon realm, there have been faint sightings of cultivators leaving the sky demon court, dragon gods, as well as divine elephants," the subordinate reported. "How many cultivators are there, and where are they headed?" the dynastic overlord of heavenly mandate dynasty inquired. "We are not very sure. Our men could only notice that there was movement, but they could not determine any more information," the other party replied. Their men did not dare to approach near the territory of the demon realm to spy. They could only obtain very obscure information. As for where those cultivators had gone, the spies were even less certain, as it was impossible for them to track them. "That means that their numbers are few?" the dynastic overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty asked. "It should not be too many," the other party replied. "Continue to monitor the situation," the dynastic overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty said. "Yes, Your Highness," the other side responded. He then left. The dynastic overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty frowned slightly. What were these forces from the demon realm planning to do? "Father." At this moment, a silhouette walked up from behind the dynastic overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty. It was the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, Etianyu. Not long ago, he had finally reached the Runhuang plain. In reality, He had been close to the Renhuang Plain for a very long time. Back then, when he was training in the Divine Palace, he was already infinitesimally approaching the Renhuang Plain. His original intention was to enter the God's Relic and, when he encountered a fateful encounter, break through the shackles of the plain and prove his great path. However, in the God's Relic, he had encountered Futian. One spear thrust from Futian had immediately severed all these thoughts of his. His state of mind had received an extremely heavy blow. After emerging from the God's Relic, for a very long time, he had been unable to readjust back to his old self. Not long ago, he had finally proven his great path, a whole year later than he had initially expected. It was also naturally impossible for him to forge a flawless divine wheel. He only managed to forge a celestial level one. Currently, Tianyu's temperament had become even more extraordinary. After reaching the Renhuang Plain, he no longer had his previous arrogance. He had become more restrained. However, his temperament had become even more outstanding. "Why have you come over? Has your plane become stable?" The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty asked. Tianyu nodded and asked, "Has he left Tianshan Academy?" The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty naturally knew who Tianyu meant. He nodded his head slightly and said, "Although you were slower than Futian in reaching the Renhuang Plain, the Renhuang Plain is just a beginning. It is not impossible for you to catch up with him in the future." "Father, you do not need to console me. In the future, I will only focus on surpassing my own limits," Tianyu said. His state of mind was different from before. Prior to this, he had always been in the shadow of Futian. However, now, Tianyu had walked out from that shadow. On his cultivation journey, he would no longer desire to compare with anyone else. Instead, he would focus on his own way and keep on advancing. As for Futian, Tianyu could only acknowledge that if Futian did not die, he would certainly advance even further than himself. "It is best that you can look past all this." The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty nodded his head slightly and said, "After Futian has fallen, you should go out and travel around." Tianyu did not say any more. He knew that his father had always kept an eye on the movements of Futian and would certainly want to kill him. Right now, Futian's existence was already a threat to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. They definitely could not just sit back and wait for him to develop further. They were well aware of this point. In the demon realm, within the territory of dragon gods, many dragons circled above. The roars of dragons reverberated in the sky. Futian was there too. He sat on a gigantic, divine dragon, inspecting the dragons which were roaming in the sky. His gaze was piercing as he looked into the distance. Dragon Master had left. Next, the rest of them would move towards the Heavenly Mandate dynasty at the same time, with the goal of eradicating the latter in one swoop. "Let's go," Futian ordered. As soon as he spoke, the roars of dragons thundered in the heavens and the earth. Even those who were outside of the territory of dragon gods could hear the shocking roars of dragons. Countless powerful demons raised their heads and stared in the direction where dragon gods were. In the sky, many gigantic dragons traversed through the space, covering the sun and moving towards the far distance. When a demonic beast saw this scene, it trembled in fear as it fought the urge to prostrate. After the dragons left, the demonic beast ran as fast as it could. It was going to spread the news. Where were the dragon gods going? On top of dragon gods, the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court and divine elephants also started their journey. Their movements stirred up a commotion. They were moving in the direction opposite of the demon realm, where the human cultivators resided. This alarming news spread like wildfire. Like an earthquake, the entire demon realm was shocked by it. Top figures of the demon realm were charging towards the territory where human cultivators resided. Was a war between demons' clans and humans about to erupt? However, there were no signs of war prior to this. Why did the demon clans suddenly start a war? Could it be that the demon realm wanted to conquer the Heavenly Mandate realm? The humans had been at peace with the demon realm for decades. It had been a long time since a war erupted. Now, was the peace about to be destroyed? It did not occur to the cultivators of the demon realm that the three top demon clans were not planning to conquer the heavenly mandate realm. Instead, they were joining forces to attack one specific force. Everywhere the three demon clans passed, chaos arose. The armies led by upper-level Renhuangs advanced at an incredible speed. They left the demon realm, crossed the border marker, and appeared in the territory where human cultivators were. When the human cultivators saw the armies of the demon realm led by demon emperors, their hearts quivered in fear. What was happening? The area ruled by the heavenly mandate dynasty was still as calm as still water. However, the three demon clans were approaching. Chapter 1683 Cusp of an Invasion. The heavenly mandate dynasty was once the absolute overlord of the heavenly mandate realm. It dared to claim itself as the heavenly mandate dynasty, as it was the ruler of the heavenly mandate. This dynasty, which stood in the central region of the heavenly mandate realm, ruled over a boundless territory. Several other dynastic factions surrounded the heavenly mandate dynasty, with each of these factions ruling over a piece of unending territory. All of these factions made up the overlord-like status of the heavenly mandate dynasty. If not for the battle many years ago, the heavenly mandate dynasty might still have been the absolute overlord of the heavenly mandate realm. They even once wanted to reunify the heavenly mandate realm and restore the former glory of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Gu Xingtian, a man who had appeared out of nowhere, crumbled all of their plans. The battle back then was earth-shattering. Blood was shed everywhere. Ever since then, no one dared to attack the heavenly mandate dynasty. Even the celestial gate of vast heaven, who was said to have the 12 deities, was ultimately dissolved and destroyed in their battle with the dynasty. It was imaginable just how powerful the heavenly mandate dynasty was back then. The 12 deities of the celestial gate of vast heaven were all upper-level Renhuangs. Even though the current heavenly mandate dynasty was ailing now, it still harbored extraordinary strength, just not as powerful as before. They were not as prosperous and powerful as they were back then. The battle back then made the heavenly mandate dynasty never to have the thought of unifying the heavenly mandate realm ever again. Instead, they pinned their hopes on the next generation's Etianyu. The central region of the heavenly mandate realm was ruled by the heavenly mandate dynasty. All of its territory were its spheres of influence. The first dynastic faction was the vast army of the demon realm. When they stepped onto the central regions of the heavenly mandate realm, it was the Yi dynasty. At this moment, behind one of the city walls governed by the Yi dynasty, people within the city suddenly felt a suffocating pressure. The people then looked up at the faraway horizon. The next moment, their figures started to tremble greatly. That is the demon clan, some people said with trembling voices. What did they see? Divine dragons were flying past the horizon. Kunpengs blocked off the sun when they extended their wings. A wave of terrifying demonic pressure descended onto the surroundings. It caused the legs of several people to go limp. Then, the sky suddenly darkened. When they looked up, they saw that the great demons had completely covered the sky. What? What do they want to do? Some stuttered. Soon, the powerful fighters of the Demo clan flew past their heads. They were too fast. If not for them being much higher than the people above them, the demons might have disappeared from their field of vision in an instant. They turned back to look at the demons. They looked into the distance. If they continued straight in that direction, they would ultimately reach the heavenly mandate dynasty. Many people felt suffocated when they thought about that. The sky was changing. The demon realm is about to start a battle. A sound rang in the surroundings. The demon realm was charging directly in the direction of the heavenly mandate dynasty. They were not here as guests this time around. Furthermore, there had not been any warning of this. The messengers would not be able to head to the heavenly mandate dynasty as fast as the demons could. They might not even have time to relay the news using telepathy. What was this, aside from war? Emperor Yi stood in a large majestic hall in the palace of the Yi dynasty. He looked up and into the distance. His heart was also trembling violently. Even though he was much more powerful than most of the people in his dynasty, even though he was merely the ruler of a border dynasty, he was still a middle-level Renhuang with a 6th-tier divine wheel. He was immensely powerful. He had sensed the movement when the demons were still far away. Something big was about to happen. Hum. A radiant divine light flashed past. He was incredibly fast as he turned around and sprinted in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. He was the ruler of the E dynasty, but at the same time, he was also a subordinate of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Furthermore, he had a considerable relationship with the E clan in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. After all, every ruler of the respective dynasties could only take the position of the emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty approved of it. A ray of golden divine light of unparalleled radiance shot out from above the faraway horizon. At the next moment, a golden figure instantly broke past the sky. The figure moved past the air like it was teleporting. Its powerful aura landed directly onto Emperor Yi. Its aura was terrifying. Emperor Yi's expression changed drastically. His speed drastically increased until he was at his limits. There were only his blurry after-images on the horizon. No one could see his main body. Emperor. Countless people from Emperor Yi's palace looked up to see the vanishing figure. They also saw the incandescent golden figure on the horizon. It was a terrifying existence that was at the level of a demon emperor. The figure was surrounded by radiant, illusory figures. It was a golden-winged giant pung bird. The demon army that was advancing on the horizon did not slow down in their invasion. It was as if they did not see anything. They continued moving forward. At this moment, the people on the ground felt a sharp pain in their eyes. They saw an infinite golden divine light. The golden-winged giant pong bird vanished from its original position. When they saw it the next time, it was at a faraway place. There seemed to be an immense figure of the golden-winged giant pong bird on the horizon. A gentle voice rang out. At the next moment, several people saw a figure fall from the sky. Emperor. When they looked over in that direction, several people raised their heads and looked at the sky. They saw the falling figure. It was Emperor Yi. Their hearts shook violently. The ruler of a dynasty had been killed on the spot. He had lost his life. Furthermore, it only took one hit. The radiant figure who was dressed in a long golden robe walked forward on thin air and joined up with the army. It was as if nothing had happened. An upper-level demon emperor. The hearts of many people were shaking violently. An existence that could murder Emperor Yi in one hit was undoubtedly an upper-level demon emperor. Furthermore, it should have been a golden-winged giant pong bird from the Sky Demon Court. An extraordinary existence of the demon realm. A ruler of a dynasty was murdered without even a chance of retaliation. In the air, on the back of a divine dragon, Yi Futian stood silently. His long robe crackled in the wind. He looked on at the scene unfeelingly. He knew of the relationship between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the surrounding dynasties. Today, anyone who interfered with them would be killed. That Emperor Yi must have been doubtful about why the army of the demon realm had descended. However, he did not expect that his erroneous judgment of wanting to notify the Heavenly Mandate realm caused him to be killed on the spot. He stood no chance. Countless people looked at the sky in a daze. At this moment, no one doubted the motive of the demon army. They directly killed the ruler of a dynasty without saying a word. Did this need to be elaborated? They had come to extinguish the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Soon, the demon army on the horizon started to become blurrier. Then, they disappeared from the field of vision of the spectators. Countless people gathered at the same location. They looked toward the place where Emperor Yi had fallen. They looked at the corpse in a daze. It was as if all of this was not real. Will the Heavenly Mandate dynasty collapse? Some people muttered as they looked at the vanishing army far away. At this moment, all of them felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. This might be the downfall of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Someone else had come to attack the Heavenly Mandate dynasty after Gu Tianqing did back then. This time, the battle would be even more terrifying than back then. Does anyone know what happened? The figure asked. He was also in a daze. It was like this was a dream. Why would the army of the demon realm come to attack the Heavenly Mandate dynasty? Who could tell them the reason? I think I saw him, someone said softly. He was still looking at the sky in a daze. Who? Countless gazes landed on the person who spoke. The person who spoke turned to look at the crowd. Back then, he had attended the celebration at the Violet Heavenly Palace. Thus, he recognized the white-haired youth. Yi Futian. The army of the demon realm charged forward. Finally, the dynasties near the central region of the heavenly mandate realm were shaken. It was like a tsunami. It had come suddenly, yet ferociously. Several figures came forward from the palace of the heavenly mandate dynasty. They were powerful Renhuangs. They had grim expressions, their auras pulsing intensely around them. They were all headed directly toward the sacred hall of the palace. The emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty had sensed the commotion. He had already stepped out and was standing on the steps. "Emperor, we are being attacked by the army of the demon realm," a voice rang out. The voice felt like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day. It rang clearly within the ears of the powerful fighters in the palace. The army of the demon realm had attacked. "What factions of the demon clan are there?" the emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty asked. "The divine dragons, sky demon court, and divine elephants. 3 armies of the demon realm." It was another alarmed voice. The Renhuangs in the palace could no longer sit still. They took to the skies and moved in the direction of the sacred hall. The emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty clenched his fists tight. An unbelievably overbearing aura swelled outward and enveloped the boundless heavenly mandate dynasty. The glory around his body radiated upward and illuminated the sky. At this moment, the emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty looked like a deity. His body rose upward slowly until he stood high up in the air. The thing that he had thought to be impossible was happening. The formation of an alliance by the juniors and the God's Relic had turned into a large alliance of the demon realm in the heavenly mandate realm. He did not understand. He closed his eyes slightly. Countless powerful fighters appeared all around him. They were all looking at him. At this moment, the emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty was calmer than usual. He closed his eyes and spread his divine spirit outward. It expanded continuously. Soon, the boundless heavenly mandate dynasty was enveloped within his divine spirit. Countless images appeared in his mind. His divine spirit raided the area manically. Many people clearly felt his divine spirit brush past him. It even felt as though they could see the deity-like figure standing in the air above the sacred hall. It was the emperor. At this moment, in the imperial city, a figure was walking on the road. He had no aura and was extremely silent. He was like an ordinary person. However, at this moment, he stopped in his tracks and sensed the divine spirit sweeping past him. He looked up toward the direction of the palace. The next moment, a violent aura erupted from within his body. Boom! In an instant, the unbelievably violent aura surged out and swept past the bodies of countless people with him in the center. Several people trembled as they looked toward him. Who was this person? Thump! The ground was crumbled with a footstep. The figure took to the skies and stepped on thin air. With every step he took, several people on the ground spat out blood. Why? A voice spread toward him. It was the voice of the emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty. At the same time, his divine spirit continued spreading outward. At the other 2 directions of the imperial city, terrifying auras also burst forth and applied pressure on the entire city. Chapter 1684 Embattlement. 4 powerful fighters appeared in each of the cardinal directions of the vast imperial city of the heavenly mandate dynasty. They stood on the horizon. Their terrifying authority spread out around them and radiated throughout the imperial city. Their aura enveloped the palace of the heavenly mandate dynasty. The 4 of them had 9th-level divine wheels and came from 4 different factions. Of course, including the emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty, who was standing in the air above the palace, there were 5 unparalleled fighters in the area. The 4 powerful fighters who appeared were the Dragon Master of the Divine Dragons, the Golden Bird Demonic Lord of the Sky Demon Court, the Divine Elephant Emperor of the Divine Elephants, and Jiang Chengzi of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Any one of them was an existence that stood on the apex of the heavenly mandate realm. They were people who could cause the heavenly mandate realm to tremble with the stomp of their foot. They had infiltrated and hidden in the imperial city of the heavenly mandate dynasty before the army had set off. That was because they had to keep an eye on the powerful fighters of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Even though they were a great distance apart, It felt like they were looking at each other in close range within the radius of the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's divine spirit. It was unsurprising that Jiang Chengzi would attack the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. They were factions that stood on opposite sides. The animosity between the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven stemmed from a long time ago. It was destined to end with one party dying. However, why would the three great demon emperors of the Heavenly Mandate Realm's demon realm help the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? He did not understand. Was this solely because of the one-time alliance their juniors had in the God's Relic? Even though those juniors could become the future successors of their respective demon clans, how could they have influenced a war of such a proportion? Why would three people at the level of a demon lord take action? Thus, his question was naturally directed toward the Dragon Master and the two other powerful fighters. He could not understand. There was no reply. The four powerful fighters only had one motive for coming here, which was to kill the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Since they were going to kill him, there was no need for any redundant words. Thump! A dull thud rang out from the horizon. The noise rang throughout the imperial city. They saw countless golden illusory figures descend from the horizon. An unparalleled pressure of the great path suppressed the people below. Countless people looked up at the sky. They saw countless golden screens of light suspended in the air. Many golden divine statues of deities appeared out of thin air. Everyone felt insurmountable pressure. This was especially so for the people in the palace of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Those with lower cultivation levels found it hard to steady their feet. They rose and looked into the distance in fear. Boom! Another dull thud rang out. The majestic palace shook fiercely. The magnificent hall that pierced into the skies trembled and looked ready to fall. The sky-stomping technique was the Divine Elephant's most powerful technique. This time, the Divine Elephant Emperor was personally releasing this ability. All of the powerful fighters in the palace took to the skies. Yi Tianyu had also appeared. He stood in front of the hall and looked into the horizon. Within his incandescent gold eyes, he saw a majestic, illusory divine figure that looked like a demon god. The figure was infinitely large. The figure of this divine elephant had its four legs planted firmly in the four cardinal directions of the palace. It caused the entire palace to be suffocated under an authoritative aura. He also felt as though there was an entire sky above his head. It was heavy and suffocating. His father had asked for a reason, but the other party did not answer. However, Yu Tianyu faintly had an answer in his heart. Was it because of him? Why could he do things to such an extent? He was able to get people at the peak of the demon realm to fight for him. He was a person at the lower levels of Runhuang. No matter how exceptional his potential was, he did not have the right to even speak to such powerful figures. Furthermore, he managed to get these powerful figures to work for him, even at the cost of igniting a battle of epic proportions in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Rumble. At this moment, the palace was trembling. Countless rays of golden light suddenly shone out from the ground under the palace. Incandescent symbols shone with divine light. From the sky, one could faintly see a majestic array. The endless glory spread toward the body of the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The vast sky and the great path in the surroundings swarmed into his body. At this moment, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty looked as though he was the master of this world and was resonating with the great path of this universe. His body was clad in a divine armor of the great path, and he had a crown on his head. Even though he was still standing in his original position, everyone sensed that everything had changed. At this moment, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty looked like a deity. The ultimate technique of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was the Heavenly Mandate Deification technique. It transformed a person into a deity and imbued him with limitless abilities and an endless stream of great path. At this moment, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was like a deity. He raised his hand and pointed in the air. A radiant ray of golden divine light burst forth in the sky. Millions of divine rays of light pushed forward. It was as if one finger of a deity was enough to extinguish many realms. The attack flew straight toward the divine Elephant Emperor, who was suppressing the surroundings. He knew what the intentions of the divine elephant emperor were. He wanted to suppress the entire palace and capture everyone in one swoop, to extinguish his heavenly mandate dynasty. The sight of 1,000,000 rays of light piercing into the sky was majestic. However, it had not reached the divine elephant emperor when a figure blocked off the position. It was the dragon master, the purple gold dragon emperor. According to the plan, the divine elephant emperor would not need to attack in the battle against the emperor of the heavenly mandate realm. The purple gold dragon emperor, demon lord of the sky demon court, as well as Jiang Chengzi, would be responsible for attacking the emperor of the heavenly mandate realm. Not only did the demon lord of the sky demon court specialize in long-range attacks, but his speed was also equally terrifying. That, coupled with the purple gold dragon emperor's violent offense and Jiang Chengzi's support, it was impossible for the emperor of the heavenly mandate realm to escape alive if they worked together. Even if they could not kill the emperor at the moment, they could at least trap him. The divine elephant emperor and the rest of the powerful fighters were responsible for exterminating the heavenly mandate dynasty and killing everyone else to ensure that there were no mistakes. Seeing the assault of the 1,000,000 rays of divine light, the dragon master of the divine dragons punched forward. In that instant, the horizon seemed to have shattered. It was not an illusory feeling, but something material that could truly be felt. The sky roared and trembled. The strength of the dragon god erupted. Countless illusory purple gold dragons seemed to appear on the horizon. They blasted the great path back and caused the sky to crack. The endless stream of divine light was also destroyed. This attack had happened in the sky, but it caused the hearts of countless people on the ground to jump intensely. It was uncomfortable. People who were at a lower level than Run Huang let out dull grunts. They felt incredibly heavy. Even though this attack had happened an extreme distance away from them and could be said to not involve them, the attack still impacted them. The feeling they got was extremely uncomfortable. Their organs were flipping around in their body and felt that they were about to shatter. The two attacks scattered after they hit each other in the air. The powerful fighters who had been standing in the 4 cardinal directions now appeared in 3 corners with the palace of the heavenly mandate dynasty in the center. The divine elephant emperor was alone in his corner. That made the emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty realize that the divine elephant emperor would not participate in the battle against him. Instead, the divine elephant emperor's target was the entire heavenly mandate dynasty. The 3 other powerful fighters were the ones who were here to kill him. At the same time, in the palace, the vast army had arrived. They were split into 3 camps. They charged straight for the palace. They're here. The people became numb. Other than the 4 powerful fighters who had come here first, the army behind them had also arrived. 3 armies from the demon realm. Furthermore, they were all made up of demon emperors. None of them were under the level of Renhuang. In a battle of such a proportion, any resistance put up by people under the level of Renhuang was useless. They were a burden. In fact, even lower-level Renhuangs would not have too large of an impact on the battle. The people who could directly influence the battle were the apex-level figures. The outcome of the battle would only depend on the lower-level fighters if the people fighting at the very top were at a stalemate. Yi Futian, Gu Donglu. Some people saw 2 figures in white robes standing side by side. One was dressed in a white robe and had white hair. He was absolutely charismatic. Even though many people had not seen him before, they did hear about him on multiple occasions. Who else could he be other than Yi Futian? The person beside him was naturally Gu Donglu. Many years ago, Gu Tianqing had come to attack them. Now, his grandson, Gu Donglu, had also stepped into the imperial city of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Furthermore, they walked in just like that. They could only step in like that with absolute confidence. They were not afraid that the emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty would kill them. That was because the forces of the 2 camps were unequal. No matter how powerful the heavenly mandate dynasty was, could they deal with the alliance of 3 great demon clans and the return of the celestial gate of vast heaven? These were 4 apex-level factions. Furthermore, each one of these apex-level figures had brought along ritual implements. The powerful fighters by Yi Futian's side included the Kuanping demonic great elder, golden giant Pongbird emperor, Hua Jiangshan, as well as powerhouses from the divine dragons and divine elephants. They all had 8th-tier divine wheels. That, coupled with their ritual implements, allowed them to defend against their enemies for some time, even if they were two powerful fighters with 9th-tier divine wheels. Furthermore, with the 4 influential figures ganging up on the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate realm, there was no chance for the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to launch a full-powered attack toward them. Thus, they dared to charge forward and invade the palace of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. They pushed forward under the witness of countless gazes. Finally, their figures stopped. Futian looked up at the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The other party also looked at him. They interacted with their gazes. One was an existence that stood at the peak of the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The other was a junior who had just stepped into the level of Runhuang. Their statuses were completely unequal. However, at this moment, the white-haired youth had caused the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to step into despair. The divine authority of the Great Path pressed toward where Futian was at. The Great Path crashed around him. However, the influential figures around Futian released their aura and sealed off the space they were at. They did not give the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty any chance of killing Futian. "How did you convince them?" the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty asked Futian as he stared at him. He could not understand why the 3 great demon clans would aid Futian. Futian looked at him and did not give a direct answer. Instead, he said, "The reason is no longer important. Today, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty will be destroyed. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty will be destroyed." The Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty glared at Futian. Indeed, his Heavenly Mandate dynasty would definitely be defeated by such an unequal formation. They had no chance. However, there was intense killing intent in his eyes. That gaze seemed to signal that Futian would definitely die. Futian shifted his gaze away from the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and looked toward another figure. He looked at the Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, Tianyu. This was his 3rd senior's place of destiny. His animosity with the Heavenly Mandate dynasty paled in comparison to his 3rd senior. His 3rd senior's animosity with the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was a vengeance that spanned 3 generations. Let it all end today. Chapter 1685 Final Battle. In Brahma's pure sky, the Empress finally understood why she had the persistent feeling that something big was about to happen. Her beautiful eyes seemed to pierce through the void while she was in her large hall. Her eyes saw the situation that was happening incredibly far away. That was the direction of the central regions of the Heavenly Mandate realm where the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was. A breeze blew past and caused her robes to sway. She could not have expected this. This day, the 3 great demon clans had moved out together and wished to exterminate the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. An uprising had suddenly risen in the Heavenly Mandate realm. There had been no warning. "I'll head out for a moment." The Brahma's pure sky empress took a step forward, and her figure immediately disappeared. The goddesses under her looked up to see that the empress's figure had disappeared and let out confused looks. They had the feeling that something was off. Did something happen? They realized why the empress was acting weird not long after. The news spread from the Brahma Sky City into the Brahma's pure sky. Futian had led the 3 great demon factions, the Divine Dragons, Sky Demon Court, and Divine Elephants, as well as powerful fighters from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven in an invasion into the central regions of the Heavenly Mandate realm. They might already have reached the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The news came like lightning. It caused countless hearts to tremble. Was the Heavenly Mandate realm going to undergo massive change? Many years ago, Gu Xingtian had been unable to exterminate the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, but he had caused the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to become weakened. Ever since then, the dynasty had never restored itself to its former glory, but the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven also paid a heavy price. However, the person who attacked the Heavenly Mandate dynasty this time was not Gu Xingtian, nor was it the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Instead, it was 4 top-notch factions. This time, it was possible that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would be exterminated. The once absolute overlord of the Heavenly Mandate realm had been weakened from its glory days. This day, it might walk toward extermination. At the same time, in the Violet Heavenly Palace, A powerful fighter rushed around manically. He charged directly into the violet, heavenly palace. He had not arrived, but his voice could be heard from far away. Futian had led the three great demon clans and the celestial gate of vast heaven in an invasion of the heavenly mandate dynasty. His voice was like lightning in the horizon, exploding suddenly within the violet, heavenly palace. In that instant, multiple figures from the violet, heavenly palace took to the skies. There were constant crackles as countless bolts of lightning descended. At this moment, the violet, heavenly palace shone with endless purple light. The absolute territory of heavenly thunder had terrifying divine thunder. Amidst the countless bolts of lightning, two figures were sitting cross-legged in the air. They were in the middle of a game of chess. However, at this moment, the voice that rang throughout the violet, heavenly palace rang out. A bolt of lightning landed directly on the chessboard. The palace master of the violet, heavenly palace placed his piece down. Rumble, his action was a little heavy. It caused the chessboard to be blasted into pieces by the lightning. The palace master of the violet, heavenly palace looked up toward the other figure, who was also sitting cross-legged. There was a destructive lightning aura in his eyes as he stared at the opposite figure. "You already know about this?" he asked. This day, the master of the 10,000 divine mountain that he did not have many dealings with suddenly arrived at the violet, heavenly palace and wanted to play a game of chess with him. He did not think too much about it just now. He had thought that the other party wanted to experience the absolute territory of heavenly thunder. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized something. The demon clans were not the only ones who had joined forces with Futian and the God's Relic. There was also the 10,000 divine mountain. If Futian had convinced the three great demon clans to attack the heavenly mandate dynasty, then was the 10,000 divine mountain convinced along with them? After all, the two parties had a commonality. They had gotten into an alliance with Futian and the God's Relic. More coincidentally, the master of the 10,000 divine mountain had come to the violet, heavenly palace. He had appeared here. "Our game of chess is not over. Are you destroying the board just because you are about to lose?" The master of the 10,000 divine mountain smiled. He waved his palm. Instantly, a new chessboard appeared between them. The chess pieces appeared out of thin air and landed in their original positions. It was as if everything was normal. He raised his hand and placed a piece down, then looked up at the palace master of the violet, heavenly palace. He smiled and said, "It's your turn." The palace master of the violet, heavenly palace understood the situation when he saw the other party's reaction. The other party had not answered him, but at this point, there was no need for an answer. It was clear that the other party knew about this. Then, the reason that he came to the violet, heavenly palace was to the divine dragons, sky demon court, and the divine elephants. The palace master of the violet, heavenly palace guessed, "How did he convince you guys?" For top-notch factions had stepped out for Futian. It felt ridiculous, no matter how he thought about it. "Play out your move first, palace master," the master of the 10,000 divine mountain said casually. The palace master of the violet, heavenly palace looked down at the board, then casually tossed out a chess piece. The master of the 10,000 divine mountain smiled, then placed a piece down. At this moment, the black pieces of the palace master of the violet, heavenly palace were surrounded by the white pieces on the board. The piece that the master of the 10,000 divine mountain placed just now was not eye-catching, but it seemed to be the most important move. There was no special reason. It's just that it has been many years. The heavenly mandate realm might become different. It should become different. The master of the 10,000 divine mountain lowered his head and murmured. It felt like he was talking to himself. How different? The palace master of the violet, heavenly palace was confused. He did not understand. Back then, Gu Tianqing appeared out of thin air and suppressed an entire generation. He could be described as incredibly charismatic and unparalleled in the heavenly mandate realm. Even so, I was still rather indignant. Even though I am far from comparable to Gu Tianqing was ultimately unable to become the person that would define his era. He was ultimately just a little off. The master of the 10,000 divine mountain said, "His outcome was as I imagined. He died while he was at his peak. It was a pity." "What do you wish to express?" the palace master of the Violet Heavenly Palace asked. Now, the person who would define his generation has appeared. The master of the 10,000 divine mountain looked up at the other party. He stood up slowly. An unparalleled pressure of the great path swelled out. Rumble. Ancient lightning peaks in the absolute territory of heavenly thunder collapsed. The mountains crashed downward and swallowed the absolute territory of heavenly thunder. At the same time, on the horizon, countless divine mountains appeared and blocked off the sky. At this moment, countless people from the Violet Heavenly Palace looked up to see the divine mountains floating in the air. The divine mountains were pressing downward. They enveloped the Violet Heavenly Palace within an endless stretch of divine mountains. It was as if this space had been buried and sealed off. At this moment, in the absolute territory of heavenly thunder, two figures took to the skies and headed straight for the clouds. One of them was bathed in an infinite divine aura of lightning. Rings of lightning circled him. They looked like divine lightning that could destroy worlds and instilled fear in the hearts of people. The figure on the other side seemed to have a contract with the divine mountains that sealed off the Violet Heavenly Palace. It seemed as though they were one entity. At this moment, the palace master of the Violet Heavenly Palace finally realized why the other party only brought two people along with him. He had brought the two other strongest people from the 10,000 divine mountain. Of course, it was to make it convenient for him to do battle. There were no burdens. If they were to fight in the Violet Heavenly Palace, everyone in the Violet Heavenly Palace was a burden. How could he fight this battle? If the battle were to start, the Violet Heavenly Palace would crumble. No one under the level of Renhuang would survive. In the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had the same reservations as the Palace Master of the Violet Heavenly Palace. This was the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, their home ground. However, in a battle of such a proportion, the home ground might not give them the advantage. The destructive capabilities of a peak-level Renhuang were too terrifying. Back then, he had joined forces with his father to do battle with Gu Tianqing. However, it caused many deaths. Many powerful fighters had died. Furthermore, the powerful fighters of the other party wielded the absolute advantage today. Of course, in such a situation, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was facing a crisis of extinction. However, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty wanted to take a gamble. Futian claimed that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would be exterminated. However, he felt indignant. Tianyu, get into the Sacred Hall and take care of yourself, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty told Tianyu using telepathy. He had just said this when his deity-like figure took to the skies. He was like a golden bolt of lightning piercing straight for the heavens. All of you leave. Having cultivated his abilities to such a level, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was also an extremely decisive man. Even though he wanted to take the gamble on a slim chance, it was more than likely that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would be exterminated. While he took to the skies, the palace of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty transformed into an intensely shiny divine matrix. Countless symbols within the divine matrix shone and gathered around his body. His aura reached an extreme. This scene caused the powerful fighters to feel that if not for their embattlement, if only one figure at the same level of the Emperor had come to fight him, they might have been trapped here by the other party. Boom! A dull thud rang out. The power of the divine elephants that was holding down the sky seemed to have been shattered. The Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty charged out and wanted to escape from the battlefield. He knew that if he left, the other parties would definitely follow him. The three top-notch figures had come to deal with him. There would be a chance that he could reverse the situation if they chased after him. A violent wind blew past. It brought about an unparalleled scorching will. A divine sun bird appeared in the sky. It was humongous and melted everything in its path. It scorched the heavens like a sun, swallowing everything around it. It dragged its opponents into a sun world. At the same time, the Dragon Master and Jiang Chengzi charged over. Just as he had guessed, the three powerful figures were here to kill him. Retreat. The powerful fighters from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty wanted to escape, but they saw the divine Elephant Emperor walk on air and release giant rumbles. The divine authority of the Great Path descended, and nearly caused the entire palace to collapse and fall. The powerful fighters knew that even though the emperor wanted them to retreat, they might not actually be able to. At this moment, a figure walked out from the crowd. Yi Tianyu looked at the figure who was walking out. It was Gu Donglu. In the past, when he attacked the celestial gate of vast heaven with the heavenly dynasty, Yi Tianyu had also walked toward Gu Donglu like that. However, he did not achieve victory in that battle. Now, the scene of Gu Donglu walking toward him felt familiar. Powerful fighters from the demon clans walked out. Their pressure enveloped the battlefield that the two people were at to prevent anyone from launching a sneak attack on Gu Donglu. Yi Futian looked at the battlefield calmly. He had spared Yi Tianyu's life in the god's relic. He had said that he had to leave Yi Tianyu for his third senior. This was their destiny. Rumble. A perfect divine will burst forth. It shone with incredible radiance and blinded Yi Tianyu. His father wanted him to leave, but he did not do it. He wanted to face the situation directly. This was his destined battle. He did not escape. It was just that this destiny was a little different from the one he imagined. Yi Tianyu released his pressure as a Renhuang and stepped forward. This was the first battle he was going to have since he stepped into the level of Renhuang, but this might also be his last battle. Chapter 1686 One High. The powerful fighters of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty realized that they could no longer escape. At this point, the prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, Yi Tianyu, had no choice but to take the battle head-on. This destined battle that had spanned 3 generations had erupted in the palace of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. In the past, Gu Tianxing had also fought the old emperor here. In this generation, Gu Donglu stood in front of Yi Tianyu. No matter if it was the past or present, it felt as though the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was at a disadvantage. Was this the reason for the decline of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty? The perfect divine wheel had an incredibly radiant divine light. The divine wheel was naturally made up of Juexian diagram. It could also be called the Juexian divine wheel. An incredible divine light radiated from Gu Donglu's body. It was as if deities had descended onto the mortal plane. He was truly charismatic. At this moment, he looked like a fairy. The Juexian divine wheel spun around the heavens and turned into a divine image that blocked off the sky. An endless divine glow was pulsing and resonating with the great path in the surroundings. That image became larger and larger. It completely blocked off the sky and covered the battlefield where the two of them were standing on. Pure-blooded dragons roared. Ancient phoenix danced in the sky. Ferocious beasts like the Taodai and Qiongqi appeared. It was as if all of the demon gods had appeared in the image. Light of the 9 words circled the fighters. Countless ancient words descended onto the surroundings at the same time. It was everywhere. Gu Donglu might not have needed to activate such a powerful technique today. However, he recalled that his grandfather had once done battle here. Since that was the case, he should put the matter to rest. The divine picture of Heavenly Mandate was also released as the deification technique erupted. Yi Tianyu was like a deity. However, compared to the radiance of the other creatures, he looked like he had lost a little luster from the old days. He looked a little dull. Even though he had incredible talent, there was someone stronger than him. The pressure of the divine wheel and the authority of the descending ancient words continuously impacted Yi Tianyu's body and soul. Indeed, the distance between them was great. He could never have expected that the two people who were once on equal footing as him when he reached the Renhuang plain would have pulled the distance between them this far apart. It was clear that he was the one left behind. Boom! An exquisite lethal will bloomed. An incandescent fairy light radiated from the Juexian diagram. The surroundings were in resonance. The radiance released by the 9 words turned the great path in the surroundings into one. At the next moment, the endless stream of ancient words descended. Yi Futian looked at the descending ancient symbols. It was as though every ancient word was made out of sword will. However, they were much stronger than the will possessed by a Renhuang of the same level. His swords looked like the swords of the mystical way. Mystical light radiated throughout the surroundings. Everything under the Juexian diagram was destroyed. Yi Tianyu knew how the battle would end when he sensed the pressure. Everything had been decided when the perfect divine wheel appeared. He took a step forward and moved toward Gu Donglu. He used the rest of his strength to walk toward the endless words made out of sword will that was crashing down. In that instant, blinding light erupted from Tianyu's body. It was as if all of the light in his life was shining at this very moment. Swords were destroying everything under the glorious light. However, there was no end to the descending symbols. Finally, the words pierced through his shining body, and Tianyu stopped in his tracks. He looked at Gu Donglu, then shifted his gaze toward another direction. He looked in the direction of Futian. Actually, if not for the fact that they were born into different camps, if Futian had gone to the Divine Palace, they might have become friends. Perhaps this was destiny. Under the blinding light, the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, the person who was hailed as the Almighty Sun, Tianyu, vanished into the brilliance and died. The powerful fighters of the heavenly mandate dynasty witnessed this scene. The prince of the dynasty had been killed. Furthermore, the emperor was being attacked by 3 powerful figures and was also in deep trouble. Under such a situation, no one could have protected Tianyu. They were in the same predicament. The heavenly mandate dynasty was facing a crisis of extinction. Would the heavenly mandate dynasty, who had stood at the peak of the heavenly mandate realm for countless years, be completely destroyed today? Futian had a calm expression when he saw Tianyu vanish. However, his heart was overcome with emotion. The once arrogant prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty had died just like that. However, he ultimately displayed his spirit as the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty in the final battle. He was unafraid and had died in battle. Rumbled dull thuds rang out in the sky. The emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty knew that Tianyu had died. He forced back his grief and wanted to create a path of blood. However, the combined abilities of the 3 top-notch figures and the premium ritual implements they wielded did not pale in comparison to the treasure in his hands. He could not leave. The 3 powerful fighters were in no rush to kill him. They trapped him relentlessly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for them to give the emperor an escape route if they were not careful. Thus, they would rather be more cautious and slowly trap and kill him than give him a glimmer of hope. There was a blood-colored glow in the emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty's eyes. Were they still not going to attack? He had charged up into the sky for the gamble of a slight chance. He had hoped that his allies would take action and deal with Futian. However, the other party had not attacked even now. Even though his so-called allies were not dependable, he could not accept the fact that the other party had so mercilessly witnessed the scene. However, even so, the emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty did not betray them. He hoped that they would be able to accomplish a one-hit kill. At this point, all he hoped was for Futian to be killed in one hit. As long as Futian died, there was a chance that this crisis could be resolved. Futian was the core figure in the alliance of the 4 great factions. If he died, there might be a chance that this alliance would be dissolved. Take action, Futian said. The powerful fighters of the demon clan and the celestial gate of vast heaven stepped forward and went in search of their enemies. They had the numbers advantage in this battle. That, coupled with the divine elephant emperor blocking off the sky, made the outcome of this battle clear. Futian had made this plan to kill the heavenly mandate dynasty in one strike. He had trapped all of the top-notch figures of the heavenly mandate dynasty and had not allowed them to leave. Boom in the air. The divine elephant emperor stomped his foot down. The divine elephant seemed to take a step forward in the endless space. Several fighters of the heavenly mandate dynasty were unable to withstand the attack. They spat out blood and crawled on the ground. Even the fighters at the level of Run Huang let out dull grunts. If not for being wary that he might take his allies down with him, the terrifying divine elephant emperor would have stomped down on a larger scale. Even so, the fighters saw 4 massively thick legs of the divine elephant step on the 4 cardinal directions. They were like 4 divine god pillars. For powerful fighters at the level of Run Huang were directly crushed to death. They did not even have the chance to retaliate. Buildings also crumbled at a manic rate. Everyone was flustered. This day was the doomsday of the heavenly mandate dynasty. At this moment, the divine elephant emperor glanced at the sacred hall of the heavenly mandate dynasty that was still standing. Even though it had suffered from an immense tremor, it still stood stably in its place. It did not collapse. This sacred hall might have been specially built and could harbor a spell matrix. He scanned the area with his divine spirit and found that his divine spirit was blocked off by the hall. This sacred hall could obstruct the divine spirit. He stomped down once again with his foot. The heavenly mandate dynasty had to be destroyed. There was no need for the sacred hall of the heavenly mandate dynasty, which symbolized the highest authority of the dynasty, to continue to exist. The giant leg of the golden divine elephant landed on the air above the sacred hall. A loud rumble could be heard. The air above the sacred hall caved in and pushed the hall into the ground. However, the sacred hall did not collapse completely, even though several cracks have appeared. At this moment, horrifying energy suddenly erupted from within the crack. The expression of the divine elephant emperor changed slightly. He lifted his leg and pushed it down quickly. The divine elephant shook the skies and wanted to crush the sacred hall under its foot. At the same time, a ray of divine light suddenly erupted from within the sacred hall and pierced out into the surroundings. It caused many people to be unable to open their eyes. "Careful!" the divine elephant emperor roared. He unleashed his suppressing great path to its extreme. He had clearly realized that something was wrong. There was someone in the sacred hall. Furthermore, that person was a top-notch existence. More terrifyingly, the other party had held himself back for this long and had not taken action all these while. He had not done anything even though Etienne had died before him. What was his motive? It was similar to their motive for coming to the heavenly mandate dynasty, to kill with one strike. However, his warning seemed to have come too late. An incandescent ray of golden light pierced through the air. A divine spear penetrated the skies and flew straight toward Futian's body. For a top-notch figure, the distance between them was negligible. The expression of the divine elephant emperor changed. The target of the other party was Futian. Rumble, rumble. Countless sounds of impact rang out. The bodies of the Golden Wing Rock Emperor and Hua Jiangshan were blasted backward. They could not defend against the attack. The Golden Divine's spear pierced through the air and arrived before Futian. Everyone's expression changed to reveal a look of shock. The Golden Divine glow was exceptionally blinding. Boom! Futian's body was covered in a golden sacred hall. The sacred hall was then blasted backward. Inside, Futian crashed fiercely onto the walls of the sacred hall. Buildings collapsed while he was retreating. The golden sacred hall finally came to a stop. It did not shatter. It did not even have a crack on it. Who? Everyone took a deep breath. It was too close. They had thought that Futian would be killed. A charged strike of a top-notch fighter was indefensible. However, a space ritual implement had saved Futian's life. He must have also gotten that from the god's relic. It was no wonder that he would step foot on the battlefield. As it turned out, he had a treasure like that in his possession. Futian looked at the figures on the other side while he stood in the sacred hall. It was not just one person. Two other powerful fighters emerged. However, they were all suppressed by the divine elephant emperor's great path of suppression and did not have much destructive capability. The Golden Divine Nation. Futian did not expect the powerful fighters from the Golden Divine Nation to appear within the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Had they always been waiting for him here? Chapter 1687 finished. The lineup Futian brought today already overshadowed the strength of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. After all, it was the four top forces banding together. Naturally, he had not counted the Golden Divine Nation. The Golden Divine Nation, located in the higher heavens realm, was not one of the powers of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Furthermore, how would they have known that he would come to the Heavenly Mandate realm? Golden Divine Nation aside, even the overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty could not have anticipated that he would come to attack. Even the Golden Divine Nation did not have the ability to predict the future. Then there was only one possibility left. The Golden Divine Nation would rather wait for an opportunity while staying at the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. They were not necessarily waiting for him to come, but waiting for an opportunity to deal with him. It just so happened that he attacked at this time. If the Golden Divine Nation were able to predict the future, then there would be more than just 3 cultivators. Even if they added 3 more, it would never surpass the lineup presented by Futian and the others. Of course, this was because no one knew that he would persuade the four principalities to form an alliance. If the battle were to be waged in another way, such as the battle between the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, in which three major characters from the Golden Divine Nation were blending in under cover of another, then it would be enough to determine the outcome of the battle. That would be enough to demand his life. Three major characters of great power came to the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty just to wait for a chance to kill him. Clearly, this was an order from the Lord of the Divine Nation. After the slaying of his two descendants, the Lord of the Divine Nation was presumably still unwilling to let the matter rest even with the intervention from the empty imperial palace. So he had employed another method to deal with Futian by blending into the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The reality of the situation was quite similar to what Futian had imagined. In the turmoil at the God's Relic, the cultivators of the empty imperial palace came and spoke so that none of the top forces were in a position to attack Futian freely. After all, everyone knew that the empty imperial palace was under the command of Donghuang the Great. The Golden Divine Nation also had other concerns. Empty imperial palace had given a warning. He had to take it into consideration, but how could he forgive the deaths of his sons? What kind of man was the overlord of the Divine Nation, that he would really let Futian off the hook with just a few words? Should his two sons die in vain? Therefore, he sent men inside the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. These three cultivators were secretly from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The grievances between Futian and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would boil over sooner or later. When the time came for the battle to break out, even Donghuang the Great would be hard-pressed to interfere. Futian's death would then have nothing to do with the Golden Divine Nation. Today, Futian happened to come and attack. Once Futian entered the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, would they not resist? Killing Futian here and now would free them of any future worries. However, with the arrival of Futian this time, the lineup was frightfully strong. Even with their three strong cultivators, they were at an absolute disadvantage. They did not make themselves known. They had even kept quiet when Tianyu died. They were only waiting for the moment when the other party relaxed their vigilance so that they might vanquish him with one blow. Killing Futian would cause the alliance to collapse, and then none of these forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm would dare to keep them. How strong was the Golden Divine Nation? In the higher heavens realm, the Golden Divine Nation was probably the strongest power outside the Divine Palace. However, because the Divine Palace cared not for the grievances from the outside world, it could be said that Golden Divine Nation was the strongest power in the higher heavens realm. This could be seen by Guy Schercher's daring attack on Futian outside the Divine Palace without any concerns. There were powerful men in the Divine Nation who acted as divine generals under the command of Donghuang the Great. And now there was no power that could be regarded as a threat to the Golden Divine Nation. It could be said that even in the times when the old overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was in charge, the Golden Divine Nation would still be able to suppress it. It was a pity that this mortal blow failed to end Futian's life as she wished, and a spatial divine implement saved Futian's life. If it were just armor worn on his body, no matter how excellent of an implement it was, Futian would still die. That might of the way was enough to kill him through the defensive armor. Even a divine implement would still depend on who was using it, and it was impossible to use it against Huang. However, in that case, the person who used it would die while the divine implement would still stay intact. Unless the realm was higher than the level of the divine implement, it was impossible to destroy the implement through attack only. Therefore, a spatial divine implement happened to be of use. Of course, this kind of divine implement did not appear to have a substantial effect, and the efforts in refining one such divine implement could be used to refine many other divine implements. As such, it was very rare. Even so, Futian was injured through the air, but his injury was not serious. One divine wheel 9th order and 2 divine wheel of the 8th order. Futian stared at the opposite side. Such a lineup was truly worthy of him. Even forces at the level of the Golden Divine Nation were able to send this kind of power, waiting for their opportunity at the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth became extremely heavy, and many cultivators felt it was difficult to move. A majestic and massive golden divine elephant suppressed the sky from above and stomped down. The divine elephant emperor himself turned into the golden divine elephant, and an aura of the demonic emperor enveloped heaven and earth. He stepped into the sky and stomped on that cultivator of the ninth order from the golden divine nation. At this time, he couldn't care less about suppressing the inside and outside of the palace. The presence of someone of the divine will ninth order was too great a threat and could only be dealt with by him. In order to prevent the opponent from having a chance to kill the others, he had to drag the opponent with all his strength to prevent him from threatening the lives of the others. "Go!" he spat in a strong and powerful voice. It was for the demonic clan and the cultivators from the celestial gate of vast heaven to evacuate. Of course, it was not really an evacuation, but to have them leave his attack range. When someone of his caliber unleashed all of his power to attack, he could take down a whole city. But now only one person was his target. There was no need for him to say anything more. A terrible storm swept out, and it was not up to anyone to decide whether they wanted to go or not. Futian was inside the spatial sacred hall, and under that violent storm, the hall was knocked loose and flew out, taking him with it. The divine elephant emperor did not directly attack, but repelled everyone with a shockwave. Otherwise, one stomp from him would kill not only the enemy, but also his own people. In the center of the vast palace ground, the giant foot of the golden divine elephant smashed down, and the world seemed to collapse under this single stomp. Endless storms came down to destroy all the buildings below as they were shattered and pulverized madly at this moment, turning into fragments. In just an instant, more than half of a majestic imperial palace was shattered and reduced to ruins. Somewhere far away, the people who watched the battle from the imperial city of the heavenly mandate dynasty were trembling. They had never thought that there would be such a day. Someone wanted to destroy the dynasty. The divine general of golden divine nation seemed to turn into a divine god. His body suddenly elongated. As the ancient golden god stood upon the ruins, endless divine light bloomed from him, casting light into the endless space. That breath was truly astonishing. They were thinking how fortunate it was that Futian was not killed in that blow. Even Futian secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had reaped a lot in the god's relic, and after studying the divine implements, he found that this spatial implement possessed the ability for defense. Otherwise, facing a Run Huang of the divine wheel ninth order, he never could have dodged if they attacked suddenly. After all, no one had thought that there would be such a top-level Ren Huang inside the heavenly mandate dynasty. Accompanied by a loud noise, a golden storm swept out centered on the palace grounds, and all the ruins swept backward. At this moment, some other buildings in the palace that hadn't collapsed were destroyed and spilled outside the palace. Futian glanced at the battlefield yonder. Although the opponent was a ninth order Ren Huang, the divine elephant had no problem dragging him down with its strength. "Don't let them go," Futian said as he glanced at the cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty in the distance. Even with the three powerful cultivators from Golden Divine Nation, the strength was still extremely unbalanced. It was very clear to them that there were still three top figures above who were besieging the Overlord. Now that they were doomed to be defeated, to flee was the only way. If they stayed alive, then they still have a chance for revenge. But clearly, Futian could not simply watch them go. "I have divine implement to protect me. Don't worry about me," Futian continued. "Good." As his words fell, demonic emperors and the Run Huang from the celestial gate of vast heaven attacked at the same time. Simultaneously, demonic emperors also appeared on all sides of the palace, mainly the great demons from the Sky Demon Court. They had surrounded the area according to Futian's prior instructions to prevent the Run Huang from the heavenly mandate dynasty from escaping. The Kuanpeng demonic great elder and the Golden Wing Rock Emperor aimed directly at those two who were the divine wheel 8th order, while Hua Jiangshan stayed by Futian's side. Although Futian had ordered them to unleash their attacks, it was impossible to have no one left by his side. The battlefield instantly expanded and continued to grow larger in the sky above the palace of the heavenly mandate dynasty. The heavenly mandate dynasty had a very deep background. If it was a single power, the number of Run Huang in the heavenly mandate dynasty no matter in numbers or realms, were definitely the strongest in all of the Heavenly Mandate realm. If it was not for the alliance of several top forces, it was impossible to destroy the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. However, this was destined to be a battle of great disparity. Just like when the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace besieged the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven disintegrated right away. But this time, Futian didn't want to give the opponent a chance to escape. Master Hua, you go as well. Don't you want to slay the enemy yourself? Futian said to Hua Jiangshan. Hua Jiangshan was the clan lord of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, so naturally, he wanted to participate in the fight, but both Futian and Gu Donglu must be protected. Rest assured that we are not so weak. If we can't stop it, I will summon the divine implement for defense, Futian said. Very well. When Hua Jiangshan heard Futian say so, he also stepped forward to join the battle. Even with the three great Renhuang of the Golden Divine Nation joining in, it was still a one-sided situation. It's over. In the distance, countless were watching this battle, and the sound of collisions sounded in their ears again and again, causing their hearts to beat violently. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty had been dominating the Heavenly Mandate realm for many years. It was about to meet its end today. Everyone could see it. Just as Futian had said, the dynasty should be destroyed. It was just that no one thought that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would be destroyed at the hands of a white-haired young man who was new to the realm of Renhuang. He had not even been famous for long. Death of an era. When the Lady of Brahma's pure sky arrived at the imperial city of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the war had already been going on for a long time. She stood far above the sky, looking at the battlefield. The entire palace had been turned into a ruin, with many from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty buried underneath. Some were of the Renhuang existence. The entire imperial city was permeated with a terrible storm of the Great Path. There were battles taking place in different places, and there were also Renhuang figures who had fallen. A quarter of the buildings in this most prosperous main city of Heavenly Mandate realm were destroyed, with cracks appearing on the ground. What was before everyone's eyes could no longer be discerned as a place that was once the most prosperous place in all of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The collapse of a dynasty. Even though she was an empress at the peak of her power, the Lady of Brahma's pure sky was still not at peace. She gazed at the white-haired figure who was standing above the palace. Had it really been destroyed for good? Of course, she could also see the battlefield where the overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was located. At this time, the overlord was hit with another violent impact. The punch from the Dragon Master that could break apart space blasted on the armor that he was wearing. A mouthful of blood came out of his mouth, and the overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was already very weak at this moment. Encircled and suppressed by three people of the same level power, he could not keep fighting for much longer. But he couldn't leave now even if he wanted to. If it weren't for the three great cultivators who were being overly cautious and choosing not to take too much risk, perhaps the battle would have ended already. However, because they were so sure of their victory, they were in no hurry. They chose to consume the energy of the other until death so that none of the three were injured. There were also Renhuang, who took action against Futian. Renhuang who were lower in rank were not stopped by anyone, but were allowed to be obliterated by Futian and the others. Only those of the Divine Wheel 5th Order or above were stopped by the others. If Renhuang who were positioned higher above unleashed their attack remotely, Futian and the others would enter the spatial divine implement. They didn't leave him with even a glimmer of hope or opportunity. Retreat. The three cultivators from Golden Divine Nation knew that no more could not be done today. It was not their time to kill Futian. If they persisted, it was highly likely that they would also end up dying here. The Divine Elephant Emperor stepped forward, wanting to chase them down, but Futian merely said, "Let them go." Only then did the God Elephant Emperor's footsteps stop, and three arcs of golden divine lights sailed across the void and disappeared. The main target today was the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and it was not so easy to detain the other party. Another reason was that they planned on destroying the Heavenly Mandate dynasty once and for all, but Golden Divine Nation was a different story. If the Divine Elephant Emperor had really dragged them into killing the top figures of the Golden Divine Nation, then the overlord of Divine Nation would have an excuse to kill them in return. He didn't want to drag down his allies. "I'll go up and help," the Divine Elephant Emperor said. The overall situation had been determined, and now they just need to detain the overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Then this war would be completely over. However, he had not yet reached the battlefield when the fiery flames above the sky flooded the void. It was a golden sacred fire that burnt heaven and earth as a golden divine solar spear pierced through the armor worn by the overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. In an instant, the infinite golden divine solar fire rushed into the other's body. Instantly, the overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty turned into a man on fire, a divine general bathing in the divine fire, except that the divine fire was burning his body madly. Boom! The fireball dropped down from the sky, and someone else descended. The Dragon Master's purple gold divine fist blasted on his opponent's body, stopping the overlord's fall and causing his body to tremble violently. As the bright celestial light bloomed, Jiang Chengzi added another blow. Numerous people in the imperial city raised their heads and looked there. They saw the master of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty falling down weakly from the sky above. With a loud bang, the body of the overlord was smashed into the ruins, with the three top figures landing at the same time, appearing in 3 different locations. Even at this moment, they were still guarding against his possible escape, displaying a degree of caution. There was a sound that came from the ruins as a figure climbed out from the inside and stood on top of it. His whole body was still radiant all over, even though he had almost nothing left. It seemed that he was still unable to let go of his dignity as the overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. That brilliant divine light seemed to be burning up the last of his power. Those eyes looked past through the void toward Futian, who was in the distance. He had never thought that he would fall into the hands of a youngster. Once upon a time, he had not even considered Futian as an opponent for his son, Tianyu. But the white-haired young man who had been standing there was the one who choreographed this battle and the destruction of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. How very sad was all this, Your Majesty. There were those from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty who were still alive, and they looked at the overlord who was standing there, feeling extremely sad. He suddenly smiled, somewhat ironically, and said, "I have stepped over Gu Tianxing, but not a youngster." However, Gu Tianxing still did not win. "If it were not for you, I wouldn't necessarily lose." Gu Donglu was also at Futian's side. He admitted that he had lost to Futian, but he still did not admit that he had lost to Gu Tianxing. The one who defeated the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was not Gu Donglu. "It's just that time has moved up a little," said Futian, expressionless and looking at the overlord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Without him, the third senior brother would not show up so quickly, so he would bear it and cultivate until one day he could set foot on the heavenly god realm under his own power. Actually, the battle between third senior brother and Tianyu had proven many things. "Let me understand it before I die. How did you persuade them?" The overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty looked at Futian, and then at the top figures of the 3 major demonic clans. Giants of the 3 major demonic clans would rather take orders from a youngster. At this moment, he still felt all this was extremely absurd. He didn't understand why he had lost. Why did war erupt between the celestial gate of vast heaven and Heavenly Mandate Dynasty? Futian asked. Gu Tianxing was too domineering, the other responded. Because Gu Tianxing was too strong, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty felt threatened. It was not because he was too domineering, but because the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would not allow him to have the same kind of overbearing existence as themselves. Is this correct? Futian asked. Yes, the overlord explained. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty is powerful, so you would never allow another to be stronger than yourself. Any force that threatens the position of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty is not allowed to exist. Isn't that right? So, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty will always be the overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, but the upper limit of the Heavenly Mandate Realm will always only be the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Futian sarcastically said, "Even without us, there would have been another Gu Tianxing." The destruction of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was just a matter of time. You don't have the true strength to climb to the top, and yet prevented the others from crossing over. How could you not be destroyed? Yi Futian continued, after the destruction of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, I will join forces with other principalities in this land to create an academy for the realm, to preach to the world so that all cultivators of this land would have the opportunity to become stronger and pursue the great path. I never thought about being the overlord of the Heavenly Mandate realm, nor did I want to command all the venerable figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm. That was the reason why they were willing to help me. The overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked at that figure and was silent for a moment. Suddenly he smiled, a little presumptuously. He looked at those around him, the Dragon Master, the Golden Raven Demonic Lord, and the Divine Elephant Emperor, and said, "Do you believe him?" However, he found, sadly, that the three powerful cultivators just looked at him indifferently. His presumptuous voice, in the ears of the others, seemed to be just pathetic. He understood the expressions behind these eyes, and he discovered, sadly, that the three major demonic masters actually believed it all. They believed that Yi Futian could deliver. People are different from each other. The overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Yi Futian were clearly different kinds of people. Perhaps, the emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty could never understand Yi Futian, but everyone else did. The facts were in front of them that Yi Futian had allowed their progeny to cast the perfect divine wheel, and also promised to build the academy for preaching. If Yi Futian did not wish to see someone else become stronger than him and didn't want to look over his shoulders, he, Gu Donglu, and the few others would have been the sole owners of the perfect divine wheels in Heavenly Mandate realm, and he wouldn't have the idea of establishing the academy. Therefore, in this battle, they withheld their opinion by mutual understanding, and the master of 10,000 Divine Mountain was of the same mind. So he told the Palace Lord of Violet Heavenly Palace that Gu Tianqing was not the one who could lead them, but Yi Futian would be. "You can die now." Yi Futian looked at the overlord, who was laughing wildly and then lost his voice. There was some pity in his eyes. The overlord understood the meaning in his eyes. As a dominant figure of the Heavenly Mandate realm, Yi Futian was looking at him with pity in his eyes. He suddenly laughed again, arrogantly, as a terrifying divine light erupted from him. The extremely powerful way of killing directly slew toward Yi Futian, ignoring the space distance between them. Above him, the giant foot of the golden divine elephant stomped down, directly on top of his head. Boom! A dull sound came out, and the will of the way dissipated. The ruins were flattened by one stomp, and a huge pit appeared. In the distance, some from inside the imperial city of Heavenly Mandate dynasty couldn't bear to look. After all, it was the emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the giant who had commanded the Heavenly Mandate realm for many years. Dying in such a miserable manner was a sad affair, to say the least. The lady of Brahma's pure sky also trembled in her heart. Had that one single stomp killed him? She turned to walk away, but her heart was not at peace. She was thinking about Yi Futian's words and also thinking about the destruction of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Yi Futian also left, and what followed was naturally the clearing out of the battlefield. At sunset, everyone had already retreated. Some were still crying in the ruins, but more were looking at the ruins and try to sort out a myriad of emotions. "An era is over," someone whispered, which resonated with many others. The divine dynasty that had ruled the Heavenly Mandate realm for countless years and dominated the central area of the realm for many more had been annihilated in a day. The era that belonged to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was now over. "A new era will also begin," someone said, and everyone was looking at the speaker. The end of an era naturally meant the beginning of a new one. "I will wait here for the establishment of the academy," the speaker whispered. Many people's eyes showed a fierce passion, which also expressed their heart's true desire. This ruin had buried the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, but there would be a better era yet. Outcome. This was indeed the end of an era, as the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was not the only force that had been completely destroyed. The Violet Heavenly Palace, from which all the thunder in the world came from, had also encountered a horrific disaster. When Yi Futian and the others reached the Violet Heavenly Palace, the Palace Lord and the Master of 10,000 Divine Mountain were no longer there. But the incomparably majestic palace had half collapsed. In addition, None of the cultivators seemed to be there. One of the greatest forces of the heavenly mandate realm was now empty. Of course, there were still many people there, buried under the palace forever. Just as Futian and the others arrived, two more figures descended and walked up to them. The two of them had frightful auras, and each carried top-level ritual implements. The palace lord has abandoned the violet heavenly palace and fled, but the mountain is pursuing him, said one of them. Upon hearing the news, the palace lord of the violet heavenly palace had struggled, but he had known that his force had ended. Three great demon forces had allied against him, as well as the celestial gate of vast heaven. The heavenly mandate dynasty could not bear it and had been destroyed. The cultivators of 10,000 Divine Mountain had descended upon the violet heavenly palace, watching them. They could not just sit back and not fight. After the battle started, he had realized he could not handle the master of 10,000 Divine Mountain, and in the end, had not dared to delay. He had abandoned the violet heavenly palace and fled. We left some people here, but the vast majority fled, continued the man who had come. These were the two strongest people in 10,000 Divine Mountain beside the Mountain Master, the only two who had divine wheels at the 8th tier. They also had powerful ritual implements. If they had not faced the palace lord of the violet heavenly palace, there were probably no people who could have stood up to them. In a battle between top figures, numbers mattered little. Moreover, the hidden techniques of the violet heavenly palace were far inferior to those of the heavenly mandate dynasty. So, the two of them had not said that they had been able to defeat the cultivators of the violet heavenly palace, but given the ritual implements they carried, they could not have been defeated. Once they had started fighting, the people of the violet heavenly palace had started to flee. Futian nodded. Farewell. He turned to those beside him and asked, "Can any of you track him based on his aura of the Great Path?" "I can," said a golden raven demon. "The two of them are probably fighting all along the way, so the aura of the Great Path must be very clear and easy to sense. I will go." Demonic clans were very sensitive towards auras, and the aura left behind by the battle between two top figures would be extremely powerful. It would be possible for him to follow it. "Thank you," said Futian with a nod. It was definitely best that the golden raven demon go. He was the fastest. If the others hide their auras as they flee, it will be difficult to track them, said a dragon master. I understand. Elders, please use your divine senses to search through the area around the palace. The rest of you go out in different directions and try your luck. Why don't we just look for those who are mid and upper level Renwangs? Said Futian. There were few people at those levels outside of the Violet Heavenly Palace, so it would be very easy to distinguish them. If they ran into one, it was highly likely they would be from the Violet Heavenly Palace. When people of lower levels lost themselves in a crowd, it would be impossible to find them. Said everyone, nodding. Many figures rose into the air, going off in different directions. We will wait here. The Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace will not escape, said Futian. One of the ritual implements he had given to 10,000 Divine Mountain was an item that increased speed. He had asked the Mountain Master of 10,000 Divine Mountain to stick close to the Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Futian and the others landed on the Violet Heavenly Palace, standing outside the ruin. He remembered the first time he had come here for one of their banquets. At that time, he had defeated Zhang Yuan, a member of the Violet Heavenly Palace who had a supreme body of the Great Path. Elder, there has been great enmity between the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty for many generations. I leave the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty in your hands, and the 3 demon clans will split the Violet Heavenly Palace between them, all right? Futian said to Hua Jiangshan, who was still standing guard beside him. Obviously, this was showing favor to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, but the 3 demon clans understood. Futian and they were very close, and in the battle between them and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, they had been sorely pressed, suffering the worst losses. Now that things had turned, Futian wanted to build them up again. We will talk again when this is over, said Hua Jiangshan. Futian nodded slightly. Several top figures were not there, so it was indeed a bit too early to speak of this. Time passed. They were not waiting for the Golden Raven Demon to return, but for the cultivators of the 8 great thunder methods to descend upon them. Of the 8 method masters, only one was missing, the purple underworld. But the other 7 all came. Obviously, the purple underworld knew their own limits. 7 Renhuangs came to the violet heavenly palace, looking up at Futian and the others as they stood in the sky. They bowed slightly and said, "We have come here to ask your forgiveness." They had taken part in many different things and had thus wrought their own collapse. Futian was just a junior, and he was at a lower level than them. However, he was famous and prestigious, and moreover, they could not clearly see what the current situation was. The violet heavenly palace had been destroyed, and the palace lord had fled. They thought of fleeing as well, but for one thing, they did not want to abandon the foundations of everything they had created, and for another, who knew if Futian had left people behind to deal with them? If he had, then they would never escape. Thus, they could only swallow their pride and come here to ask for forgiveness. Moreover, even if Futian had not left people behind to deal with them, and even if they could escape, Futian would eventually remember them and send people to kill them. There would be nowhere safe in the heavenly mandate realm. They could only flee to other realms. Futian looked down and swept his indifferent gaze over all of them. There was no expression on his face, and he did not answer. "Were they there back then?" he asked Hua Jiangshan. "Yes," said Hua Jiangshan with a nod. "Elder Hua, Emperor Yi, we did not dare disobey the orders of the violet heavenly palace," said one of them with a bow. He was distressed as he naturally remembered the grudge between them. "As far as I know, you are not the violet heavenly palace's vassals," said Futian. "We are not, but we all follow the thunder methods. Although we are not direct vassals, we all understand that we cannot gainsay a single word that the violet heavenly palace says," said the man sincerely. "One more thing. Before we came here, we went to the purple underworld to invite them to come and beg for forgiveness. They refused, and so we put them down. They are under control now, and you may deal with them as you wish," said another Renhuang. A look of surprise came over Futian's face. So it was not that the emperor of the purple underworld knew his own limits. He had just not wanted to come, and so he had been killed. He looked at the figures below him. Clearly, one had to be fierce in order to cultivate up to that level. They had not even given the emperor of the purple underworld a chance to speak. They had probably been afraid that he would drag them down with him, and so had cut him off. After all, the emperor of the purple underworld was the one that Futian had the deepest enmity toward. He had tried to kill him several times and had captured Gu Donglu. Futian looked at Hua Jiangshan behind him and said, "You may decide, elder." Really, his targets had just been the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. As for the followers of the 8 great thunder methods, he had truly forgotten about them. But they had been afraid, and so had taken the initiative to come and apologize. "All right," said Hua Jiangshan with a nod. "In that case, execute them." The 7 cultivators' hearts twitched fiercely. "Elder, Master." They looked up at Hua Jiangshan, eyes full of fear. "In that case, execute them." The words were so simple and spoken so lightly, and yet he wanted to kill them. "Will you do it yourself?" said Futian. Since this was what Hua Jiangshan wanted, he had no objection. The world of cultivators was not a place for mercy. If the celestial gate of vast heaven had not fled in their divine formation, they would have been completely wiped out by these people. And now they came here asking for mercy? If these people could ask for mercy, anyone in the world of cultivators could. "They are not worthy," said Hua Jiangshan. "Kill them, but as for their factions, leave them be." The battle had been decided by the leaders, so the 8 of them needed to die. The others could be spared. "Yes, sir." A run huang from the celestial gate of vast heaven flashed over, soon descending upon the 7 men who had come to admit their guilt. They had put their lives in his hands. These Renhuangs seemed very vulnerable right now. One's level and one's power were always relative. Even legendary figures sometimes stood at the bottom and looked up at others. Of course, Futian and the others were just the same, except they currently stood at the peak of the world of cultivators. Afterward, more people returned, bringing with them a familiar figure. It was Zhan Yuan, the member of the Violet Heavenly Palace with a supreme body of the Great Path. Zhang Yuan would never have imagined that this day would come. Yi Futian stood above the violet heavenly palace, holding his life in his hands. Cripple his ability to cultivate. Yi Futian did not pay too much attention to him, saying only the single sentence. It was as if in his eyes, Zhang Yuan was only worth that single sentence. After a while, the mountain master of 10,000 Divine Mountain and the Golden Raven Demon returned. The mountain master had been wounded, but not badly. His aura was not that stable, though. Yi Futian watched them as they came. The mountain master grinned and nodded at him, while the Golden Raven Demon said, "There's not even a skeleton left of him." "Farewell, elders," said Yi Futian, as if what they had told him had not affected him at all. But when he turned to look down at the violet heavenly palace, there was something in his eyes. The Golden Raven Demon's words meant that yet another top figure was gone from the heavenly mandate realm. He waited for the other cultivators to return. Once they had killed some of the cultivators of the violet heavenly palace, they began heading back. The three great demon clans returned to the demon realm, while the people of the celestial gate of vast heaven returned to Celestial City. The whole city came out to greet them in a glorious celebration. At the same time, these events sent waves throughout the heavenly mandate realm. Everyone was talking about them. In Brahma's pure sky, the Empress had been feeling a little uneasy the past few days. As for the demon realm, the Purple Rat Emperor was conflicted. He did not know what to do. As for Yingzhou Mountain, they were trembling. They wanted to go and admit their guilt, but the followers of the 8 Thunder Methods had shown them that this was not a good idea. Chapter 1690 Vizi. The Purple Gold Rat Clan was resplendent and magnificent. Since the Purple Gold Rat Emperor had reached the peak of his power and founded the clan, they liked to keep everything luxurious. Perhaps this was because they had once been used to living underground. Now, down in the golden earth, the Purple Gold Rat Emperor led a group of cultivators, preparing to set out for Celestial City in the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Although there had been some enmity between them before, they had formed an alliance in the God's Relic. Yi Futian had destroyed the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace, but had not sent people to watch them. It seemed that they were not worth destroying. After thinking for a while, the Emperor decided to go and admit his guilt. He brought some of their treasures as well as the rat, who had once offended Yi Futian in the mountains, to ask for forgiveness. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor was a figure capable of bending and stretching to accommodate. Moreover, today they were going to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. If Yi Futian would not forgive them, they could only fight to the death, trying to take Yi Futian with them. "Let's go," said the Purple Gold Rat Emperor. Suddenly, beams of golden light shone out as they prepared to set out. Just at the moment they were about to leave, the Purple Gold Rat Emperor suddenly frowned. He felt that something was not right. Then, his expression changed. Soon, several powerful demonic auras descended, as if they had come from a great distance. The Purple Gold Rat's expressions all changed. They looked up into the sky, where 4 cultivators appeared at the same time. 3 great demon masters were there, in addition to Jiang Chengzi. At that moment, the Purple Gold Rat Emperor's heart froze. They were finished. This was the formation that had destroyed the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. What did that alliance mean? Yi Futian had never planned to let the Purple Gold Rat Emperor go. The head of the Wang clan had died at the Emperor's hands, so if he let them go, how could he maintain relations with the Wang clan? The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would not let them go either. Moreover, Yi Futian was very aware of what was happening in the Purple Gold Rat clan. They had discussed how to destroy him if there was a change in the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Boom! Without any words, the 4 great figures attacked. They had always hated the Purple Gold Rat Emperor. Several of the rats showed strong looks of regret in their eyes. Why had they provoked Yi Futian? Of course, this was not the main reason why they were being destroyed. After the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace were destroyed, the Purple Gold Rats had disintegrated. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor and several of the top rats were killed, and the others were taken away by the 3 great demon clans. Each of the demon clans ruled over many races, so they did not completely exterminate the Purple Gold Rats. It was like leaving the net open on one side, but in the end, the rats were enslaved. Three of the great powers of the heavenly mandate realm had been destroyed, completely changing the balance of power within the heavenly mandate realm. But what was strange was the people of the heavenly mandate realm did not think that this change would weaken the realm very much. They even thought that the weakening would only last for a little bit. In the future, they would become even stronger. Perhaps this was because the heavenly mandate realm had never been very unified. And the youth whose name shook the 9 realms had said he would found an academy there where all the people of the world would be allowed to pursue their own path. They would not prevent others from becoming stronger. Moreover, all of the top figures of the realm seemed willing to believe that he could do it. And if that was the case, why wouldn't others believe it? The 10,036th year of the divine prefecture calendar would be one that was entered in the history books of the heavenly mandate realm. In Celestial City, the celestial gate of vast heaven began rebuilding. Countless people from the city came to help. Seeing the people of the celestial gate of vast heaven returning naturally made them very happy. As the celestial gate of vast heaven began to take shape, the cultivators from Ingzhou Mountain arrived. They had been afraid for a time after the purple gold rats had been destroyed, but no one had come to destroy them. Thus, they had been relieved, knowing that Futian was not planning to attack them. Futian did not have any hostility towards them, but the 3 great demon clans went there to seize their treasures. This hurt them deeply, but they did not dare complain. Afterward, they could only lower their heads and promise not to cause trouble. The demon realm of the heavenly mandate realm was destined to be controlled by the divine elephants, the dragon gods, and the sky demon court. From then on, the turmoil within the heavenly mandate realm was ended. Now it would be a different story. Futian, Zhang Chengzi, Hua Zhongshan, Gu Donglu, and more were all at the celestial gate. They watched all the busy figures at the gate. Zhang Chengzi and Hua Zhongshan both had appreciative smiles on their faces. The celestial gate of vast heaven was finally recovering from their disaster. The threat from the heavenly mandate dynasty had been completely eliminated. Elder, when is the celestial gate planning on accepting new disciples? Futian stood above the celestial gate, hair flying in the wind and looking off into the distance. Right now, the people of Celestial City are clamoring to train here. First, I want to send our Renhuangs out through the various realms to bring back our people who scattered. Only then will we accept new disciples, said Zhang Chengzi. There were still many disciples of the celestial gate of vast heaven who were far away. Many of those who were below the Renhuang level did not have the power to cross through realms. In realms like the 9 supreme realms, the Renhuangs will have limited influence. It might be hard for them to find people, said Futian. So the 2 of us are planning to go ourselves, said Zhang Chengzi with a smile. He and Hua Zhongshan would go as well. Futian smiled and nodded. The 2 of them would obviously not abandon the disciples of the Celestial Gate. So what will happen here? Is Gu Donglu not here? Asked Zhang Chengzi with a smile. We have discussed this. In the future, the Celestial Gate of vast heaven will not have several clan lords. All of the clan's power will rest with the elders and one single clan lord. This will reduce the amount of intrigue. Futian looked at Zhang Chengzi in surprise. It seemed that he had guessed something. Are you planning? Zhang Chengzi nodded and said, Donglu, I give you the position of clan lord of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. A look of surprise came over Gu Donglio's face. He looked at Zhang Chengzi and Hua Zhongshan and said, I am not worthy. Both in terms of experience and level, he could not contribute enough to the Celestial Gate. In the past, your grandfather built the Celestial Gate of vast heaven with his own hands. If it weren't for him, we would never have experienced our period of prosperity. Although there were 3 great clans then, everyone in the heavenly mandate realm knew that your grandfather was the emblem of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. In the end, he sacrificed the Gu bloodline for the Celestial Gate to protect it. At that time, we also did some things we did not wish to. Now, you have inherited everything from your grandfather. There is no question that we should give the Celestial Gate of vast heaven to you. You are worthy of it. In the past, the 3 great clans had come together, sacrificing the Gu clan and even taking action against them. Although it had been many years ago, it still weighed upon them. Gu Tianqing had been the one to come up with it, but it still made them uneasy. Gu Donglu wanted to say something, but Hua Jiangshan smiled and said, "For many years, I have been trapped at the 8th tier of the divine wheel. You have allowed me to put aside some things and find peace. Perhaps I will find a chance to advance to the next level. You young folks should worry about the affairs of the Celestial Gate." Now that the other two had said these things, there was nothing more that Gu Donglu could say. He was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right." He was the last member of the Gu bloodline. He would inherit his grandfather's will and lead the Celestial Gate forward. "In that case, I can relax," said Jiang Chengzi with a smile. Given Gu Donglio's close relationship with Yi Futian, not to mention his incredible talent, the Celestial Gate of vast heaven would surely continue to advance. As for whether or not they would remain clan lords, that was not important. "Futian, when are you planning to build the academy?" asked Jiang Chengzi. "Once the Celestial Gate has stabilized," said Yi Futian. "Before that, there is somewhere I need to go." "Where?" asked Jiang Chengzi. "Brahma's pure sky," answered Yi Futian. "I will go with you," said Jiang Chengzi. Yi Futian did not refuse. At the moment, many people were watching him. Several days later, the Celestial Gate of vast heaven was finished rebuilding. There were celebrations throughout the city. Later, the two great clan lords Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan announced that from then on, there would only be one clan lord, Gu Donglu. This news shook the celestial city. On that day, Gu Donglu of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven appeared before the people of the world for the first time in his capacity as clan lord. He stood on the steps, a halo of divine light around him and marvelous illusions in the air. The great path descended from the heavens, shocking everyone. This was the first time they had seen someone with such a brilliant wheel of the great path. He was heroic and noble, and those who had any objections to him being named clan lord could not say anything. He would surely lead the Celestial Gate of vast heaven into a new era of prosperity. On that day, almost all the forces of the heavenly mandate realm were there for the celebration. But the Empress of Brahma's pure sky was not there. Yi Futian watched everything quietly from the side, a little bit of regret in his heart. Third sister was not seeing this scene. The other disciple of the cottage was not there. The next day, Yi Futian and Jiang Chengzi left. Xia Qingyuan stood in the air, high above the Celestial Gate, watching their retreating figures. All of the goddesses of Brahma's pure sky were there, standing in front of the Empress, bringing news. Gu Donglu had become the clan lord of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. Everything that had happened in the heavenly mandate realm recently was like a dream. It did not seem real. The whole heavenly mandate realm had turned on its head. The Empress had a calm expression on her face. She asked the goddesses to leave, then sat there alone. She could not quiet her mind. At that moment, the hair on the back of her neck stood up. She looked off into the distance. She seemed to be able to sense something. Two figures appeared below Brahma's pure sky. "Greetings, Empress. It is I, Yi Futian," came a voice that rang through Brahma's pure sky. Everyone's hearts began to beat faster. There could be no other reason. These days, wherever Yi Futian went. Chapter 1691 The Hurt That Won, TB Forgotten. This was not the first time Yi Futian had come to pay a visit, but he was refused before by the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. Would Yi Futian's visit be denied again this time? Yi Futian had not embarked on his journey alone to the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. In Brahma's pure sky, all the goddesses looked at the sky beneath, and Yi Futian clearly felt all their divine spirits focusing on him. However, as he looked up, his eyes showed no disturbance. Jiang Chengzi stood quietly next to him. Yi Futian had no quarrels with Brahma's pure sky and had no plan to do anything harmful there, so it was enough with just him by his side. In today's heavenly mandate realm, perhaps no one would dare not making some allowances for Yi Futian. The fact was, Yi Futian could influence all principalities other than Brahma's pure sky. However, for some reason, Brahma's pure sky seemed to intend on setting a boundary with Yi Futian. Last time, Yi Futian had also invited Qin He to the City of the Ruins. However, the Lady of Brahma's pure sky did not permit it and brought Qin He back with her. Jiang Chengzi was a little puzzled about all this, and he wasn't clear why Yi Futian wanted to visit Brahma's pure sky. However, he didn't probe. He and assumed that Futian must have his own reasons. At this time, there were goddesses coming down from the Brahma pure sky, and the one in the lead was an unparalleled beauty, with the most alluring temperament. It was the premier virgin of Brahma's pure sky, Qin He. Qin He alighted in front of Futian. Her eyes were full of smiles, and she whispered softly, "Since we parted ways at the god's relic, young Master Yi, you are now famous in the 9 realms." "Don't tease me, goddess," Futian said smilingly. He was always on good terms with Qin He, but they were not here today to chat about old times. He asked, "Is Her Majesty ready to receive me?" "Well, Her Majesty asked me to come to greet young Master Yi." Qin He nodded slightly and said, "This way?" Futian took a deep breath. This time, did the Lady of Brahma's pure sky finally decide to receive him? Lifting his feet, Futian stepped up, walking toward Brahma's pure sky, but his steps were somewhat heavy. Even when he was destroying the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace, he had not felt this way. But at this moment, he was inexplicably somber and nervous. He was afraid that the result would not be what he wanted. His every step was heavy. He had always wanted to come to Brahma's pure sky to find out in person, but at this moment, he was walking rather slowly. Jiang Chengzi gave Futian a surprised look. He was pondering the exact relationship between Futian and the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. This was the first time he had seen Futian behave like this. Even when they were at City of the Ruins, surrounded and besieged by various principalities, he had never behaved like he was at this moment. What was making him so nervous? Stepping across the buildings and crossing over Heaven's Gate, they walked in the direction of Heavenly Palace. Finally, a staircase appeared in front of them that led directly to the peak of Brahma's pure sky. "Her Majesty is waiting for young Master Yi up there," Qin He said to Futian. She then stood aside, not intending to go along with him. "Wait for me here," Futian said to Jiang Chengzi. "Very well," Jiang Chengzi nodded. Today, in Heavenly Mandate Realm, no one would dare to make a move against Futian. Futian walked up along the staircase, and it was very high. With heavy steps, Futian climbed, and finally, he could see what was above. Raising his head slightly, he continued up, and misty clouds now appeared under his feet. Finally, he climbed off the staircase and came to Brahma's pure sky. In just an instant, his body seemed to freeze, and he could no longer take another step. Time seemed to stand still at this second. In Brahma's pure sky, a woman stood there quietly, peaceful and beautiful, just like someone in a painting. Refreshing and one of a kind, she was not so unapproachable as the Lady of Brahma's pure sky to make one felt out of reach. Her beauty was of the world, but that which could satisfy all imaginations about beauty, so that even in the world, she was not any less inferior to those goddesses. But it was not her beauty that touched Futian, but the fact that it was such a familiar face. Countless times, this face that had appeared in his dreams, imprinted in the depths of his memory, an unforgettable face. Scenes from the past replayed in his mind. Her name was Hua Jieyu, a talented girl in the Qingzhou Academy. In her time, she had been a goddess worshipped by those at the academy. At the end of that year, the girl took his hand while watching the boats sailing around Qingzhou Lake and the fireworks that spread from the sky. She asked him if they were in a relationship or not. The goddess of his youth, innocent and beautiful. From Qingzhou Academy, Nandu clan, Nandu Nation, to Eastern Barren Territory, they had gone through many storms together and finally come out together. However, all of this was destroyed in that battle. In the battle that took place at the Barren State and under siege from all the Holy Lands, she laid in his arms and told him that in the future, he must find a better woman because his empress ought to be someone who would make all others pale in the 9 heavens. She had also said not to be bossed around by that woman, however, because in this life, she was the only one who could order him around. Scene after scene emerged. It was as if a lifetime had passed in front of his eyes. An instant could be so interminably long. There were tears in Futian's eyes, but they were not tears of sadness, but of joy. This outcome seemed better than he had expected. He was so afraid that he would found nothing on this trip to Brahma's pure sky. He walked up to her and reached out, wanting to caress her face again. However, before he could do that, someone appeared in front of Yi Futian, standing between the two. Noble and unapproachable. Lady of Brahma's pure sky. Because of Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian had ignored her presence, but she was always there. Yi Futian frowned and wanted to speak. She is not the person you are looking for. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky spoke first. No matter what you have done, I can look past them. I owe you a favor, Yi Futian said. Since Hua Jieyu was still alive, then it was the Lady of Brahma's pure sky who had saved her. He would not pursue the reason why she had concealed the truth. As long as Jieyu was alive, it was enough. Your wife is dead. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky stared into his eyes. Yi Futian's heart trembled, and his face suddenly paled as he looked at Hua Jieyu. You know this better than anyone else. Your wife died for you. What you see in front of you now was formed from what was left of her soul. Although I reshaped her physical body, she is no longer your wife. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky continued. Yi Futian remembered that battle, in which Hua Jieyu was left only with a trace of her soul, and it dissipated between heaven and earth. But seeing Jieyu standing in front of him with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it. Jieyu! He looked at her. Hua Jieyu returned his gaze, and Yi Futian saw that her eyes were as calm as stilled water. There seemed to be no disturbances in her eyes. It was as if he was indeed just a stranger. At this moment, Yi Futian's heart suddenly ached. Wasn't it? How could it not be? The woman who had appeared in his mind countless times was now standing right in front of his eyes. What did you do to her? Yi Futian stared at Lady of Brahma's pure sky, and his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Those eyes, cold as steel, actually made the Lady of Brahma's pure sky felt a sense of chill. I already told you that she is not your wife. Now, she is my direct disciple, and she will inherit my craft. In the future, she will inherit Brahma's pure sky and become the next lady who rules Brahma's pure sky. She looked at Yi Futian indifferently. Your disciple? Yi Futian stared at the other. Even if she had really forgotten about everything, she is still my wife. Even if it was just a remnant of her soul, it won't change anything. She's leaving with me. The lady looked at him and said coldly, if she's willing, I will not stop her. Yi Futian walked past her and stood in front of Hua Jieyu. He looked at her and stretched out his hands. However, seeing Hua Jieyu's eyes, he hesitated. So, he put his hand down again and whispered, Jieyu, it's me. Hua Jieyu turned around and walked away, then just sat there. Yi Futian's heart seemed to be struck by a sword. It was so painful that he felt like his heart was broken. Qingzhou Lake was where we fell in love. Don't you remember? Yi Futian looked at her and asked. Book Mountain, on our wedding day, the Eastern Barren Territory came to congratulate us. Jieyu, don't you remember? Yi Futian continued. Yi Futian's voice was trembling. Everything that had happened, you should know better than anyone else, so why bother deceiving yourself? Lady of Brahma's pure sky turned to look at Yi Futian, saying, your wife already perished in that battle. I want to take her away from here, Yi Futian insisted. You have vanquished the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the Violet Heavenly Palace, and the Purple Gold Rat Clan. So if you really want to do this, I can't stop you. If you want to forcefully take her away against her will and disregard her feelings, then do what you will. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky said calmly. Yi Futian felt a pain prick at his heart. He walked to Hua Jieyu and said with a smile, you little devil, did you really forget me? With her eyes closed, Hua Jieyu simply sat there quietly. Watching her, Yi Futian suddenly felt weak all over. Even though he was Ren Huang, it was as if he had exhausted all his strength. Then, I will come see you another day. Yi Futian displayed a bright smile, but it seemed somewhat forced. On the bright side, at least, she was still alive, right? Yi Futian looked at Lady of Brahma's pure sky and said, I may come from time to time in the future. I beg your forgiveness in advance. Lady of Brahma's pure sky frowned, seemingly displeased. Yi Futian ignored her reaction and turned to walk down the stairs. He went all the way down and didn't seem to hear Qin He even when she greeted him. He left with Jiang Chengzi. After his departure, Brahma's pure sky remained quiet. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky looked at Hua Jieyu, who was sitting there. Two trails of tears had streaked from her tightly closed eyes. When those beautiful eyes opened again, they were full of tears. When did his hair turn all white? A heartbreaking voice spoke. It seemed to contain endless sorrow and pain. It must have been hard for him to bear. The desperation must have been overwhelming. Would she forget about him? How could she forget? Even if she had forgotten who she was, or the whole world, she would never forget him. Forget, and you don't have to endure this kind of pain, a voice said. It was the lady of Brahma's pure sky who spoke to her. Hua Jieyu raised her head to look at the lady of Brahma's pure sky, and suddenly she smiled and replied, "It is because it hurts that I won't forget." Chapter 1692. I am you, if you win. The lady of Brahma's pure sky looked at her. It was because it hurt that wouldn't forget? That's your past life, not this life. Why endure the pain of your past life in this life? The lady asked. Since I remembered, then there must be just the one life. Hua Jieyu looked at her and responded. Lady of Brahma's pure sky looked on coldly, and an invisible breath bloomed from her, covering the space. Terrible light was released from Hua Jieyu's body. Hua Jieyu's body trembled suddenly. It was as if she was enduring extreme pain. Her face was distorted, and from her body, shadow after shadow was stripping out, and there seemed to be thousands of them being peeled away. All of them appeared around her. These shadows did not look like Hua Jieyu, but were that of the lady of Brahma's pure sky. Hua Jieyu's figure became elusive, no longer appeared real. Like a vague shadow, it could dissipate at any time. Finally, there seemed to be a light that switched on. And in this light, many paintings could be vaguely made out, and all those paintings were of the same person. If Futian were there, he would find that every one of these paintings was a depiction of their shared memories, which had also appeared in his mind not long ago. Do you want the past life or this life? Many voices spoke as the many shadows that were surrounding her asked her at the same time. At this moment, that elusive figure seemed so fragile and precarious. It was as if it might disappear at any moment. You should know that even if he had destroyed the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace, he could do nothing to me. That elusive figure suddenly laughed and said, "Then your 100 generations worth of cultivation will disappear with me." The lady of Brahma's pure sky fell silent. They both knew that this was the truth. Back then, when she rescued Hua Jieyu, the lady of Brahma's pure sky felt the opportunity of enlightenment in her. So she had chosen a woman from the lower worlds to be the perfect embodiment of herself. However, it seemed that it might not have been so perfect after all. Her previous life had too strong of a hold on her. It was too strong to be erased. Since it's a no-win situation, let's make a bet. Finally, the lady of Brahma's pure sky turned around and said, "Put out the lamp. I will let you go with him to cultivate. If I win, you are me. If you win, then I will be you." Hua Jieyu looked at her and asked, "How could I trust you?" "If you agree, I will cut off my own recourse," said the lady of Brahma's pure sky. "Very well." Hua Jieyu nodded. The lady of Brahma's pure sky turned around and saw those elusive figures merged into Hua Jieyu's body, while the lady herself stepped into the sacred hall in the heavenly palace. She closed her eyes, and an extremely powerful aura rushed directly into Hua Jieyu. At the same time, there was a voice resounding through Brahma's pure sky. "Starting today, I will be cultivating in retreat. From now on, everyone in Brahma's pure sky will need to assist Hua Jieyu. After I go into the retreat, if the Heavenly Mandate Academy is established, Jyotian Goddess will escort her there to cultivate." As the voice fell, the sacred hall suddenly lit up. Hua Jieyu looked ahead, then turned around and walked toward the staircase, looking down at the sky below. There were tears dripping down from the corner of her eyes, but a steely determination could be seen in those eyes. "If I forget about you, you would forgive me, right?" she said in a heartbreaking voice. She suddenly smiled and continued, "At least, I will be by your side again." Leaving was for a more perfect return. Brahma's pure sky was shaken up, but no one knew just what kind of agreement they had made, or exactly what was at stake. Futian returned to the celestial gate of vast heaven. Now, The celestial gate of vast heaven had been re-established in the celestial city with Gu Donglu as the master of the celestial gate. Next, it should be the establishment of the academy. The celestial gate of vast heaven had already dispatched its cultivators to the location where the heavenly mandate dynasty once resided. They would work together to build the academy at Heavenly Mandate Realm. Now, all the top forces in the Heavenly Mandate Realm were getting busy. This was the first time that all of them were working hard toward the same goal simultaneously. Xiaqing Yuan had also been working hard at cultivation. After receiving the lotus flower in God's relic, she made rapid progress, transforming her life spirit and merging one with the divine lotus. She had already experienced a transformation. On this day, she finished cultivating and walked toward the person in front of her. The man stood quietly on the edge of the palace, looking into the distance. He appeared quite lonesome. She walked next to him and asked softly, "Did you find what you were looking for?" "Yeah," Futian said with a smile, "I did." In any case, she was still around, right? Although the outcome was not exactly what he had hoped for, it was not bad either. That was why he told the lady of Brahma's pure sky that he would be visiting again. Xiaqing Yuan's beautiful eyes were slightly turbulent, but then she smiled a brilliant smile and said, "After so many years of hard work, you have finally accomplished your wish. Why didn't you take her back with you?" "She refused to come back with me," Futian said. Xiaqing Yuan looked surprised. But why? She had suffered such a grievous injury back then. Maybe that's why she forgot everything. But as long as she is still alive, it's enough, isn't it? Futian didn't know whether he was talking to Xiaqing Yuan or to himself. He once thought that she had disappeared completely from his life, and it was Xiaqing Yuan's intel that gave him a glimmer of hope. But he also knew very well that he had been tricking himself all these years with this desperate and elusive wish until he saw her in those elusive dreams. Now that he had seen that she was still alive, despite being a little disappointed, it was better than he had expected. Xiaqing Yuan was taken aback at first, but then she understood what Futian meant. Had she really forgotten everything? "She will remember it," Xiaqing Yuan said. "And you won't give up either, will you?" Futian nodded. He turned around and looked at Xiaqing Yuan with a smile. "Thank you." Over the years, he had never thanked Xiaqing Yuan properly. If it weren't for Xiaqing Yuan, he wouldn't have even started looking, and he wouldn't have this little bit of hope. Xiaqing Yuan looked into his eyes, then smiled brightly and said, "Not at all. You helped me a lot too." She continued, "I have to cultivate now, and maybe it won't be long before I can become a Ran Huang, just like my father." After Xiaqing Yuan finished speaking, she turned to leave. Futian looked at her and saw her footsteps speed up. It was as if she was running away. With her back to Futian, tears flowed freely from those beautiful eyes that had smiled so brilliantly. Just thank you? This wasn't what she wanted. However, it was still a very happy ending. After all, he finally found the one he loved, hadn't he? Perhaps this was the best outcome. When she entered the realm of Renhuang, she would return to Emperor Xia's realm and become empress so that her father could rest. Well, that would also be perfect. The center of the Heavenly Mandate realm was once the territory of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and it had been extremely unstable during this period of time. First, it was the destruction of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty that, like a thunderbolt, shocked the hearts of countless many. It could not be assuaged for a long time. As the symbol of the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had stood for countless years. Its destruction was like a dream. But now, after the destruction of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, its ruins had been cleared up. An academy was rising from the ground, and the area covered by this academy would be even greater than the former imperial palace. Many went to watch the buildings grew out of thin air inside the academy, which had elicited all kinds of emotions. After the destruction of a dynasty, would there be another stronger force replacing it? Numerous cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate realm had come here, especially many young people. They dreamt of entering this academy with their minds set on seeking the way. They all knew that this academy would be the future of the Heavenly Mandate realm, its strongest holy land for cultivation. At this time, outside the academy that was still under construction, there were many excellent figures that gathered there. Among them, There were two young people. It was a man and a woman. The man was unparalleled in his temperament, and the woman was unparalleled in her looks. When they walked together, they looked like a perfect match, a golden couple. "I didn't expect this," the young man said with a smile. "It has only been a few years since we came to the heavenly mandate realm together, and now his name rings through the entire realm. It is said that he is renowned even in 9 supreme realms. The history of the heavenly mandate realm was also rewritten because of him." "It's surreal, all right," the woman said with a small smile. "I wonder how the others are doing with their cultivation." "In any case, I am afraid that no one can overshadow his fame," the young man laughed. "Fortunately, we had no conflict with him back in the days. Otherwise, even my father would not be able to hold him back." These two were indeed Yi Futian's friends from Crimson Dragon Realm. Qishang, the son of the Crimson Dragon Emperor, and his wife, Yu Shifei. After the two married in Crimson Dragon Realm, they came to the Heavenly Mandate Realm together. "How could you, given your character?" Yu Shifei smiled. "Shifei, do you think there would be a shortcut for us if we wanted to go to the academy to cultivate? We are not that lousy, are we?" Yu Shifei said in a low voice. They were the most outstanding cultivators in the Crimson Dragon Realm. They should be qualified to cultivate in the Academy of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. "That's right. We all came here together. A shortcut would be incredibly shameful." Qishang laughed. Moreover, he was the prince of the Crimson Dragon Realm, who came to the Heavenly Mandate Realm with Yi Futian. If he had to rely on his relationships to get in the academy that Yi Futian established, it would be too dishonorable. Aside from them, many people who knew Yi Futian had come here as well. For example, Emperor Qi that Yi Futian had met when he first arrived at the Heavenly Mandate Realm, as well as people from the Yun clan, like Yun Qianyue, who had always wanted to be his student. It was not until he was forced to save Yun Qianyue that he finally agreed. Yun Qianyue knew that this was not what her teacher wanted, but she just wanted to see him from a distance and watch. The academy was starting to form with the joint efforts of all principalities. It would not be long before it was completed. By then, who knew what could be achieved? On the opening day of the academy, would all the top figures in the Heavenly Mandate Realm make an appearance? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.